Hey there folks, rinimt here, and welcome to Echoes. Thank you player 2 here for the code. This is a visual novel game, so yeah, I might turn down the music like a notch. It's getting a little loud actually, now I'm starting to talk. Yeah, I turned it down 2 notches, I lied, I'm sorry. Let's go! Whoa, that sound is really weird in my ears. That's how we're turning it down. Didn't turn down much. I write these last lines before I lose my mind for good. Can't allow the truth to die with me. I have to remember. I am Inspector Ricky Fox. Arthur Petrovsky, his death, it was no suicide. It's just one small detail of this case. The others, I can feel them close again. I don't have much time before the blood. The memory's clouded, but I have to remember. It all began 6 months ago. I was happy. I had just been promoted to the rank of detective in a quiet neighborhood. I was married to a wonderful woman, Jody. We decided to start a family. Chris, my son, are you safe? And the news struck us like a slug in the jaw. Our best friend, Arthur Petrovsky, was dead. Jody was inconsolable. Our ties with him had been pretty stretched since he'd moved to the other end of the country, but still, we couldn't accept the results of the inquiry. Suicide? It was so out of character. On June 30th, we received his ashes with no explanation. Apparently, Jody and I have been listed with the insurance as only emergency contacts. I tried to find out more through the internal police files. I ignored protocol and even asked my colleagues for a few favors. Nothing checked out. The investigation had been led by a team from the Bureau, and they locked everything down. Something about the case smelled wrong. What would the feds have to do with the death of a small-town doctor in the middle of nowhere? In a last-ditch effort, I picked up the phone and called Arthur's local police station. I got the sheriff, Gianna Walter. She wasn't thrilled with the idea, but she finally agreed to let me take a look at the file. Even though it was in no way official, I fully intend to seize the opportunity to do my own investigating. I took some leave and jumped into my car. If only I'd known that was there, waiting for me. Echoes, episode 1. Press X to... Oh, Greenhearth. Arthur lived in Greenhearth, a small town at the other end of the country, sandwiched between two nature reserves. It might have been a backwater, but the surroundings were magnificent. Great forests of pine and oak clung to the sides of the mountains that overhung the valley. The town was accessible by a single road that bypassed the reservoir dam, which provided the region's power, before winding down to join the main street. And it didn't take me long to find the precinct. A few minutes later, I was stepping through the door. Gianna Walter was a frosty woman who didn't like a job poorly done. First thing I noticed as I approached her desk was her arctic blue eyes that stared at me with disturbing intensity. Oh, wow, it actually is like the only thing colored right now is those eyes. Detective Fox, I presume? I'm Sheriff Gianna Walter. Good to meet you. You too. Dr. Petrovsky and I were very close. His death, especially in these circumstances, was a big shock to my wife and me. As for the inquiry, look, Detective, I understand you're grieving for your friend, but I assure you everything was done by the book. You can see for yourself. Really? Weren't you surprised that the Bureau was looking into this case? Yes, the Bureau took the case seriously. One more reason to trust their conclusions. Don't you agree? In theory, this kind of incident was dealt with by the local police, except in exceptional cases. I was pretty sure the sheriff was aware of that, which led me to believe that she wasn't going to be very cooperative. I predicted that she'd let me take a glance at the file and nothing more. Well, anyway, I guess you must be pretty tired from your journey. Luckily, we're booking you a room at the Golden Sky. Oh, and her eyes are no longer highlighted. Maybe you'd like to get some rest before you get started? Oh, let's not waste any time. Listen, it's still early. Let's not waste any time. Alright then, I'm listening. Where do you want to start? I'd like to see a case file. Of course, however, I should warn you, there's not much to see. What does that mean? Most of the documents, like the autopsy report, for example, were requisitioned by the feds. Come on, I'll show you a few pieces they left behind. During your adventure, Ricky Fox will have to search for clues in some scenes. A radar will appear on the screen to help you discover the clues. You can leave certain scenes at any point by using the quit button that will appear on the left or by pressing circle. Kinda cool that they actually have, like, PlayStation icons on here. Arthur's notebook. I could say medical secrets, but Arthur had been careful and conscientious. No names appeared, only initials. Apparently, Arthur's patients mainly suffer from psychiatric problems. The most recent entry concerned an OM, dated by the day of his death. Just underneath, in a half page of nervous scrawl, Arthur had added, "The chimes ring out without a sound. They cast a strange tale in my head. I will become consumed by the echoes of their song." I didn't know what to think of all that. Everything seemed to suggest that Arthur had lost his marbles at the end of his life, which made the suicide theory credible. It all seemed fishy to me. The Arthur I knew had no history of mental illness. Arthur, what kind of scrape did you get yourself into? Between the medical jargon and that troubling message, at least I had the start of a lead. This OM. I just had to find out their identity and question them. It starts the icon on the bottom right. It's just awkward, but Arthur's phone. His last call was to an Ernest Bull. Sheriff could probably fill me on his identity. For that matter, this man may have been the last person Arthur spoke to before he died. The rest of the device's memory has been erased. Arthur must have made the call after he deleted everything. Wasn't much, but was still a lead to chase up. That's all there was in the box. Have you got any leads? You know the case, I'm guessing you might have a lead or two? A lead? The file's been classified, so no, I don't have any leads for you, detective. No persons of interest. You must have heard from some of the witnesses during the inquiry before the bureau guys took over, didn't you? She sighed. You could try talking to Raymond. He's one of the people I questioned after the death. Raymond? Just Raymond? Raymond Kowalski, but very few people know his last name. He's a vagrant. You know where I can find him. He spends his days hanging around the diner downtown, the Greenhearth diner. I don't think you'll have much trouble finding him. Great, that'll give me a chance to grab a coffee, although can I ask why you think this Raymond is a person of interest? During the initial inquiry, several witnesses reported that Arthur had been spending a lot of time with him in the final days before his death. Obviously, he's been interviewed several times during the investigation, at first by me, then by the investigators in the bureau, but there was nothing conclusive. Raymond's extremely paranoid, and that's without even taking into account his mistrust of the forces of law and order. Of course, you can try talking to him, but I don't think you'll have more success than we did. I'm gonna give it a try, you never know. You're probably wasting your time, but that's up to you, detective. Alright. Can you tell me about anything about Ernest Bull? He's the manager of the Golden Sky Hotel. The phone records show that the last call Arthur made was to him. I know, as you might guess, that lead took us nowhere. Bull's a busybody and a mischief maker. I'm not surprised he was meddling in Petrovsky's business, seeing as how he meddles in everyone's business. I'm gonna ask about him. You know where to find him. What was your relationship with the Dr. Petrovsky? He was a town doctor. He had a lot of patients with serious psychological problems, some of them potentially dangerous. Like this Raymond you told me about? Exactly, like Raymond. I see. So sometimes he'd ask me to step in. Arthur, was he liked? You'll see that when you talk to the town folk. Oh, his death has been a tragedy for our local community, especially for his patients. And you, did you like him too? Jeff hesitated for a moment. Did that mean anything? We had an excellent professional relationship. Let's see. Tell me more about the circumstances surrounding the death. He was found in his bathtub, bled dry. Doesn't sound like the Arthur I knew. What do you know about the autopsy report? The feds took care of everything. I didn't see the report, but they confirmed that there was no possible doubt. What about the cremation? Arthur always said he wanted to be buried in his family vault. Oh, that's the procedure here. I'm sorry, I can't tell you more. Arthur knew the risk when he accepted a job in Greenhearth. Procedure? Seems fair to me, but I didn't push it. Especially so soon in my investigation. I figured I'd have other ways of finding out more without putting the sheriff on the spot. One last thing. Who found the body? I did. You? What were you doing in his home? When he didn't show up at practice, I decided to go to his apartment. That's how I found him. Investigate. Let's question Ernest Bull. Looking at the lakeside, the Golden Sky was a plush, lodge-style building. Jody, I would have loved to take you to a place like that. The summer season had begun, and the hotel was still almost empty. Strange. I hardly gotten through the door when I was warmly welcomed by a plump man cheerfully trotting down the stairs. Ernest Bull. Hotel manager. I recall his smile. Hello, and welcome to the Golden Sky, Detective Fox, I presume. I'm glad to have you here. Good to meet you. See you're well informed. Oh, you know, news gets around fast in our little town. You can leave your bags there. Have them taken up to your room. Great. I'd do anything else for you. Thought the call made on Arthur's phone. No. I'm investigating Dr. Petrovsky's death, and it would seem you were the last person he called from his cell phone. What did he say to you? Look, I won't deny he called me, but it was a private conversation. I'd like it to stay that way. Come on, you can trust me. My lips are sealed. I'll hesitate for a few seconds, weighing up the pros and cons, and he finally said, I hope you can keep this to yourself. Silence is great. You have my word. Alright, I just don't want this kind of thing to get around. He wanted to book a room for him and a young woman, but they never showed up. I guess you can understand why I didn't want to talk about it. I didn't want to tarnish the good doctor's memory. How do you know who he planned to share his room with? That's simple. He asked me to show her up to the room if she arrived before he did. Guess he wanted to keep their little meeting quiet, if you know what I mean. I see. And this young woman, I'm guessing you know her? Well, wave me to come closer before murmuring quietly. I guess I'm just giving it to there now. It was Liz Cole. She's a waitress at the Little Family Diner. Thanks. Alright. So if I question... Oh, Detective Fox. Okay, it's just there again. Let's go to the diner. The little downtown diner was an archetypical... typical meeting spot. A kind of place where you could find reasonably priced home cooking or grab a coffee before work. Most of the town folk probably came and ate here pretty often, which made it the perfect spot to ask a few questions. And as soon as I was through the door, I felt the eyes of the regulars measuring me up. I had to ignore them and took a seat by the window. I sat down when a pretty but dejected young woman came over to pour me some coffee. The badge on her chest displayed her name, Liz. Good morning, sir. Welcome to the Greenhearth Diner. Can I get you something? The house special is blueberry pie. I'm looking for a guy named Raymond. Looking for a homeless guy answering to the name of Raymond. Do you know where I can find him? Oh, he comes in here a lot. I give him coffee, even though the boss told me not to. He gives a small nod toward an old man on the other side of the room. He got lucky. He just arrived. Thanks, Liz. I'll go talk to him. Raymond looked like a plain old hobo at first glance. When you talked to him, you quickly realized that something about him wasn't quite right. It reminded me of certain people I questioned during my career. The kind of person who'd had it all at one point in their life before circumstances converged to cast them into the gutter. In any case, he was obviously nervous. What do you want from me? And just ask a few questions. Questions? Questions about what, kid? About the death of Arthur Petrovsky. He committed suicide. Got a problem with that? Yes. That's why I'm here. Give it up, man. Nothing good'll come out of poking around in that. I was told you were close, you and Arthur. I'd just like to hear your version of the facts. What's it got to do with you? He's my best friend. I just want to know what happened to him. And you're asking old Raymond, the guy who stinks of booze, who everyone wants to see the back of. Something tells me that Arthur didn't feel that way about you. Am I right? Am I wrong? That's a good joke. He was your best buddy, but you didn't know anything about him. He ditched me, just like the others. All traitors in this shitty town. Raymond heaved a long sigh before taking a mouthful of coffee. Okay, you're the cops, but you're not around from around here, right? Yes, but no, but it's all over me. But you, all over for me. But you, maybe you'll get somewhere. So I'm gonna throw you a bone here. Perhaps the way you'll get off my back. Sure, there's stuff hidden in Petrovsky's place. I'd have had a snoop around myself, but everyone's watching me. So much to make a move a muscle be down me on like a ton of bricks. Oh, Raymond doesn't want to end up in the can if you catch my meeting. I guess the sheriff didn't give you the address. He scrawled down on a napkin and slid it across to me, glancing out of the corners of his eyes as if we were being watched. Thanks. Don't thank me. Nothing good will come out scratching around in this steaming heap of shit. Is there any more I can question Raymond about? I'm gonna tell you. Let's question Liz. Another coffee, sir. Your relationship with Arthur Petrovsky. I have heard some information that suggests your relationship with Dr. Petrovsky was more than a casual friendship. Can you tell me more? You're making a mistake. People are mean. It's nothing but dirty gossip. It's disgusting how people could think such things about the doctor. I understand. You must have been seen with Dr. Petrovsky, and just like that, the rumor got started. They saw me, but he was just my doctor. I was just one of his patients, nothing else. He always did all we could to protect me. He understood my problems. Your problems? If I'm living a normal life, it's thanks to him, but now he's gone. I'm scared. Can we talk about something else? It's just too sad to think about. Do I want to insist? I want to push her, but we'll just insist. I'm sorry to insist, but how do you explain Arthur booking a room for you and him at the Golden Sky? A hotel room? I don't know. I didn't know. You have to believe me, sir. I didn't know. The doctor never said anything to me. I didn't know. I promise you. You believe me, don't you? You seem distraught and sincere. Come on, there's no point getting all worked up. I believe you. Thank you, Miss Cole. You truly seem to not know about this hotel room business. Another copy, sir. Alright. I guess we're off to the apartment. Wow! What? Arthur's apartment was in a well-located building in the town center. Approached it discreetly, but contrary to what Raymond seemed to believe, the building didn't look like it was under surveillance. At least it taped the door, but it wasn't locked. Pushed it and found myself faced with a total shambles. Alright. There it is. Business card left by the manager of the Golden Sky. I had been sure Bull was hiding something. A date and time for a meeting had been jotted down on the back of the card. I had some explaining to do. What had he and Arthur been up to? Kitty. Arthur's little cat. Kept his distance and watched me. The sound of the little bell at his neck reminded me of the last time I'd seen it. It hadn't really taken to me, but with Jodie had been putty in her hands. I made a mental note that I'd have to take it home with me when this investigation was over. I'm sure Jodie would enjoy the company. Every time I tried to get close, the cat hightailed it. Further clues we find, for sure, but I'd leave that task for later. Especially since a business card might well help me loosen Ernest Bull's tongue. Okay. Gonna do for you. About the business card. Found this business card in Arthur's apartment. There's the date for a meeting written on the back. Can you explain that to me? Bull's face, cheerful and friendly up till now, suddenly hardened. The reappearance of this clue seemed to heartily annoy him. Hey, come on. What are you kidding me? I've already had to explain myself to the feds, so do I have to go over this again with you? You're in no danger talking to me. I just want to understand what happened to my friend. Look, I promised you I had nothing to do with Petrovsky's death. It was him who came to me with this stuff about the bells. Bells? What's that supposed to mean? Trotsky had become completely erratic. All I know is that he gave one to Raymond just before he died. Him you should be talking to. So this information brought you trouble. Kind of trouble. I tried to tell the team from the bureau, but all I got was a warning. It made clear to me that I had better keep my mouth shut. I got the message loud and clear, and I don't want to talk about this business anymore. Alright, I'm gonna talk to Raymond, but I hope you'll be more cooperative in the future. Got nothing more to say, Detective. Oh, I figured he told me something important without realizing it. The stuff about the bells? Maybe that's why I was missing to get Raymond talking? Still then, the investigation seemed open and shut. Didn't yet know just how wrong I was. Okay. Go to Raymond. When I got back to the diner, Raymond was gone. Faithful to her post, Liz came over to greet me. Hello again, Mr. Fox. What can I get you? You want another cup of coffee? No, Liz, that's kind of you, but I'm looking for Raymond. Do you know where he is? Sorry, Mr. Fox, he left a while back. And you don't know where I can find him? No, I'm sorry. I don't think he'll be back here today. Okay, thanks, Liz. You're welcome, Mr. Fox. Is there anything else we can even investigate? Okay. Just go to the hotel for the night, I guess. Raymond had vanished. It was late and I only wanted one thing, a good night's sleep. I decided to leave the next part of my investigation for tomorrow. I resigned and went to the hotel to rest. Clearly there was something not quite right about this town. Arthur had been involved in something shady. I tried to reach Jody but got the answering machine. In any case, I didn't have much to tell her. It was too soon to have a solid theory about what was going on in Greenhearth. The hotel was as comfortable as it had seemed, and then I collapsed into my bed. The morning sun seeped between the curtains into my room, illuminating the patterns carved into the hardwood paneled walls. The overstated luxury of the hotel almost made me forget the town's ominous nature. Ready to investigate and find out the truth about my friend's death. I felt invincible. The fool. I should have left while there was still time. I could have gone back to my wife and forgotten this strange little backwater. First thing I did that morning was go back to talk to Raymond. I needed to clear up this business about the bells. Fortunately, the vagrant wasn't around. Was he avoiding me, or was this simply bad luck? Oh, hello, Mr. Fox. Liz hurried over to pour me some coffee. Would you like a piece of pie today, or maybe some bacon and eggs? Or the eggs and a piece of pie? You know what, Liz? I'm gonna take both. Oh, okay, great, Mr. Fox. I'll get that for you right away. Have you seen Raymond today? No, he hasn't been into the diner this morning. Sorry. Anything else, Mr. Fox? No, that's all. Thanks, Liz. I just had the first negative day, and something told me it wouldn't be the last. After Raymond wasn't there yet, didn't tell me much. Had I been dealing with Arthur's killer? His behavior and his attitude were certainly fishy, but it was too soon for a working hypothesis. I had work to do, and I wondered just where I should start. Liz? No. Ernest? How are you this morning? Was the room to your liking? Was there anything I can do for your comfort? No. Sheriff? Good morning, Detective. Did you sleep well? The rooms of the Golden Sky are very nice. Thanks for keeping me there. You're welcome. So tell me, how's your investigation going? Were you able to talk to Raymond? Was it enough to put your mind at ease? A bit too soon to start drawing conclusions, although I'd like to have asked Raymond a few more questions, but I can't seem to get a hold of him. It's where I stopped by the Greenhearth diner. That's where I started. Look, I can't say I'm surprised he's made himself scarce. I did warn you about his mistrust for the forces of order, didn't I? The fellow has to spend his night somewhere out of the rain and cold, right? Really got no idea where the popular spots with the homeless are in your jurisdiction? Gianna's side. I'll assume you didn't know the town very well yet, Miss Fox, or you wouldn't ask me that. Obviously, Greenhearth has decreased fourfold over the last 50 years. If we add the area's rich industrial past, not much of which is left either into the equation, you can imagine the amount of abandoned buildings an individual like Raymond could set up home in. Saying that, He can't have gone far. Well, what makes you say that? Since Petrovsky's death, the police station's been responsible for delivering his patient's prescriptions. Next delivery should arrive today. Tell me more about this medication. Why does Raymond have to go through you to get it? Petrovsky's patients need special doses. They can't be found in the drugstore. Until a new doctor arrives, the lad sends them direct to me. Well, you mean to say that Petrovsky's patients are dangerous? Yes, some do pose a potential threat, especially since they're probably unsettled by Petrovsky's death. Suspected as much. Be honest. If you think that one of them is responsible for your friend's death, I'll stop you right there. Obviously, that was the first lead we followed during the investigation. Look, Sheriff, I'm not knocking the work of our colleagues in the Bureau, but I'd rather draw my own conclusions. I guess there's no chance of you being satisfied with what you've seen and heading off again today? No, sorry, I won't leave until I know what really happened to Arthur. Gianna Walter, another one of their trademark size. Fine. As long as you don't louse up my town, I'm prepared to tolerate your presence. And if you want to make yourself useful, seeing as how you're so determined to track down Raymond, drop by later and I'll give you his medication. That should help you bring him in. Thank you, Sheriff. And don't thank me yet, you'll see. It'll be no picnic. Until then, beat it. Got any other leads for me? Oh, right. I have to select it. I don't want to sit down around twiddling my thumbs until these meds arrive. Haven't you got any other leads? Look, Fox, I've already been kind and patient enough to put up with your being here, despite the fact that your little investigation has got, I remind you, absolutely zero official status. Surely you don't expect me to do your job for you? And let me remind you, I'm not here to be at your beck and call. I've got 3 people to see about an accident on the dam today. Go on, beat it. Come back when you've got something solid. Yeah. Let's search the apartment again. Arthur's apartment hadn't been miraculously tidy up since the day before, but I couldn't put off my search any longer. I know what I had to do, even at the prospect didn't delight me. Pull up my sleeves and began foraging for clues. Hey, kitty. This time I managed to catch the damn cat. Took a good look at the bell it had on its collar. There was a number engraved inside. Had to be a clue, but I still need to figure out how to use it. And the animal squirmed away the skulk, growling under a cabinet. Too bad. I wouldn't be taking it back to the hotel with me this time. That said, kitty looked pretty healthy. It must have found someone to feed it, as well as a way of getting in and out of the apartment as it pleased. Bottle of whiskey? Arthur loved hard liquor. Me, I was more of a beer guy. Odd thing was I was almost certain that I hadn't seen this yesterday. Had someone got in here last night and left this bottle in full view? That was very fishy. Maybe it was a message for my benefit? What? Oh, paper. Oh, bill for auto repairs. Apparently, somebody had tampered with the brakes on Arthur's car. If his mechanic could fix it, one Pedro Oliveira. Oh. Or sketch of Arthur. This wasn't the work of a beginner. Maybe it was a gift from one of his patients? It had some of the initials OM, like the final entry in Arthur's notebook that the sheriff had let me take a look at the day before. This OM was an artist. Probably an artist who was well known in town, judging by the quality of his work. Maybe he was a regular at the Greenhearth diner? Miss Cole should be able to tell me. Bill put down the sketch when I was about to put down the sketch when the detail caught my eye. And Arthur's hands quite inconspicuous. The artist had drawn a bell. I got my hands on this mystery man. I definitely have to ask him about that. On my search after I figured I had a good look through the mess. I had a few questions for my persons of interest as well as the mechanic Pedro Ferra, and something told me that the identity of OM wasn't going to remain a mystery for long. Well, I guess we'll go to Liz. The coffee, ask if she knows OM. A lot of people coming through here. Would one of your customers be a painter by any chance? Is Morrison maybe? He's an artist. He often comes in here with a sketchbook. Really? Do you know his first name? Oh yes, of course. He's called Oscar. He's a strange man, but he's nice. Could you help me meet him? Oh, he often comes by the diner. You'll recognize him easily. He always wears a bowler hat. Thanks, Liz. Oscar Morrison. Initials O and M. Fix the clues perfectly. All I did was keep a lookout for a man in the bowler hat. Investigate. Guess we'll stick with Oscar. Oscar Morrison was a man from another era. His manners and his accent made me uncomfortable. Treated like an English lord in spite of his friendly demeanor. I could sense his disdain for me. I know now that it was just a cover. When I met him for the first time, he was just a dandified old guy who gave himself airs. Oh, greetings, Mr. Fox. Oscar Morrison, I'm delighted to finally make your acquaintance. Good to meet you too, especially since I've had some trouble finding you, Mr. Morrison. To be perfectly honest, I was expecting you to come and speak to me much sooner. In fact, I was on the verge of coming to introduce myself. But it was far too much fun watching you trotting around like a headless chicken from one end of town to the other. Suppose you have some questions for me to ask me, do you? Go ahead. You're a patient of Miss Dr. Petrovsky, is that right? Rhetorical question, Detective. We both know that you know the answer. And since you also know that I was Dr. Petrovsky's last patient, let's turn to the facts, if you would. What have you got to say in your defense? In my defense, I have nothing to say in my defense, since I've been accused of nothing, surely. Do allow me to remind you, Mr. Fox, that your investigation is in no way official. I see. In that case, maybe you could tell me a little more about your relationship with Arthur? I have nothing to tell you that is not covered by a doctor-patient's privilege, Mr. Fox. Petrovsky was a fine doctor, and I mourn his passing. Now, if it is all the same to you, I must attend to my engagements. I have a very busy day. As for you, oh no, I surely must have some other honest citizens to importune. There's gonna be no walk in the park questioning Miss Oscar Morrison. It was mixed up in this case, I'm sure, but getting him to talk was going to take all my guile. I found a portrait of Arthur drawn by you. Yes, I'm an artist. I knew Petrovsky, honestly. Must I do your investigation for you? You must have been close for him to let you sketch him. I was his patient. He was my doctor. I draw whenever I have a moment. I imagine I did this portrait during one of our sessions. I do hope you'll excuse me if I don't recall every napkin I've doodled on, Mr. Fox. Still, there was something that caught my attention. Was it the quality of my line work? That's a very kind of Mr. Fox, but I am accustomed to compliments. You won't get in my good books using flattery. No, I was thinking of the bell you drew in his hand. A bell? Really, I don't recall that detail. Oscar has stopped grandstanding. I need to watch him like a hawk now. Where's that bell? The bell, That was a rhetorical question, Mr. Morrison. We both know that I know about the bells. I don't know now. Arthur gave me a bell. Yes. The feds, perhaps? Leave me alone, please. I don't feel well. He was ready to crack. It wouldn't take much to make him spill the beans. What now? Did you ever drink whiskey? With Arthur? Yes, perhaps. Dr. Petrovsky enjoyed scotch, as do I. Is that a crime, Mr. Fox? No, it's not a crime. However, I did find a bottle of whiskey in Arthur's apartment. A bottle that wasn't there yesterday. How does that concern me? Do you know that it's an offense punishable by law to enter a place sealed off by the police? Why go back to Petrovsky's apartment, Mr. Morrison? Did you have something on your conscience? No, you have no evidence for what you are suggesting. Time? I had him. Fine. You win. Arthur gave me a bell just before he died, like several of his friends. 5 bells. 10 numbers. What are the numbers for? I don't know, I swear. Petrovsky, he was hiding something dangerous. The bells are the key. That's all I know. And your bell, where is it? I gave it back to Arthur. Go back to his place. You'll find it. Thank you, Mr. Morrison. Don't thank me, Fox. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into. I hope you remember that I tried to protect you when you're done stirring up this hornet's nest. I was sure I hadn't seen any bell in Arthur's apartment. There was no harm in going back to check. But now, alright, so before we go back, let's talk to Pedro. This Pedro Ferreira clearly wasn't too smart. He was odd too, like the others. You didn't wonder if there was anyone normal in this town. Hola, señor, soy Pedro. You have a card for repair? I've understood enough of the language to communicate. Hello, Mr. Ferreira. I am Detective Ricky Fox. I've got a few questions for you. Si, senor, no hay problema for the questions. Pedro have nothing to hide on this business here. I'm sure there's Mr. Ferreira, but I'm not here about that. Tell me, did you repair Mr. Petrovsky's car recently? Do you remember? Yes, I remember. Accident. That's rare here. Can you tell me more about the repairs? Nothing to say. I want no problems with the policia. Don't worry, Mr. Ferreira. I don't want to involve the local police either. Dr. Petrovsky was my friend. I'm just trying to understand why he's dead. Entiende. Problem with brake. Strange. Sabotage. Sabotage? Telling me that this was a criminal act. D is 3 other cars with problem with brake with the last month. 3 other cars? Who else came with a brake problem? A vatman of the hotel. Ernest Bull. Alright, who else? Chef Wotzel and an old man with beard? Old man with a beard? Raymond? No, not Raymond. Raymond don't have car. I don't remember the name. Pedro had responded too quickly at the mention of Raymond. Maybe he knew more than he was telling me? In any case, I guess I should talk about car repairs with Bull and the sheriff. Do you know Raymond? No, conozca, pero es un cliente. A client. But you just told me Raymond's got no car. No say, come one day for a problem with radio. I fix all things. Raymond always kind with me. Still, he seems to be avoiding me. If you've done nothing wrong, you don't avoid the police. Don't you agree, Mr. Bear? It's easy to blame everything on Raymond. Raymond, a good guy. Maybe the only good guy in this whole damn town. He's been through a lot. He's got a temper. Is that a crime? You've got it all wrong, Detective Fox. Raymond's not dangerous. He is in danger. That's why he's hiding. The mechanic accent and the way of talking has suddenly changed. Was this a cover he just broken? What makes you say that, Mr. Ferreira? Why would Raymond be in danger? Who wants to harm him? Raymond is mi amigo. He is kind with me. Come here for fix his car. Radio. Well, after he's once again unable to string 3 words together. Strange. I guess we go search the apartment again? Alright. I see a bell. I know that the bell's here. Bell in the shape of an elephant. I was sure it hadn't been there during my first visit. Such an outlandish object would have gotten my attention immediately. This is the true cause of that visit when Morrison had forgotten the bottle of whiskey. Almost like he wanted to put me in some roundabout way onto this lead. Which said a lot about the man's deviousness. Why had Morrison wanted to get rid of it? But more importantly, why had Arthur been so obsessed by these bells before his death? There was nothing special about it. It was the kind of thing you could pick up for a couple of dollars at any souvenir store. One engraved some numbers inside it, looked like the bell on the cat's collar. Somebody told me this was going to be an important clue. I didn't realize yet just how important. Alright, so Bull and Walter. The car accident. Have you had any problems with your vehicle recently, Mr. Bull? Oh, no. Do you see why I'd rather you left me alone? You mentioned that you'd had a warning. Was that what you were referring to? Why didn't you tell me? You don't know what you're getting yourself into, Fox. Take my advice. Go home. Forget about this case. Or at least quit hassling me. I know you're still hiding something. I don't owe you a thing, Mr. Fox. Help me out and I'll help you. I'll never get out of information without something in return. Sorry, you won't cooperate, but you'll tell me what you know in the end. I can wait. Time will tell. Bull was hard to read, but I was beginning to understand what drove him. He collected information like a philatist. Philatelist collected stamps. I need to find something to trade. The bells. Look, Mr. Bull, cards on the table. I think you know that Arthur gave up bells to his patients just before he died. Oh, Mr. Fox, you interest me. I'm all ears. Arthur's cat had one on its collar. There are numbers engraved inside. You're telling me nothing new, detective. You ought to do better than that. Alright, did you know that Oscar Morrison had one too? Ernest Bull's eyes seemed to sparkle suddenly. He'd finally taken a bait. I knew it! Do you know who else had one in their possession? His tramp friend has probably got one. Illogical, but I need more. I think I'd try a bluff. Hold on, Mr. Bull. That's public knowledge. Considering Arthur's relationship with Raymond, I don't need you to help me reach that conclusion. Liz Cole's got one. I see. One last thing. Do you know what the engraved numbers are for? Quid pro quo, Mr. Fox. One piece of information for another. But since I'm feeling generous, let me give you a clue. What do you think a series of random numbers could be used for? A secret code? Bingo. Arthur had hidden the secret around his death amongst his patients. I had to get a hold of the other bells and find out what this code was guarding. Child's play. Liz and Raymond had a bell. One of them had vanished. I knew which of the patients I was going to question next. Well, we still want to go back to the sheriff and ask about the sabotaging. I heard that your car was tampered with recently. Why didn't you tell me? I'm not very popular here, and there's nothing to prove it had anything to do with the inquiry. No, the mechanic mentioned that several people had had car problems. In fact, I was unaware of. Are you sure you told me everything? With respect to your investigation, yes, I promise you. Come back when you've got something solid, Mr. Fox. You could tell it wasn't thin ice and wouldn't get any further pushing her. Reaction was still suspect. Was Gianna hiding something? Alright, Liz? Bell. I hear that Arthur gave you a bell. Could you show it to me, please? It's a gift. I can't show it to you. It's mine. I need to see that bell, Miss Cole. It's important to my investigation, you see? I want to take it away from you, just to look at it. There are numbers engraved on it. It's a crucial clue. I'm sorry, Mr. Fox. It's my final memento of Arthur. I'm too scared they'll take that away, too. Liz was almost in tears. On one hand, the reaction seemed extremely irrational. On the other, I was certain I wouldn't get anywhere by insisting. I need to find a way to convince her, but it could wait till later. Got a message from the sheriff. Raymond's medications had been delivered. Alright. Let's go. Something else, Fox. The medication. I've managed to get Raymond's medication. They just delivered it. What do you mind if I gave it to him? Jenna hesitated before holding out the box of pills. Good. Not to do is let him know. Child's play. I warned you. But still, Raymond's got ears everywhere. I'm sure someone in town will be delighted to tell him that you've got them. That's a good idea. I know. This isn't the first time I've had to run around after him to give him his meds. Investigate. Need to find a Raymond. What? Oscar? No. Pedro. Hola, senor. Tell me where Raymond's hiding. I've got his meds. Pedro, I need to ask you a favor. Can you tell me where Raymond's hiding? I've got his medication. No. Danger. Raymond needs his medication. Want to help your friend. He needs his medication. If he doesn't take it, then he'll really be in danger. Pedro was torn between his loyalty and the urgency of the situation. See in his face that my fears were well-founded. Raymond might not be a murderer, but without his prescription, he was in danger of becoming one. Okay. It's too late to go there today, but come back and see me tomorrow. I'll take you to him. Once again, Pedro's attitude completely changed in the space of a few seconds. And a moment later, he was himself again. Still, he didn't seem to be shamming. Had he been one of Arthur's patients too? Thanks, Pedro. I owe you one. No a problema, Senor Fox. So we're going to the hotel. It was getting late and I decided to go back to the hotel. I was sure I was getting closer to the truth. And that said, I'd finally be able to shine a light on why my friend was dead. Big mistake. I should have left while there was still time. It was too late. It's already in too deep. The key to the investigation was those 5 bells and the numbers inside them. I managed to get hold of 2 of them the day before. Those of Oscar Morrison and Arthur's cat. I still needed 3 more, if I could believe what Morrison said. I knew that Liz and Raymond each had 1. But who could possess that last one? That day, I knew how I'd start my day. I went to wait for Pedro at the Greenhearth diner. At her post, as always, Liz came straight over to pour me some coffee. Good morning, Mr. Fox. Will you have the same as yesterday? Just a coffee, thanks, Liz. She's looking kind of out of sorts. Everything okay, Liz? You're not looking too well today. I've mislaid my medication. I don't know how I'm gonna manage, Mr. Fox. I need it, you see. See what I can do, Liz. I made a mental note to talk to the sheriff. Maybe she'd also received Liz's meds the day before, too? Thank you, Mr. Fox. You saved my day. Pedro arrived a few minutes later. I greeted him, and he led me to a disused factory not far from his garage. This is where Raymond sleeps. Sí, casa de Raymond por aquí. Inside the factory al fondo. Thanks, Pedro. I must open the garage. Come see me later, si quiere. Senor Fox? Raymond's hideout was set up in the rear of the building, well away from the road and prying eyes. This was pretty makeshift with a sloppily patched together corrugated metal roof and walls that were overgrown and close to collapse. The occupant wasn't there. Pity, I still had some questions to ask him. Had Pedro warned him I was coming, or had he cleared out when he heard me arrive? No matter, there was surely some interesting clues to be gleaned. Notebook. Raymond accomplished the feat of filching documents from the FBI team. Apparently the file concerned Ernest Bull. A section of the text had been blacked out, but what I was able to read between the lines was that Bull had been a police informant. He'd been relocated to Greenhearth as part of witness protection program. It was also suggested that his activity was suspect and that he'd been put under surveillance. It was even possible that the management of the hotel would be taken from him. That would certainly deserve a little conversation with the interested party. Especially since I was sure he was still hiding things from me. Oh. Kitty! What was Arthur's cat doing here? It's almost as if it had followed me. I nursed each other up for an instant, then it strolled from the room, aiming a few plaintive yells at me first. There. Oh, there was something. Oh, another notebook. Raymond daubed a notebook with crazed remarks and insane surmises. The whole was an incomprehensible nonsense, every page full of paranoid ramblings. The book began with a poem. Reading it left me trembling. Ding, ding goes the bell, silence of the predator. 10 small mad demons emerge through the flames of a blaze. The guardians hid them in human masks, then they delivered them to their destiny. I had no idea what it meant, but the mention of 10 demons seemed important. I skimmed through the rest of the notebook, bit by bit, throughout the entries. Raymond seemed to be gradually losing his grip on reality. He suspected everyone and everything. He even claimed to be a target of a conspiracy which brought together all Greenhearth's major players. Is there any truth in any of it? It was hard to say. But further on, he explained his plans to sabotage the cars of people who had stabbed him in the back. Then, one of the final pages was dedicated to Pedro Ferra. Apparently, to Raymond, this brilliant researcher was a traitor. Pedro, a brilliant researcher? Made no sense. Nevertheless, if I show this to the mechanic, maybe he'll be more inclined to help me? Aww, there's a radio. What the heck? There's a tape on it. Raymond had a battered old cassette player, probably the one Pedro had prepared for him. There's a cassette in it. I pressed play. There were muffled voices. 2 women. One of the voices sounded like Sheriff Walter. The quality of the recording was very bad. I could only pick out snatches of phrases. There's something about 10. The codename Veracocha Project was mentioned several times. In any case, what was very clear was the sheriff was being reprimanded for what had happened to Arthur. The other boys insisted Gianna needed to knuckle under. First, she was concerned the matter was closed, and everything was now under control. She'd obviously taken a risk by allowing me to investigate. But who were her superiors? This business of 10 and the project with the codename were clearly not within the scope of the local police. It seemed a little chat with the precinct was called for. Uh-huh. Paper? No, not that paper. Others. The box of pills. Almost full, and the label said Liz Cole? So Liz had made Miss Later medication. Raymond had stolen it. Travis stressed the fact that the dosage was individually adapted for each patient. If Raymond had stolen it, that could mean that maybe he didn't need his own prescription, at least not in the next few hours. I could take them to give back to Liz. I think she'd agree to show me her bell in exchange. Raymond was running short in the meantime. We'll take him. Tough luck for Raymond. The numbers on Liz's bell were too important. He had seen all the relevant clues. Decided not to hang around any longer. Let's go to Liz. Give her the medication. Found your medication. Really? Oh, thank you, Mr. Fox. You're my savior. Give. Here. Swallowed 2 pills and seemed to relax immediately. I suppose you still want to see my bell? Please, Liz. It's crucial to my investigation. I just want to take a look and I'll give it straight back to you. Alright, Mr. Fox. I trust you. Liz pulled a small bell from the pocket of her pants and held it out to me. Like the others, 2 numbers were engraved inside. I nodded them, then gave her the bell, which she nervously put back in her pocket. Thank you, Liz. Alright, back to Bull. A file on him. Did you know Raymond has a file on you in his possession? Bull blanched at the mention of the file. Well, that's got nothing to do with your case, Mr. Fox. Stop sticking your nose in everywhere. Negotiate. Come on now, Ernest. There's no point getting all upset. I'm sure we can come to an understanding. On the file? I want to know what you know about Petrovsky's death. We say to a cordial exchange between gentlemen. Hey, Fox, you win. I don't know who killed Petrovsky. I'm not even 100% sure it was a murder. What I do know is that Arthur was slowly going out of his mind. In a moment of sanity, he took a box at the Greenhearth bank accessible with a 10-figure secret code, and he hid something there. Something dangerous. Something that would explain his death. That's what I think. But the code between 5 of his friends engraved in the bells he gave them shortly before his death. I know about Raymond, Oscar, Liz Cole, and his cat. You know who's got the last bell? Both side. Yes. Gianna Walter. She's got the 5th bell. Gianna? Why didn't she tell me? Final piece of the puzzle was right under my nose from the start. I had to get to the precinct for a little chat with the sheriff. I want to go to Pedro. Raymond thinks he betrayed him. Raymond wasn't at the factory when he took me there, but I found this notebook in his stuff. Look, he thinks he betrayed him. Pedro mi amigo? That was written all over the mechanic's face. Now was the time to convince him to help me again. He's your friend. Let me help him. Still got his medication. I'm ready to give it to him. Just want to talk to him. De acuerdo. I'll convince him to meet you with you, Senor Fox. So I'm worried for Raymond. He's not well in his cabeza. Go to the factory. He'll meet you there. I'll do what's needed, Detective. I'm counting on you to help him. Thank you, Pedro. Gianna. Raymond has an audio recording of you. Oh, yes? What are the 10, Gianna? What is the Viracocha project? Fox, you stumbled across some classified information about our country's security. Can't tell you what the Viracocha project is. What I can tell you is that there are dangerous individuals in this town who are put here to be kept away from society. You've met some of them. Arthur's patients. Yes, my role in this town, apart from making sure people obey the law, is to keep these individuals safe. Your superiors ordered you to close the case. By allowing me to investigate, you're going against our orders. Why? Fiona looked away, clenching her fists. Okay, you win! Yes, I've got questions about Arthur's death too, but I received clear orders I didn't dare to disobey. When you suggested coming here to investigate, I told myself... I let myself be persuaded. I need to know what really happened to him. I assume that you and Arthur... Not another word, Fox? Fiona had just confirmed my hunch. She and Arthur had had more than purely a professional relationship. So I'd leave it there, for now. Time to discuss the bells. Review my investigation. Very well, Fox. I'm listening. I have a question for you before we get started, if you don't mind. Yes. Did Arthur give you a bell shortly before his death? For the first time since I arrived, the sheriff seemed taken aback by my question. She pulled herself together fast, opened a drawer on her desk, and took out a small bell. You mean this, Fox? As a matter of fact, Arthur gave me this bell the day before he died. I'm upset, I have to tell you. I put it in this drawer and I haven't given it a thought since. What does this bell have to do with the case? Motioned her to give it to me. She did. Look, there are numbers engraved inside. I don't understand. You're gonna have to explain this to me, Fox. It appeared that Petrovsky hid something in a safety deposit box at the Greenhearth bank. He engraved the access code for the box in several bells, which he gave to his friends. Good work, Fox. I think I've misjudged you and that we got off on the wrong foot. Come back and see me when we've solved this mystery. I'll do all I can to help you. I'll do that. Alright, question Raymond. When I got to the factory, Raymond was there. He looked terrified. Spun around and vanished into the building. Shouted for him to wait, but he wasn't listening. Why was he afraid of me? I tried to catch up with him in the maze of corridors, but he knew the place better than I. He was always one step ahead. I almost caught up to it with him when I heard the gunshot. It was too late. I'd failed. Looked for signs of the killer. Found nothing. As if they had vanished. I entered the room. Raymond lay face down on the ground. Motionless. The cop's instinct was screaming at me to call for backup, not to contaminate the crime scene. But I wasn't here officially. I was just a civilian. And I needed to know. I moved closer. There was a bell clutched in his bloodied hand. Inside, 2 numbers were engraved. I guess we go to the bank. I went to the bank. I found the 5 bells and the 10 figures that allowed me to access Arthur's safety deposit box. The person at the counter didn't seem surprised to see me arrive. I identified myself and asked to go to the safety deposit boxes. The reply to my arrival had been expected and that Dr. Petrovsky had left instructions. They took me through a maze of corridors to a room where the walls were covered with small drawers. After a few tries, I managed to enter the combination. First figure was the order the numbers were entered, and the following ones were the access code for the box. I made a terrible mistake. I opened the box. And another bell. It was strange. I hadn't understood what it was. I took it in my hands and it didn't ring. It was as if I had heard thousands of voices, thousands of screams. Then the deafening flood faded and suddenly a vision seemed to appear before me. Arthur? Well, I just got the thing for completing chapter 1, so everything is getting darker. As I remember, the world around me slowly seems to take shape, to become more real. I know that the abysses of darkness that enshroud me will become impenetrable before my tale is told, but I'm not ready to put those events on paper. Not yet. All in good time. Horrible sounds seem to come from the next room. I hear banging on the door. More insistent by the moment. I don't have much time left. Where was I? Raymond had just been killed. I had managed to get into Arthur's safety deposit box, which contained a strange object. The bell had made me hear the cacophony of thousands of voices. It showed me the image of the man who had brought me to join him in this nightmare. Arthur Petrovsky, my dead friend. Quickly the image faded, and I'd seen that instant of the past etched forever in the twists and turns of the soundless bell. All I could clearly make out were Arthur's glasses, which lay there where they had fallen on the cabin floor. The cabin? I didn't know how I knew, but I had silently received the knowledge of another place where Arthur had lived. A cabin in the woods near Greenhearth. Then I heard the voices. Arthur's first, then another. A strange, shifting sound, sometimes rasping and metallic, sometimes lilting, sometimes calm and determined. I couldn't see this person's face, but everything was plunged in darkness. Bite! Don't let this monster take your life. Don't let it! You have been too curious, Doctor. You want to know what we are? Now you know, but you'll take that secret with you to your grave. Hey, no! Stop! Don't! Arthur uttered a ghastly cry of pain. I hear grisly noises, the splintering of bones and the ripping of flesh. No, what have I done? Arthur, I'm sorry. The voice had changed again. It was a voice I knew, but I couldn't put a face on it. The forbid is too strong. I couldn't stand against him. Go! Leave me! There was sobbing and a door slammed. I was once again in the bank, beneath the cold strip lighting with a strange bell in my hands. I thought the contents of the box would be the answer to all my questions. I was wrong. It held nothing but more questions. A secret that weighed on the town. A secret shared by Arthur Petrovsky's patients. A secret that I was about to drag into the light. Episode 2. The Secret. First thing I did after my discovery was pay a visit to the sheriff. I promised I'd keep her up to date, and something told me she'd be able to enlighten me about the cabin in the woods that the bell had shown me. But I don't remember what accents I gave everyone. It's been a little bit, so people will probably sound different from last time. I'm sorry. Holy cow, Fox. Did you see a ghost? You're white as a sheet. Remember how hesitant I was to tell her the details of my experience? After all, what had happened was clearly pretty far-fetched. It simply replied, You don't know the half of it, but I'd rather keep that tale for some other time. Alright then, in that case, tell me, Fox, how may I be of service? Lead with the bells. Did it take you anywhere? About the cabin. Did Arthur have a cabin in the woods near Greenhearth? Not many people know about that, Fox. How the hell did you find out? I had a vision. I saw it in a vision I had at the bank. Jana stared at me, incredulous. I didn't know you were a mystic detective. Me neither, to tell the truth. Okay then, keep it to yourself after all, it's no big deal. Yes, as a matter... Wait, I said... And she just kind of went into like, oh, well, you're just not going to tell me? Weird. Yes, as a matter of fact, Arthur bought a little cabin in the woods privately a few months ago. It was when he began to sink into paranoia. He was sure he was being watched and needed a safe place where... Gianna paused a moment before she continued. Anyway, as far as I know, I was the only person who knew of its existence. Even though I strongly suspected that Arthur and the sheriff had an affair, I decided not to focus on that. So they seemed to make her uncomfortable. I see. The stone's throw from the town boundary by the forest trails to show you how to get there on the hiking map. About the murder. Raymond's dead. That was to be expected. Oh, what happened? I managed to convince him to meet me, but he ran away as soon as he saw me. When I caught up with him, he'd been shot, a bullet in the chest. I see. Any leads for who did it? None. Thanks for letting me know, Fox. I'll do what's needed. I'll let you know when I get the investigation report. I'd hoped talking to the sheriff would relieve my sense of guilt over losing one of my key witnesses. I should have known empathy wasn't one of her strengths. Raymond, I got off on the wrong foot, but I know now that he wasn't a bad guy. At that moment, I promised myself I'd find his killer. Justice would be served. Had to be. About the bank. I was able to get into Arthur's safety deposit box at Greenhearth Bank. And... I'll tell the truth. It contained some kind of strange bell. Really, nothing else. No explanation, just the bell. Not sure what to think. This bill, do you have it? Can you show it to me? I felt a wave of panic wash over me at the thought of showing the object to anyone. Was I already condemned at that point? Was I already corrupted by the echoes of the bell? Probably. The object might be dangerous. I'd rather keep it locked up until we know more. Very well, Fox, if you think that's best. The only thing I'm sure of is that the object is the linchpin of this investigation. I think it's the missing link between Petrovsky, his death, and his patients. If we're dealing with a murder, it could be the motive. I see. What do you plan to do now, Fox? Any idea on how to proceed? I'm gonna start by going back to question our person of interest. Good idea. Investigate. Oh, let's just go back. Let's just go to the cabin. Cat's here. A good 15-minute walk along the forest path. I reached Arthur's cabin. On the stoop by the door, Arthur's glasses lay where they'd fallen, which seemed to confirm the vision I'd had at the bank. Inside, however, unlike his official apartment, everything was perfectly tidy, as if he'd just left. The cozy atmosphere presented a clear contrast with the cold, functional character of his main residence. A safe rested against one of the walls in the room, but had been forced and was completely empty. I pity. I could only hope to find some useful new clues. We got the cat, the hat. This, some sort of strange symbol carved into a piece of wood. Who could have done that, and why would Arthur keep the object in his cabin? Recall ask her at his drawings. Really sorry. He had given one to his doctor. I did not sleep well last night, so perhaps this was a gift from one of his patients too? If I asked around town, maybe someone could put me on the right track. Oh, there was something. Oh, the cigarette butt. Arthur wasn't a smoker. A person who carved this strange symbol was? The cat. Arthur's cat awaited me on the desk. How had it gotten in? Had it followed me here? I uttered a few plaintive yells and it strode across the room to rub itself firmly, insistently against the wall. Want to show me something? I studied the section of the wall. Something wasn't right. With a few tries, I managed to open the hidden door, which opened into a tiny room where a video surveillance system was concealed. Is this another sign of Arthur's paranoia? Perhaps, but the further I got into this investigation, the more I understood his reasons for taking this kind of precaution. Unlike the safe, nobody had forced the door to this room. They had to view the recordings, which, unfortunately, only covered the last 48 hours. First, a brawny guy with a military bearing had let himself in and had forced the safe open, rapid and precise. His visit had lasted just a few minutes. Fortunately, the camera angle didn't allow me to see what it was he had come here to find. A bit later, there was a woman entering the cabin. She kept her back to the camera, which wasn't going to simplify identifying her. All I could tell was that she was slender, fairly small, brown skin. Beneath her hat, her hair was brown and mid-length. The way she moved suggested a young woman around 30 at most, probably younger. When she discovered the wide-open safe, she panicked, clearly anxious as I thought that someone had been there before her. Neither of the two was a smoker, which meant the person who lit the cigarette butt had come more than 2 days earlier. The videos raised 2 important questions. 1, what had been in the safe? And 2, how did these individuals know of the existence of the cabin? Nothing else catches my eye. All I could do was hope these new clues would be enough to move the investigation forward. Let's go to Oscar. Oscar was back at the diner. It was as if he was waiting for me. Our last conversation had been heated. He didn't show it. I seemed very mellow, almost jaunty. Mr. Fox, what a pleasure to see you, my dear friend. I believe I heard that you've been having a most productive day. Your little investigation proceeding as you wished. His attitude and his air of satisfaction were extremely irritating. Had he manipulated me? Remain calm. Oscar, why do you make our conversation so difficult? I am sure we want the same thing. Don't you think it would be easier for us to work together? We don't want the same thing, Mr. Fox. You want the truth, don't you? I already have it. If it's for what I want, that's not your affair. I'd still like to thank you. Thank me? Yes, thank you. Thanks to you. There's no more Raymond. The old rogue was asking some rather too pertinent questions. Thanks to you, the contents of the security box are safe. So what you want is that... Oscar gestured me to be quiet, hastily. I didn't understand why at the moment, but he looked so wretched I instantly obeyed. Say no more, I beg you. We're being watched. No, I don't want the contents of the box. Absolutely not. Ideally, you would leave town now. But I suppose that's out of the question. Not will you lack the answers you seek. Answers I'm unable to give you. Because you're being watched. Exactly, Mr. Fox. Exactly. However, even though I greatly appreciate your most agreeable company, my time is precious, and I have much to do. You'll excuse me. Wait, where can I find you if I need to talk to you? I am not at your beck and call, Mr. Fox, and as I told you, I have much to do. I hope for your sake that we will have occasion to meet again. Something tells me that we will be called upon to meet once again. Until then, Godspeed. Oscar almost bounced out of the diner. I let him leave. I had nothing solid to hold him for. And I didn't know what to think of the character. On one hand, he seemed sincere. On the other, I'd never encountered such a grandiloquent sincerity before. Well, let's try Liz. I mean, Liz seemed agitated. Who could blame her? She just lost her doctor, one of the few people she trusted. Then I read and turned everything upside down with my investigation and my questions. I didn't realize just how fragile the mental balance of Petrovsky's patients was. On the other hand, I come here to find answers, but the truth continued to evade me. Elizabeth was the gentlest, most cooperative patient I've met. But I had no choice but to keep questioning her. Mr. Fox, coffee? Are you alright, Liz? You don't look so good. Oh, Mr. Fox, I just heard about Raymond. I'm sorry, it's so... Poor Raymond. Don't be afraid, Liz. What happened to Raymond is regrettable, but I'll protect you. I don't know. Who was there to protect Raymond? He was one of us, but nobody listened to him. No one protected him. And now he's dead, like Arthur. I'm scared, Mr. Fox. My life here, it's a lie. I'm sick. I know it. I don't want to die, Mr. Fox. I don't want to die. You were silent for a minute. I didn't know what to say. Then after drying her tears, Liz seemed to pull herself together. I think the chance of unburdening herself had been a relief. She tried so hard to lead a normal life. There's no point in feeling sorry for myself. Thanks for listening, Mr. Fox. Can I get you something? About the secret of Petrovsky's patients. All Arthur's patients seem to share a secret. I need to know what you're hiding, Liz. It's the only way I'll understand what happened to my friend, you see? Yes, I know. I don't know, Mr. Fox. When they put us here, they made us forget. But I think some of us have begun to remember. Like Raymond. Yes, Raymond was the first. I don't want to remember it, Mr. Fox. It's too horrible what happened to us. I'll insist. Are you sure you don't remember, Liz? Please, it's... No, stop! I don't want to. I can't remember. I'm worrying you with you. First time I'd seen Liz fly off the handle. A moment later, she'd gotten a grip of herself and calmed down. I'm sorry, Mr. Fox. I got carried away. You know it's hard for me. Be kind to me, please. Sorry, Liz. I didn't want to upset you. Liz was obviously unstable. I had nothing to gain from saying one of my only allies. About the symbol found carved. This symbol was carved into a piece of wood. Does it mean anything to you, Liz? Yes, that's Mr. Lindgren. He's always carving things into bits of wood like that. You know where I can find him? He comes by the diner pretty often, but he's already been in today. You missed him. When he comes back, could you introduce me? Oh, of course, Mr. Fox. One last thing. Yes? You know Mr. Lindgren's first name? I think his name's Magnus, but I always call him Mr. Lindgren. I'm not certain. I have a name for this new person of interest. Magnus Lindgren. I made a note to come back and see Liz later so she could introduce me. I had a few questions for him. About the people. Looking for a military-looking man and a young woman, mid-length hair, dark complexion. Does that sound familiar? Military? No, sorry, Mr. Fox. I don't know who that could be. The young woman, slim, quite small. She maybe wears a hat sometimes. No, really, that doesn't strike a chord. Sorry, Mr. Fox. Can I get you another coffee? Thanks, Liz. I'm fine. Gianna. Something else. The symbol. Found a symbol carved into a piece of wood in Arthur's cabin. Any idea what it could be? Sorry, Fox, I don't know. But I didn't notice it the last time I was there. Alright. About the safe and the video surveillance setup. Arthur had installed a video surveillance system in his cabin. Did you know that? No, I didn't know. How did you find it? It was hidden in a little room with a secret door. I see. Anything interesting on the footage? Yes, 2 people have gotten inside in the last 48 hours. Firstly, a man. Tall, heavily built. He looked like military to me. Managed to force the safe in a few minutes. It was probably Terry Graham, one of Petrovsky's patients. Do you know where I can find him? I think it would be wiser to let him come to you. You saw the size of him. I'd avoid upsetting him if I were you. As you know, he's ex-military. He's trained and potentially dangerous. Do you know what was in the safe? According to Arthur, patient files. But after everything I've learned in these last few days, I wouldn't be surprised if it was really something else entirely. The other person? Young woman. Brown, shoulder-length hair, slim, fairly small, darker complexion. From what I could make out from the recording, she was wearing a hat on the video. Sound familiar? Sorry, I'll need more than that to give you a name. I understand. Good work, Fox. Keep it up. Alright, Ernest Bull. Ernest was waiting for me. Despite our earlier heated debates, his smile returned. Can't deny he had ended up helping me, even if he had taken some convincing. Was he friend or foe? I didn't know yet. My cop's instinct urged me to trust the former informant, but on the other hand, Bull was clever. Too clever. I didn't know his motives. Oh, Mr. Fox, did your trip to the bank go? Of course you already know, but I wasn't about to disclose the existence of the silent bell to him. Not yet. Information was Bull's currency, and that information was worth a lot. Full damn lot. I needed to keep it in reserve for the time when I really needed his cooperation. Oh, it wasn't exactly thrilling, I'm afraid. Lending institutions tend to be much the same from one end of the country to the other. What a shame. I was still hoping to see you return triumphant with your investigation finally resolved. If you haven't got anything to tell me, what can I do for you, my dear guest? Your past as an informant. I know about yourself. You were an informant? Oh, you know, there's not much to tell, Mr. Fox. I did a favor for the police. In exchange, they put me here. I have a quiet life, social standing. The authorities made sure I wanted for nothing. Tell me more about your past before you came here. What did you do to become eligible for the Witness Protection Program? Come now, Fox. You're on the force, aren't you? Know perfectly well that any information linking to my former identity could put me in danger. We already made a deal. I give you important information for your inquiry in return for your silence. I'd ask you to have a grace to respect that. Raymond was murdered. I just found out. Sad news, but I can't say I'm surprised. Do you have a theory? Oh, I've got several, but none of them are free, Mr. Fox. Let me just say one thing. Raymond was playing a dangerous game. He hadn't hidden his discontent much recently, as you saw for yourself. Well, it was for him to upset the wrong person, or perhaps he threatened to reveal the wicked secret. Do you think the secret the patients are hiding could be a plausible motive? You can do the math, Mr. Fox. 2 bodies already, and I'm afraid that there will be others before light is shed on this business. Ever seen the symbol carved into this piece of wood? Sorry, Mr. Fox, it's not familiar. Really? Yes, really. At the risk of shocking you, I don't always have the answers to your questions. Saying that, a strange symbol carved for no apparent reason into a piece of wood and left, I would imagine, in an odd place. You've been in Greenhearth long enough to guess what that means, haven't you? Yes, one of Petrovsky's patients. Bingo. I find a soldier and a young woman. I'm looking for a tall man with a military bearing. Does that ring a bell? Yes. Could you tell me a little more? Oh, there's no point, Mr. Fox. Don't worry. When that Telegram wants to talk to you, he'll find you. But don't waste your time. You won't find him. That confirms the information the sheriff gave me. See, a young woman, slight build, brown, mid-length hair, and dark complexion. You're going to have to be a bit more precise there, Mr. Fox. You just described a good portion of the female population of our lovely town. Thank you, Ernest. You're most welcome, my dear guest. The Pedro, I guess. Oh, God. Pedro was waiting for me, immobile, his pipe in his mouth. It was a conversation I was dreading. He trusted me. He convinced Raymond to meet me. In the end, all I'd done was serve Raymond up to his murderer. Detective. Pedro, I know, you're sorry. I did what you wanted, and now one of us is dead. One of us? What, didn't you realize I am one of Petrovsky's patients, too? No matter, I'm afraid we've got nothing more to say to each other. I know your intentions are honorable. It's not your fault that somebody has a grudge against my friend. I need time at the grave. If you'll excuse me. Pedro put away his pipe. Immediately, the other Pedro took his place. Let's Senor Fox. It was as though the mechanic was juggling two distinct personalities. There had to be a psychiatric explanation for his behavior, but it was clearly far beyond my scant knowledge of the subject. It was much easier to communicate with the pipe smoker. Fortunately, something told me it'd be some time before he resurfaced. Soy muy triste. Muy triste. The symbol. This car symbol, is it familiar to you, Pedro? Si, Senor Magnus. Magnus Lindgren. Si, old man with beard. He had a problem with brakes for the car. Hang on. This Magnus is the third person who had this car sabotaged. Si, sabotage. So Magnus Lindgren was the third victim of Raymond's sabotage. Was he one of Arthur's patients too? I'm becoming more and more curious about him. I don't get anything about the woman? Oh, right, it's this one. Anyway, people who broke in. I'm looking for a young woman, pretty, with a hat. Does that mean anything to you, Pedro? Sí, la señorita bonita, la conozco? You're just from Spanish, okay? You know her name. Muy bonita. Always kind with me. Pedro appears to be really shaken by Raymond's death. It seemed pointless to press him, for the moment at least. Still, he seemed to know the young woman. Maybe he'd be more receptive when he had some time to grieve for his friend. Investigate. Just received a message from the sheriff. Raymond's body had been taken to the Greenhearth morgue. He given me an appointment to witness the autopsy. It didn't leave much time for me to ask the town inhabitants a few more questions, if I wanted to. Well, I kind of just finished talking with everyone, so we may as well go. No more. What? The morgue was on fire, and Raymond's body with it. All it had taken was a spark. So simple, the sheriff, Fox, they stopped at nothing to find the truth. Puzzles coming together piece by piece. The others, they were about to wake up. It's inevitable now. Raymond's death would hasten everything. It was regrettable, giving me absolutely no pleasure, but at least this way, it was I who chose the tempo. If everything continued to unfold as I expected, I had a good chance of getting out of this fiasco alive. No! Those aren't my memories. That's not how it happened. I had to concentrate. The others, they're waiting, skulking in the twists and turns of my mind. I have to get a grip. I have to remember. The smell of burning got stronger and stronger as I got closer. Then I saw the flames. Raymond's body and the rest of the building were being reduced to cinders. Gianna had seen me arriving. She came to meet me. There was nothing I could do. She had already called the fire department. Just had to bite the bullet, wait until the flames had been extinguished, and hope. Went back to the hotel for a sleepless night. You know what? We'll keep this a little shorter this time. And we will go to the next day, next time on this little cliffhanger. We also just got an achievement about that. Remember the setting fire. We are now on the next day, and we have more questions now. And we're beginning it with a visit to the police station. Again. I need to know what had happened. How had the fire started? Sheriff was expecting me. At her post as always, her expression, as inscrutable as ever, gave me no clues what I could expect. Something told me that it wasn't good news. Ah, Fox, come in. Good morning, Sheriff. I suppose you're here for news about the morgue. Fire service managed to get the fire under control, but there's extensive damage. Riniment's body was completely incinerated. That building's still standing, but we've lost all the archives. I'll go and check it out later. There might be some clues. Perfect! That's what I was about to ask you. But you should go back to the crime scene, too. The abandoned factory. Yes, I have to confess, the arson completely blindsided me. Later, somebody who will stop at nothing to cover the tracks and protect themselves. Maybe you missed an important clue at the factory. I think it's worth checking. Okay, I'll take care of it. Anything else, Fox? Yes, I'm gonna meet another of Arthur's patients today, Magnus Lindgren. Sound familiar? I can tell he's on the list I've got for distribution of medications, but he's usually fairly reserved. And you'll tell me what this is all about after you've spoken to him. I'll do that. And if you need anything, you know where to find me. I'm gonna leave with 3 new leads. Where should I start? I'll just go to Magnus. Liz was waiting for me. She seemed worried and tired. Oh, Mr. Fox. Mr. Lindgren is here. I told him that you wanted to talk to him. He's waiting for you. Let's ask how she is. Are you okay, Liz? You look tired. No, I'm not too good, Mr. Fox. Everything that's going on in town at the moment is very disturbing. I remember things, horrible things, fragments, snatches of things I'd rather forget forever. Mr. Morrison won't stop asking me questions. He wants us to go somewhere, to remember. I don't want to remember. Go somewhere? Where? What do you mean by go somewhere? Where does Morrison want to take you? I was suddenly enraged. Stop it! Stop with all your questions. I don't want to think about it. Don't make me remember. It's too horrible. What happened to us? I was speechless for a moment. I hadn't expected such fury from this young woman. She seemed to have to make an immense effort to get a hold of herself. A moment later, she was herself again. You'll have to excuse me, but I'm going to let you introduce yourself to Mr. Lindgren. I'm going to go home to try and rest. I don't feel very well. I'm sorry. Before I had a chance to reply, Liz had already disappeared into the kitchen. I felt bad for her, but I didn't know what I could do to help her. I let her go. Magnus Lindgren was a gray-haired old man. He was smoking a cigarette at the back of the diner. When his keen gaze rested on me, I was struck by the calm strength that seemed to emanate from him. Ricky Fox, pleased to meet you. Magnus Lindgren. I'd like to be able to say I was just as pleased to meet you, Detective, but I'm afraid this interview is rather more a necessity than a pleasure. I understand. All I've wanted since the beginning is to understand what happened to my friend. Because of your friend, our community's delicate balance has been destroyed, but your investigation is simply trampling over the remains. In that case, help me. 2 people have died to protect your secret. Don't you think it's time to put the cards on the table? Oh, but that's why I agreed to meet you, Detective. As for him, I believe the old poor man was condemned long ago. What makes you say that? Raymond was the first to remember, with the help of your friend, Dr. Petrovsky. His reaction was to blame the whole world, and to do it loudly and disruptively. If one of us had taken things in their own hands to silence him, then the authorities would have taken care of it sooner or later. Remember? Remember what? I don't recall everything yet, but it's starting to come back to me as well. Let me tell you from the beginning. Agnes took a deep breath. This town, Greenhearth, was, for a long time, a dormitory town for a special research center, referred to by the code name Viracocha. I never really knew who was in charge of all that. I suppose it was some more or less independent unit of the Central Intelligence Agency. A few years ago, something happened. The research center was shut down. Victims of the incident were rehoused in town under the authorities' control. Petrovsky's patients. Yes, the Greenhearth 10. That's what Raymond's poem had been talking about. The 10 little devils. They've been kept sedated for all these years. We've needed special medication since the incident with side effects on our memory. At least that's what the doctors told us at the time. Didn't you wonder if that memory loss was intentional? Perhaps, but what I can tell you is that we all wanted to forget the incident. None of us wanted to remember. I have nothing but fragments, images of what happened, but I can't. I don't want to talk about it. Perfect enough to make anybody lose their mind. Raymond. Yes? Your friend, Petrovsky, was ditched here after the previous doctor died. He quickly realized that something was wrong in this town. He wanted to dig around, particularly with Raymond. Do you know who killed him? No, I wouldn't exclude the suicide theory so quickly if I were you. He said, this town's poisonous. You can't get too close and expect to come away unscathed. Advise you to pack your bags and leave without a second look, but I suppose that's out of the question, of course. Anyway, there you are. Arthur, Raymond, now you. Provoked a chain reaction. Now all of us are beginning to get our memories back, making this town a powder keg ready to blow. Okay, if you have any other questions, go ahead. I'll do my best to answer. Who exactly are they, these 10? You've already met most of them. One of them, of course, is Raymond, Oscar, Liz, Pedro. You know, Pedro was a brilliant scientist before the incident. One of the brains behind the project. Look what he's become. Who else? Harry Graham. He's in charge of security. Inez Balkader and Adeline Lefrev. Two women's names. Could one of them be the one who had searched Arthur's cabin? Stephen Lloyd? I don't think you'll be able to meet him. Why not? He disappeared shortly after the incident. Don't you know what happened to him? No, before he disappeared, he found religion. He was fervent, almost a fanatic. Became sort of a preacher, a zealot, and then one day he upped and left town and hasn't been seen since. That's that. Liz, Pedro, Oscar, Raymond, Terry, Ines, Adeline, Stephen, and Agnes. That was 9 names. My calculations are correct. There's one missing, I think. Yes, you're right. Abel Smith. He disappeared a long time ago, too. Magnus tried to conceal his existence, or had he truly forgotten? What can you tell me about this Abel Smith? Not much, I'm afraid. Abel was always a loner, rather eccentric. As I told you, he disappeared a long time ago. Something told me he wasn't being completely honest. But he seemed willing to help me, so I decided not to press him. For the time being, at least. You know why Raymond tried to sabotage your car? Raymond was responsible for several attempts of sabotage before he died. Petrovsky, Ernest Bull, the sheriff, and you. Do you know what reason he could have had to want you dead? Magnus lit another cigarette with a sigh. Poor Raymond. You met him, didn't you, before he died? Yes, I asked the question briefly when I read in Greenhearth. By the end, he'd become completely paranoid. He was convinced that everyone was after him, including Dr. Petrovsky, who'd moved heaven and earth to help him. As for me, I was worried about him. I went to see him, to try to help him, to reason with him after he cut ties with Petrovsky. He didn't want to know. He threw me out of the factory, literally. Next day I almost had an accident in my old sedan. As I say, no good deed ever goes unpunished. There's not much to add, but I do understand what you're getting at with your question. You're looking for a motive for the murder, aren't you? I didn't hold it against him, I assure you. I knew he wasn't well by the end. His mental health had really gone downhill. I knew Raymond a long time. His life hadn't been easy. It grieves me that I couldn't help him. I see. Thank you, Magnus. In some circumstances, a quarrel that had gotten out of hand could certainly constitute a plausible motive. I was finding it hard to believe in that theory. Magnus really didn't seem the hot-tempered type. Do you know the young woman? I'm looking for a young woman. Brown, shoulder-length hair, slim, dark complexion. Sound familiar? Yes, it's one of Petrovsky's patients, Inez Balkader. Matches your description. Well, what can you tell me about her? She's usually pretty quiet. She's one of the few patients who managed to rebuild their life after the incident. But since Raymond's death, has she become unstable too? Let's just say she has more to lose than most of the other patients. Pedro, Raymond, myself, to be perfectly honest, our lives stopped after the incident. You know where I can find her? Not really. Sorry. Should be prepared to meet with some difficulties. I don't think she'll want to talk to you. I see. Was Magnus trying to protect her by refusing to tell me more? It was hard to say. Guess that's all we're getting out of him. Oh god. Go to Magnus. Just gonna detective. No, it's just nothing. Go to Gianna, I guess. Nothing. We'll do some searching. Search the morgue. Gianna hadn't been kidding. The interior of the morgue had been completely gutted by the flames. There would be slim pickings on clues here. Except that file that's sitting right there. It was clearly the work of the murderer, but what I didn't understand was what proof they'd been trying to erase. Had there been something on Raymond's body that would have given away the identity of the murderer? It didn't seem likely. One file partially escaped the flames. Fortunately, it wasn't the autopsy report, but the list of requests to see Raymond's body. Apparently some of the patients had wanted to visit him. Did they simply wish to say goodbye, or did they have some other reason for the request? Hard to say. There was another thing that aroused my curiosity. The file's recipient. It was addressed to Tilkits, an alias for sure. Strange. I knew the Bureau was interested in the case, but did this mean that the Central Intelligence Agency was watching the town too? I got the name down in my pocketbook. Maybe it would mean something to someone. Can't get that. Handprint. Fingerprints. That looks like a boot print, though. But kind of weird. They were clean and very visible, which would make identifying their owner's child's play for the police. I found it hard to imagine that they could belong to the pyromaniac responsible for the fire. On the other hand, anyone could get lucky. The sheriff's team would have certainly lifted them already. Made a note to ask on my next visit. I feared there wasn't much to be gotten from the charred remains of the building. Still, I had a few new elements. I just had to hope they'd bring me a bit closer to the truth. Let's just try the factory. I was used to crime scenes, but it wasn't every day I returned to a murder scene where I'd have been the witness. I hoped to find something here which would put me on the murderer's trail. I never thought my visit to a disused factory would thrust my investigation in a whole new direction. This tobacco pouch. The smell that escaped it was unmistakably pipe tobacco. Why had Pedro come here? He had been deeply affected by Raymond's death, but it told me nothing worthwhile. I had to pay a call on the mechanic. Could be something. Yeah, it was getting close to a cigarette butt. I won't go so far as to say it was still smoking, but it was fresh. Very fresh. I didn't encounter many smokers since I arrived in Greenhearth except Pedro and his pipe. I may suppose that Magnus had passed this way. Not to mention that the brand of his stub coincided with the brand of his packet. And I found any new clues which had helped the investigation of Raymond's death. However, at least 2 people had recently been here. Pedro Ferra, the mechanic, and probably Magnus Lindgren if I trusted the cigarette stub I found. I'm curious to know why. Well, let's just go down the list. Something else. I found the empty file. Talk about the file found. I found a file at the morgue that escaped the fire. Oh, what's in it? Nothing particularly interesting, just a list of visits. Yes, we received several requests from civilians. They were all refused, of course. The civilians were all patients of Petrovsky. Does that surprise you? Raymond was attached to the other patients. I suppose that they simply wanted to pay their last respects. Sure, I wonder if one of them, the murderer, that wanted to get rid of an incriminating clue in Raymond's body. Look, Fox, I read the admission report and the preliminary autopsy report. There was nothing on Raymond which might have been conclusive for the investigation. Don't worry about that. Are you certain? It wouldn't be the first time your teams have missed something but this case. No, you're right, Fox. I can't be certain. In any case, this lead looks like it's going nowhere. We haven't got any way of checking your hypothesis. Anything else? Yes, the report is addressed to a Tilkits. A code name, I guess. Does it mean anything to you? Yes, I know that name, but I've never met the person behind the alias. All I can tell you is that it's someone high up in the intelligence service. That this person has a keen interest in what happens in my town. They're CC for all the outgoing files. I see. Fingerprints. There were clearly visible fingerprints at the morgue. I suppose you dusted them? Yes. Did you get a match? Yes, but the match might surprise you. All ears. No, twin Italian scientists officially reported missing in the 1930s. When Ettore Margiana. That's unusual. I didn't know the central database went back that far. Me, neither, to be honest. I guess you've got it down as a false positive. Normally, yes, but after everything we see in this investigation so far, I have to say, I don't know who or what to trust anymore. His prints turn out to be right? Yes, it's mind-blowing. Guess we better ignore the sleeve for the time being. Seeing as how we have no idea how to use it, I think that's our only option for the moment anyway, Fox. Alright. I don't think we'll get anything out of... We've had nothing earnest, but we'll try it. Oh, Mr. Fox, I was hoping you'd drop by to say hello. Good morning, Bob. Have you got something to tell me? Listening. There's a movement among Petrovsky's patients. I've got the feeling that recent events are pushing things forward. Movement. Like what? Let's say there's a certain restlessness in town. Something is going to happen. Mr. Morrison has been seen in the company of several Petrovsky's patients. I know what he's up to. And not exactly, but unfortunately. But I do hope you'll be able to tip me off, just so you keep your eyes and ears open, detective, as you know so well how to do. Sure, I intend to. And thank you. Still, do take care. I get the feeling that the medication Petrovsky was giving them is having less and less effect. The medication was losing its effectiveness? I hadn't seen it from that perspective, but what Ernest said makes sense. It's been the strange behavior of most of the patients. I see. If that's really the case, they're going to get more and more unstable. And recent events aren't going to help. One of them has been murdered and his body incinerated in the fire at the morgue. If I was them, I'd be feeling pretty anxious. Anyway, I'm counting on you. Can't do anything else for you, my dear friend. Does Tilkits mean anything to you? Of course it means something to me. Oh, where did you hear that? That's a code name. Not your concern, Bull. Come on, detective. Don't be so defensive. Anyway, it's not like that information could have come from many places. Let me guess. The sheriff's office? No, you want to go snooping through Gianna Walter's stuff without permission. Ah, I know. The morgue. You went looking for clues to the pyromaniac's identity, and you stumbled across a file that had escaped the flames. Is that it? It was extremely astute. Probably too astute for his own good. So, do you know who it is? Nobody knows who it is, Mr. Fox. Tilkits is a straw man, a faceless alias who appears over and over again in classified documents. All I can tell you is that, except in the very highest spheres of the intelligence service, nobody really knows who he is. What has he got to do with Greenhearth? I don't know exactly how much he's involved in what's happening here. I can tell you that he's taking a close interest. Having said that, I'm confident that with these recent developments, we'll finally learn more about his identity. I see. Thank you, Mr. Bull. Bull had been honest and disarmingly frank, quite unlike his usual self. Did he have his own reasons to want to unmask Tilkits? Oh, Magnus. Tilkits mean anything? If I say Tilkits, does that mean anything to you? Magnus, who up until then had been completely dispassionate, went as a sheep. In his eyes was unmistakable. That's a name I hope to never hear again. Tilkits, yes. He was the head of the Vera Kocha project. Why does he scare you so much? That man has no soul. The incident, it all happened because of him. Him and his right-hand man, the foreman. The foreman? Yes, or the controller, or the overseer, if you prefer. They named him after his job because nobody knew his name. Just Tilkits, his deputy. He was everywhere or nowhere. No one really knew who he was. The master of camouflage and concealment. All I can tell you is nobody messed with him. What happened to him after the incident? Don't know. Nobody knows. Hope. We all hope. No, that he didn't survive. You think he might have resurfaced? I don't know. It's possible. Could be a reason for Raymond's death. And Petrovsky's? Possibly, Fox. Possibly. Well, I can tell you in any case. I bought from one of your secrets a disused factory where Raymond lived. What were you doing there? I followed Pedro. Pedro? I'm worried about him since Raymond's death. He seems more lost than usual. I see. In that case, what was Pedro doing there? He's got it into his head to investigate for himself. I think Inez Belcado talked him into it. In any case, it was him. She was with him when they went to the factory. You know what they were doing there? No idea. They were looking for something, but they didn't find it. That's all I can tell you. Sorry. It didn't help me much. I Just have to go and question Pedro about his tobacco pouch and hope for better results. What about Oscar? We'll leave Pedro for last. I went to the diner, but Oscar wasn't there. I certainly knew how to keep a low profile. Fine. We'll go to Pedro. Hola, Senor Fox. I'm happy to see you. Always a pleasure talk to great detective Ricky Fox El Magnifico. I'd like to meet Dr. Petrovsky's patients, you know. You said you knew her? No se puede, no la conozca. You insisted on talking to Raymond, and now Raymond is the muerto. But El Senor Fox is a great detective. He can solve the case without my friends die, no? I am pequeño investigado. I helped the Senor Fox in his investigation. Don't try to investigate Pedro. You'll put yourself in danger. Sí, entiendo. No peligro para mí. Pedro held me responsible for Raymond's death. It wasn't me who pulled the trigger, but still he wasn't completely wrong. Now he got it into his head to investigate for himself. I found a way to talk to the other Pedro, the one who could help me with my investigation. The one who could tell me more about the identity of the young woman I'd seen on the video recordings in Arthur's cabin. Pedro, I need to talk to the other Pedro? ¿Qué? This is gonna be tricky. Pipe smoker. I'd like to talk to him, please. Soy muy triste for Raymond. I sleep because I'm sad. There was no point insisting. If I've shown how urgent the situation was, I managed to make him resurface. And no guarantee it would work, but I couldn't see any other solution. I just had to find some clues that show him and exercise a lot of patience. Found your tobacco pouch at the disused factory, where Raymond lived. Ah, gracias, Senor Fox. I was looking for it everywhere. You really are a good detective. Tell me, Pedro, what were you doing there? No sé. Para mi amigo Raymond. Don't play the fool, Pedro. I know you were there with Inés Belcader. I want to meet her. I don't remember. Sorry, Senor Fox. I know it was pointless. Perhaps with more proof he'd finally crack. All I could do was go back to the factory and hope to find further elements. Oh, I guess we're going back. Oh, I knew that Pedro was protecting this Inés Belcader. I was ready to search the premises with a fresh perspective. Here? No one's watching me from the little window. With the sun in my eyes, it was impossible to make out their face. I went around the building to try and reach whoever it was, but it was too late. They were gone. Footprints. Footprints made by high heel shoes. I was almost certain I hadn't seen them when I had been here earlier that day. They suggested that they were prints left by Inés Belcader. I don't know what she came to look for here, but it was important enough that she came back to check again after her first visit with Pedro. Was she the person that caught spy on me through the little window? Seemed likely. Fortunately, after a long search of the premises, I had to face facts. There were no more useful clues at the factory. There was nothing for me to do but go back and question Pedro and hope he'd be more cooperative this time. Hola, Senor Fox. Went back to the disused factory. ¿Por qué? Raymond not there now. Your friend Inés. She went back without you. She's doing her own investigation. I think she's in danger. No lo conozca. Pedro, if you care about her, if you don't want to see her to end up like Raymond, you have to talk to me. There's a moment of hesitation, and Pedro finally took out his pipe. Inés, I did what I could to protect her, but if she won't stop, yes, I'm afraid she'll end up like Raymond. You know what she's looking for? At the factory? A notebook. A diary of Abel Smith. Raymond had it. What's in his diary? Enough information about what's going on at the Greenhearth to create a fine national scandal. How? After Raymond's death, she decided to take matters into her own hands. She thinks the diary will keep her safe, but she's ready to call in the press if the situation escalates too much. The diary. Do you know where it is? No, I told you, it wasn't at the factory when we went there. Thought for a moment. Magnus Lindgren had been to the factory too. When I asked him the question about the 10, he failed to mention this Abel Smith. He have lied to me? Have you gone to the factory before Pedro and Inés to find that notebook? I have to go back and ask him. He seemed cooperative, but would he want to give me that notebook? Thanks, Pedro. What are you going to do, Fox? I'm going to get that diary. You know where it is. I've got some idea. Very well, Detective. I can see you want to keep to yourself, but be careful. That notebook. It may be one of the reasons Raymond is dead. Think someone would be ready to kill to get a hold of it? I don't know, Fox. Perhaps. I need to rethink my conclusions. Was Magnus Raymond's murderer? Peter seemed convinced that the diary was motive enough. As for his presence at the factory, maybe he was watching the crime scene? A crime that he had committed, and that's how he saw Pedro and Ines there? Certainly need to be extra careful now. There are even one death since the beginning of my investigation. I really didn't want a second. For my part, I'll try and convince Ines to meet with you. My moments of lucidity are too short, but perhaps you can persuade her to listen to reason. What do you mean by my moments of lucidity? Can you tell me more? It's since the incident, but it would take too long to explain. Sorry, but you have to just accept that we can only talk for a few minutes at a time, for now at least. That's why I'm counting on you for Ines. I'll tell you more when I'm able. Okay, I'll come back and see you when I've got hold of that notebook. A little visit to Magnus England was called for. Back we go. Detective, you've got Abel Smith's notebook. Hi. Oh, there it is. I know you've got it. What? How? Never mind. Yes, I put Abel Smith's notebook somewhere safe. I'd like to take a look at it. No, out of the question. It's too dangerous. This notebook. How did you get a hold of it? I knew that Raymond had it. And you know where it was hidden? I guess it would be at the factory. And Ines gone to Arthur's cabin in search of this diary? I found a cigarette butt there too, and that mysterious carved symbol. So it was for the diary that you broke into Arthur's cabin in the woods. How did you know? Never mind, you're a detective after all. Yes, I thought it would be there, but it wasn't. Realized that Ines was looking for it, I beat her to it. If that information became public, the authorities. A death warrant for all of us. If that diary is so dangerous, why didn't you destroy it when you found it? I didn't even think about that. And it's our story. Our memoir. I couldn't resolve myself to rid of it. I see. Look, Magnus, I need to get that diary one way or another. Billy Fox, it's out of the question. Too dangerous. Leave me alone now. Magnus stood up and left the diner. He wasn't gonna give in. I'd have to find some other way to get a hold of that diary. Maybe someone at Greenhearth could help me pay a visit to Magnus's home? If I didn't find a diary there, maybe there'd be clues that point me in the right direction. I'm to call one of my allies for a favor. Just try Gianna. I don't like Ernest. Ask to enter Magnus's apartment. I'd like to get into Magnus Lingard's apartment. Can I ask why? And Magnus has in his possession the notebook belonging to one of Petrovsky's patients. According to my source, it contains vital information for the investigation. Team, could you tell me who your source is, please? Pedro. Vera? You mean the mechanic? Really? Yes, really. Why am I surprised? How should I put this? I know what you're getting at. I promise you Pedro's a lot less backward than he might seem at first glance. First season Lost Man, which is pretty rare in Greenhearth, and I swear he has moments of astonishing lucidity. You're right, Fox. I shouldn't judge. Anyway, I'm sure now that Lindgren is implicated in Petrovsky's death in some way or another. Perhaps even in Raymond's murder. So, as well as the notebook, you're hoping to find other clues in his apartment? Exactly. Gianna sighs. I'm sorry, Fox. I'd like to help you, but with Raymond's death, the feds are going to be here any moment. In the interest of the investigation, I need to be on reproach. If my involvement gets out, I'll be strict to my duties. As for you, I'd once again suggest you practice the utmost discretion and prudence. So, do I have your blessing? Don't ask me to repeat it in court, but yes, you've got my blessing. Can you find someone to help me break into Magnus's home? Which, we've got one option left. Ernest. How do you get into Magnus's apartment? Magnus Lingard. Oh, well, now, I can help you get in, of course, but only if you allow me this question. What are you looking for there? Suspect him of Raymond's murder. Really? I'm surprised. Mr. Lingard has always been a law-abiding citizen, until now at least. On the other hand, these recent events have certainly disturbed Petrovsky's patience. Who knows what they are capable of in reality? I don't know what to think, Bull. Lacking any evidence, I hope I can cross him off the list of suspects. So, what are we waiting for to get going? I asked the important questions concerning the clues found at the morgue, and something told me there was no time to lose. Let's go, Bull. After you. Excellent. Magnus Lindgren's apartment was located in a nice town center building. Honestly, I had to get into the building. I got into the building and... I felt I'm wrong. It was Jody. He was worried. I'd called my contact. Things were moving fast. I gave him a detailed update on how the investigation was going. Very soon, I'd have my revenge. Jody asked if I'd be back soon. Stop! I have to focus. I mustn't let myself be taken over by these parasitic memories. Ernest and I had gotten to the building. We went up to the 3rd floor, and Bull got his lockpicks out. Less than a minute later, we were inside Magnus's apartment. Magnus' interior design choices in his home contrasted strangely with the old man's gruff exterior. Why had he chosen to live in this modern, almost sterile interior? Bull kept watch in front of the apartment. All he had to do was get to work. Picture. Photo of Arthur with 2 young women. One of them matched the description of Ines Belcotter, and for the other one? Was this Adeline Lefebvre? One of the Greenhearth 10 named by Lindgren? What is with this bat? I can't even investigate it. It's a safe. Can't do anything with it. I'm getting close to something. It's a cup. Cup with some dragged tea had been left on the coffee table. The lipstick marks let me conclude that Magnus had had a visitor recently. Oh, the gun. A .45 caliber. What's it doing under the couch? This was a weapon that was used to kill Raymond. It felt too easy just finding it here. Someone trying to find Magnus? Yes. Now that I had gone over the apartment, the scenario began to come together in my mind. If Magnus had at one point the notebook that I'd come here to find, it was clearly no longer in his apartment. My gut told me that he didn't have it any longer. Ines Belcotter had beaten me to it and come to see him. She must have tried to convince him to give her Abel Smith's notebook. Ines had probably refused. If Ines had taken it for herself and used the opportunity to leave that gun behind in order to frame Magnus for Raymond's murder. I have to go and question Magnus. If he'd already noticed the notebook's disappearance, he must be furious. Another question intrigued me. How had Ines gotten hold of that gun? Was she the murderer? It was getting more and more urgent that I questioned her. Will was waiting for me at the apartment entry. It seemed wiser for us not to hang around longer, but I promised to stop by the hotel and let him know what I found out. Liz. I got to the diner. Liz wasn't there. However, I was surprised to find myself face to face with Oscar Morrison. Mr. Fox, what brings you here? Let me guess. You can see Miss Cole. I believe she's unwell at present. But don't worry, everything will soon be better. Look, Morrison, I don't know what game you're playing, but let me say it, you're seriously starting to get on my nerves. What exactly are you up to? Why are you trying to unite the patients? Oh, you're better informed than I suppose, detective. Let's say I'm trying to halt the machinery which is running amok in Greenhearth. And I need the 10 to do that. As for you, I have trusted you with my most prized possession, and I'm counting on you to keep it safe. Now, if you excuse me, have a wonderful day. Wait. I've got questions for you. I have nothing more to say to you, Mr. Box. Leave me. Let me leave, please. Everything is finished. When we can speak freely, I'll explain everything. Till then, please don't try to follow me. I'm terrified. Suddenly I felt the cold metal of the bell hidden in my inside pocket. Cold sweat crept up my back, and I gave an involuntary shudder. Oscar turned left without a backwards glance. It took me a minute or two to collect myself. Learned nothing of any value. I should have listened to him. I should have left that cursed place while I still could. For Liz, I hope she was okay. Her absence worried me, but there was nothing I could do to help her. Magnus. Detective? I suspected that you'd be back to see me. I suppose you've come for the notebook? You're too late. Oh, really? What happened? Ines. She came to my home to talk. Suspected nothing, and she used that to steal the notebook from me. Any idea how I could get it back? I don't know, Fox. And is scared out of her wits. I told you she's got more to lose than most of the other patients. Why? After the incident, she became very close with another survivor of the Viracocha project, Adeline Lefebvre. I believe they might be the only two among us to have built something to found happiness. Now I understand. Perhaps if you mention her partner, you might be able to reason with her. That's all I can tell you, I'm afraid, Fox. Adeline Lefebvre, Ines and her seem to have been keeping out of it, at least until Ines's visit to Arthur's cabin. According to Magnus, they lived together in Greenhearth. I have to find a way to question her as well. But first, above all, I need to convince Ines to give me the notebook, and this Adeline seemed to be the key of getting her to see reason. Talk about the gun. Found a gun hidden in your home. Oh, so it was you who broke into my apartment. How dare you? Look, Magnus, if you trusted the notebook to me, we wouldn't be in this mess. You may be right, Fox. I should have trusted you. As for this gun, I assure you I don't own any firearms. What? Wait, you think it is the gun that was used to kill Raymond? Promise you, it wasn't I who did it. You believe me, don't you? I believe you. If you want to know what I think someone's trying to frame you. Yes, I don't believe she'd be capable of that, Detective. Who else? She got into your apartment and stole a notebook from you. She could very well have used the opportunity to leave you an unwanted gift. Yeah, it did. Someone suggested it to her. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. I'm tired, Fox. I'm tired of this whole business. And aside and lit another cigarette. That's for me. I'm gonna follow Oscar Morrison. Follow Oscar Morrison? Where? He wants us to meet. Finish all this. Once and for all. I don't know more than that. Magnus gave a small wave and left the diner, leaving a swirl of blue smoke behind him. Nothing remained but for me to do the same, and to hope that Ines would respond to the mention of Adeline Lefebvre. Pedro. Pedro was waiting for me. He promised to talk to Ines. I sincerely hope he managed to convince her to meet me. Hola, Senor Fox. Friend of me is okay to talk with you. Thanks, Pedro. It'll be okay for her, yes. Not bad thing happened like my friend Raymond. Don't worry, Pedro. I'll be discreet. I promise. If I can convince her to give me a notebook, I think she'll be out of danger. Yes, don't Senor Fox. I trust you. Pedro didn't look as reassured. How could I blame him? Follow me. Walked with him into a little alley behind a downtown building. Ines was waiting for us. Pedro let me know he had work to do in the garage and left immediately. Over to the young woman who didn't look particularly pleased to meet me. Right, I believe you wanted to see me. I'm listening. Say what you've got and leave me alone. Want to help you. Ines, let me help you. You can't do anything for me. I've got the notebook. That's all the safety I need. You're wrong. The notebook puts a target on your back. Well, you've got it. You'll be in danger. Oh, I don't plan to keep it long. I'm going to contact the press. Well, this town's crawling with journalists. They won't be able to hurt us anymore. Hey, who are you talking about? Tilkit, the foreman. They'll be back now that we remember. I can't let them do that. I've got too much to lose now. It made it difficult to get her to see reason, and I still hadn't mentioned the gun I found at Magnus's. And they told me I should keep that to myself until later, if I want a chance of getting a hold of that notebook. Paranoia seemed out of control, but maybe I could turn that to my advantage? Magnus had spoken of her partner, Adeline Lefebvre. If I mentioned her, surely there was a chance she might entrust me with a notebook. That was what I hoped. You're doing this for Adeline, aren't you? Adeline, how do you know? It doesn't matter in this. It doesn't matter. But if you want to protect Adeline, you need to give me that notebook and promise me you'll keep a low profile. You could even leave town. What do you say? Do you think so? Do you really think they'd let me leave with Adeline? I'm sure. You weren't in a position you weren't in a position of responsibility before the incident, were you? No, that's true, but Adeline, in that case, don't draw attention to yourself. If you contact the press, there's sure to be reprisals. You really believe that a few journalists are going to stop them? And who's to say they haven't got control of the media? Yes, you might be right. I took a deep breath. So Ines, what do you say? Are you ready to give me the notebook? I don't have it on me. I'm gonna let Adeline know, and I'll come back and give it to you before we leave town. You've convinced me. Thank you, Ines. You've made the right decision. We'll meet back here. I'll be in touch. I need a chance to update the sheriff. And I promise to stop in and see Ernest Bull. Well, let's just go to Gianna. I'm trying to avoid Ernest. Gianna was getting ready to leave. Came to update you on the investigation. Oh, sorry, Fox. I was just leaving the office. He'll have to wait, I'm afraid. Something to do with the case. Yes. No. I just got some unpleasant orders from my superiors, but I don't have time to tell you anymore. Things are speeding up, Fox, and our window for solving this case is getting smaller, I'm afraid. The feds are coming back to Greenhearth. That's inevitable now, but if I obey my orders, that should give us a few more days. We'll talk later. I knew Gianna well enough now not to argue. I let her go. A few minutes later, my phone rang. Ness was telling me to meet her to get Abel Smith's notebook. Avoiding Ernest. When I reached the meeting point with Ines, she wasn't there. I was instantly assailed by doubts. Had something happened to her? Was it my fault? There were clues on the scene which would explain what had happened while I was gone. And I searched for them immediately. In here. An earring. It looked like the ones Ines wore if my memory didn't deceive me. A little cosmetics. Compact? It says cosmetics bag, but it looks like a compact. Mirror had been broken in the fall. The notebook I'd come to find had landed between two trash cans. Luck? Open at the first page. Written in round, almost childlike writing, this is the diary of Abel Smith. The dot on the eye of Smith was drawn heart-shaped. There was no doubt. Certainly one of Arthur's patients. I leafed quickly through it. The writing seemed to change from one page to the next. The several people had scrawled the pages in turn. I decided to leave reading it in detail for later. I'd have plenty of time to study it quietly, and I didn't plan on spending much time in this dark little street. These items in mind, the course of events seemed obvious. Ines had come back to wait for me with the notebook. No one had surprised her. There had been an altercation, probably violent. Ines had dropped Abel Smith's notebook unless she had the presence of mind to throw it behind a trash can for me to find, and hope that her attacker didn't find it first. For my part, I hoped the young woman was safe and sound, with the Greenhearth town the marker in her rear view mirror. Deep down, I guess that wasn't the case. As I was getting ready to leave, I noticed a large figure blocking the exit to the alleyway. There was no point trying to run. I was trapped at the end of the alley. Let the man approach me, calmly. Some idea who he was. Harry Graham, I presume. Got it in one, buddy. I think it's time you and I had a chat. And that's why I'm here. Listen, Ricky and the 10 are getting ready to leave for the hospital. Hospital? Research facility where the Vera Culture Project took place, if you prefer. You've heard of Vera Culture Project, right? I nodded. Anyway, thought I'd suggest you come with me. I think we could do with a guy like you with us if we're not gonna kill each other. What do you say? My leads were drying up one by one. All the patients in the same place. It was a perfect opportunity to finally resolve this case. Finally understand why Arthur was dead. Solve Raymond's murder. You asked so nicely, how can I say no? Right answer, buddy. Wanna talk, right? If you've got questions, now's the time. You got stuff to sort out in town before we move out? No problemo. Do what you gotta do, I'll wait here. I'm gonna go talk with Ernest now, I guess. So, how has the clue hunting been? It's been good. Yes and no. The notebook I was looking for wasn't in the apartment. I was able to get it from one of Petrovsky's patients. Excellent news, Fox. What's in it? To be honest, I haven't had time to read it yet, but I think it's definitely the work of one of Petrovsky's patients. As for what's in it, I'm afraid it's going to be difficult to decipher. And there was a gun. A gun? Do you think it was the weapons used to kill Raymond? That's impossible to say without a ballistics report, and after the fire at the morgue, there's a good chance there won't be enough evidence anyway. You think Magnus Lindgren is the perpetrator? Hard to say. There's every reason to believe that the person who stole the notebook from Magnus' home also left that clue behind. Behind them. Tell me, detective, who is that person? Ines Belcotter. Do you know her? Yes, of course. I know exactly who she is. The person you were looking for yesterday, isn't she? She is. Frankly, Mr. Fox, I don't believe she's responsible for Raymond's death. She managed to build a good life here in Greenhearth, and she's more stable than most of Petrovsky's patients. True, but that could also actually be a motive. Although, if we assume that she didn't kill Raymond, how did she get hold of the murder weapon? That's what I'm asking myself, but fortunately, I don't know if I'll get the chance to ask her. She's supposed to deliver the notebook herself, but she didn't turn up. That's unfortunate. Will took a deep breath. Well, thank you for coming to fill me in, Mr. Fox. I'm touched by your trust in me. Truly. Promise is a promise. For me, I'm going to take some interest in the case of Oscar Morrison. He's up to something. From what I can gather, he's trying to unite the patients. Exactly, but for what? I don't know. To say that I'll be away from the hotel for a while. Really, I'm not sure I'll be able to manage without your lock-picking skills, Ernest. You're a man of resource, Fox. You'll figure something out. I have no doubt about that at all. Wait, I take my leave. See you later, Bull. Alright, let's question Terry. Tell me about your past. What did you do at the hospital? There's not much to tell. I was in charge of security. After the incident, I could have lived on that little pension the authorities gave us. And I took some little jobs to keep me in shape and stop myself moping around like some of the 10. Like Raymond. For example, yeah. Then Petrovsky came, and that seriously screwed up the clockwork of Greenhearth. Try to remember stuff I've forgotten, stuff I wasn't supposed to know. I wasn't supposed to know. Is that what's happening to me? You know the rest. Ness, did you fight with her? I came here to find Ines Belcada. All I found are signs of balance. Did I give her a beating? Certainly not. Saw me following you here, didn't you? If something happened to Ines, it's got nothing to do with me. Alright. Mystery remain. So who could have ambushed Ines in this alley? Why did they leave the notebook? Most of all, where's Ines now? A lot of questions with no answers. What were you looking for in Arthur's cabin? The bell, of course. I wanted to get it before someone else got their mitts on it. I thought it would be at Arthur's, but by the time I found out about the cabin, it was gone. I thought Morrison or the sheriff had got hold of it. And according to Oscar, it's in the safe deposit box at Greenhearth Bank, a box only Arthur had the access code for. I didn't seem to know that I had the bell in my possession. It seemed wiser not to set him straight. You know what it's for precisely? The bell? I was just security. I can tell you the main study of the Veracocha project was about that bell. And the incident that ended the research. Yes, it was because of the bell. You understand why I'm glad none of the 10 have gotten hold of it? I see. You're afraid a new incident will happen. Exactly. But don't ask me what happened. Please. Painful memories like the others? Something like that. Yeah. Let's leave it at that, if that's okay. Ready to go, I guess. Ready to leave for the hospital. In that case... Whoa. One shot was enough to make Ines Belcada collapse like a ragdoll. A bullet through the heart. Point blank range. Actually didn't suffer much, was a poor consolation. I had no idea what she was doing in this alley. But it was suited my business as well, or rather the Bureau's business. That was the moment I decided I'd had enough. Enough of their curt commands, enough of being a pawn in their game. Stop! Those strange memories again. Those memories that didn't belong to me. Focus, Ricky. For Christ's sake. Yes, Terry. The hospital. That was where Oscar Morrison wanted to take the patients. After waiting all these years, I was finally going to unlock the secrets of Greenhearth. The next few hours promised to be extremely rich in revelations. My brother, after your death, would finally be avenged. Followed Morrison along the forest path. Pedro, Farah, Liz Cole, Adam Lefebvre. He managed to convince them to follow him. But what for? I didn't know. Behind the rusty bars, a huge building, abandoned for years, to the ravages of time. It's where everything began. And we're on to episode 3, and my sanity is slipping away. I have to remember something vital. That's why I have to keep on writing before the echoes of the bell Consume me. Who am I? Ricky? I don't really know anymore. Episode 3 of the hospital. Trotsky's patients were gathered in front of the old, ruined hospital. After all these years, the truth would finally be uncovered. Alas, my brother would be avenged. Tilkits. I knew he'd been behind the incident that had taken place in Greenhearth. And the 10 were the key for me to finally discover his identity. The 10, or at least what was left of them. I was surprised to see that Adam Lefebvre had answered Morrison's call. He'd wisely kept out of things since Petrovsky's death. But what surprised me more was the absence of Ines Belkader beside her. Yeah, another mystery to solve, even the answer would provide itself for this one. I approached the group. Greetings, dear friend. I'm delighted to see you have all answered on my call. I'll certainly not. Where's Ines? Deanna stepped forward and said in a dispassionate voice, Ines will want to be joining us. The two women stared at each other for a minute before finally Adam Lefebvre broke the silence. What happened? A direct order from my superiors, Ines was threatening to stir up the press. I had no choice. I understand. Had Gianna just confessed to Ines Belkader's murder? If that was the case, why had Adeline, her partner, taken the news with such indifference? Oscar cleared his throat before he spoke again. My dear friends, let us not digress. If I have invited you to gather here where everything began, it is to put a stop to the series of murders which has rocked our community. There's so many years of peace and forgetfulness, I'm very afraid that that which we all dreaded has unhappily occurred. Now that you two have begun to remember, you know who our enemy is, don't you? Foreman. He survived the fire, didn't he? I'm afraid so, Magnus. I'm afraid so. Not only did he survive, but everything leads me to believe that he is hidden amongst us. Thankfully, we have the good luck and privilege to be accompanied by two eminent representatives of the forces of order, not to mention our astute Mr. Bull, who will all be able to help us unmask this sinister individual whilst ensuring our safety. Is it not so? I do what I can to help you. I want to get to the bottom of this business too. I'll do what I can to help you. So please, Mr. Fox. I want to know too what the whole story. I want to know the whole story too. I'll help as well. I am delighted to hear that. Here's what I suggest. As you can see, both the fire which put an end to the Viracocha project and the test of time have not spared the building. There's reason to believe that the fire doors have preserved the upper stories, in particular the top story. Oh, but that's where the director's office was. Indeed, Miss Cole, it certainly was the level where the director sat, but more importantly also houses the records, which interest me. And you think that the foreman's identity is documented somewhere in those records? That is indeed what I hope, but it's not impossible. We might find the information somewhere else in the building. And by the way, it's my understanding that Abel Smith has taken up residence here. Perhaps he may help us. I'm quite sure Detective Fox won't wish to miss the chance of meeting another good doctor for Tossie's patients, will he? Smith, helpful. If I can believe what I read in his notebook, then I doubt it. It must be years since he stopped his treatment. Abel's a good guy, even if it's always been kind of weird. I'm sure he'll help us. He spoke to Magnus Terry through frequent worried glances at the sheriff. For that matter, he also placed himself at a fair distance from her. Why was a hefty guy like him afraid of Gianna's presence? I have to have a word with the sheriff. Anything is possible, Mr. Graham. Anything is possible. Anyway, you know what you have to do. Find a way to the upper stories and keep an eye out for any clues which may help us unmask the foreman. Not your mothering their agreement, our little group entered the hospital before splitting up to put Morrison's plan into action. For me, I wasn't liking my choices. I didn't know where to start. Talk to Adeline, meet Abel, or I could begin by catching up with the sheriff for Ernest Blow. Let's talk with Adeline. Adeline Lefebvre seemed to be waiting for me in the hospital lobby. She let me come closer, watching me with her piercing gaze. She was tall, slender, statuesque, her hair an icy blonde. Her beauty could easily make her intimidating, but I wasn't the type to let myself be impressed. So here's the famous Detective Fox. I'd like to say it was nice to meet you, but you understand that under the circumstances. I'm sorry what happened to your partner. Thank you. When she didn't come home last night, I suspected Sheriff Walter had stepped in. It's unfortunate, but still preferable to bureau interference. Once again, she seemed to be handling Inez's death with a strange, almost suspicious detachment. But enough small talk. I suppose you have some questions for me? Tell me more about yourself. Can you tell me more about yourself? Oh, with pleasure, but where should I begin? Since the incident, Inez and I have led a quiet life in Greenhearth. The allowance the government granted us was quite comfortable. I had no reason to make waves. But everything changed when Petrovsky arrived. I'll just let her go on. Almost interrupted her, but decided to let her continue. And then, Inez started to remember. She panicked. First the doctor's death, and Raymond, it tipped her over the edge. I tried to reason with her, but she wouldn't listen. Is that what made you decide to come here with the other patients? Yes. Listen, Mr. Fox, if there's a chance we can deal with this crisis, but without any interference from the Bureau, it's all in our best interest to seize it. Does the Bureau scare you that much? Yes, and you do well to be scared too. Let me give you some advice. Make sure you leave before you're mentioned in a note at the bottom of the page in the report. If they knew you existed, they'd never let you go. Trust me. Helen seems sensible and cautious. Extremely cautious. That she chose to put herself in danger rather than risk intervention from Gianna's superiors spoke volumes. Inez's death doesn't seem to have affected you much. Why? I suppose that surprises you. As you must have realized, since we stopped our treatment, we've all begun to remember our life before. I remember the years spent with Inez, of course, but that memory has become... how shall I describe it? Distant? I'll say my memories of before the incident have taken over. And nothing tells me Inez is dead. That's what the sheriff tells you. You know, Detective, we're tougher than we seem. Until I've seen actual proof, I would have thought Inez being dead. Frankly, I'd have a hard time imagining the sheriff missing. Adeline merely crossed her arms and gave me a quizzical look. Is she in denial? What explains detachment about Inez's death? There's something more. Impossible to say. It was impossible to trust everything she said. Decided to drop the subject. I guess investigate. Let's question the sheriff. Ah, Fox, it's good to have you with us. All the patients in the same place, bearing in mind they've stopped the treatment. Yes, took it lightly. Counting you to have my back. So tell me, what can I do for you? Something happened between you and Terry. Also, Terry Graham seemed cagey with you. Something happened? Nothing important, Fox. I just had to put him in this place recently. Sometimes the patients forget who's boss and who's not. It's never fun, but sometimes they need straightening out when that happens. I see. What happened to Inez? I had to kill her on a direct order from my superiors. But why? She was threatening to call in the press. The chain of command considered the risk too great. They expressly asked me to intervene. Could have refused to obey, couldn't you? Yes. But what would that have accomplished? At least I've sent my chiefs the message that everything is under control. There would be a fast and massive deployment of people from the Bureau to Greenhearth if I disobeyed orders. Bill Cotter's elimination has gained us some precious time. Do you really believe you can contain the situation without involving the feds? No. Whatever happens, my superiors will be sending a team into town. It remains to be seen if it will be for damage control or just a debriefing. At least we still have a chance at resolving the problem. I'm still hopeful to put Arthur's murderer behind bars before the cavalry arrive. Alright. I appreciate your honesty, Gianna. Forget it. We've got hotter irons in the fire. Is that what angle I should take? Blech. Questioning Abel Smith is probably the priority. As you know, he's one of the drivers of the Viracocha project, but my superiors lost track of him shortly after the incident. Here's Arthur Petrovsky was able to establish contact with him, but I'd be careful if I were you. In years since he's been treated for the fallout of the incident, he's definitely unstable and possibly dangerous. I'll be careful. Don't worry. I don't doubt it, Fox. By the way, have you had a chance to talk with Adeline yet? Yeah, she's not very cooperative. She never has been. She usually prefers to stay out of town business. In fact, I'm surprised she's joined the other patients. Do you think Ines Bocather's disappearance pushed her into coming here? Perhaps. In any case, I don't think she's in danger. She always had, let's call it a strong instinct for self-preservation, if you know what I mean. She probably won't throw a wrench into the works. I'm still going to keep an eye on her. Then, when their treatment stops, the patient's personality seems to change sufficiently for them to become a threat. You're right. We can't be too careful. Alright. Well, I guess we'll go to Bull. Miss Bull seemed exultant. The man poked his nose into everything and seemed determined to discover the secrets harbored by the town. He seemed thrilled with the anticipation of revelations to come. He didn't seem at all concerned by the looming menace of Arthur's killers, who was perhaps hidden among us. Without taking into account the specter of the mysterious foreman, of whom the merest mention terrified the patients. But in this world of subterfuge, perhaps the hotel manager wasn't the easy target he appeared to be. Oh, my dear friend, how splendid to see that you're swimming with the stream. No doubt you'll soon have the answers you seek. You should be on your guard, Ernest. Arthur's murderers must be among us. Oh, I'm well aware of that, Detective, and if the snare closes around them, I hope you'll have my back. As for me, be assured that I've got yours. I have, let's call them, personal reasons for finding out what's really going on in the Greenhearth. Despite the danger it poses, I couldn't pass up this chance to see all the patients gathered in one place. What's his business with the foreman? Do you know anything about that? I'm afraid I don't know any more than you do, Detective. From what I understand, he was the right-hand man of the hospital's director, or is it a research center? I'm not really sure how one should describe this place. All the patients seem to be saying that his identity was kept secret. But then, who knows? Maybe it's just an intimidation technique to make sure everyone is kept in line. You think he doesn't exist? It's possible. In any case, it wouldn't be ridiculous to consider it. Don't you think? Maybe Mr. Graham could point you in the right direction. He was head of security before the incident. He's in the best position to know about the subject. Adrian reacted when Oscar Morrison mentioned this foreman. Maybe it reminded him of something. It's worth exploring all the options, my dear Ricky. He went down to the basement with Mr. Farah. With Mr. Farah. Wow. They've gone to try and get the generator going. Thanks, I'll go and ask him. Oh, and Mr. Fox. Yes? I know that this part of the building has mostly been spared by the flames. Even if the upper floors are more promising, at least according to Mr. Morrison, it's worth keeping an eye out. You may find some interesting clues. Excellent idea, Ernest. Thanks for the suggestion. As for me, I believe it's wise to stay close to our dear sheriff. A matter of safety. You understand? I do. See you later, Ricky. You know where to find me. Alright, so we've got more things to do, but no question, Abel. I don't know what to expect with Abel Smith, this other patient of Arthur's who seemed to have chosen to live in this dilapidated old building. In any case, I hadn't expected to find this frightened, disoriented person who would carefully avoided meeting my gaze. There are people in my house! He wore a motley collection of mismatched clothes. If several people wanted to choose their outfit at the same time, it had come to this strange, gaudy compromise. Mr. Policeman, will you help me save Sabrina? You'll be kind, won't you? I got scared and I left her all alone when the people went to my house. Sabrina? I'm sorry, Mrs. Smith, but who is Sabrina? Sabrina is my best friend. I hope she's not too scared. And I'm Abel, Mr. Smith, and I'm Abel. Mr. Smith is my daddy. Yes, I think so. I don't remember my daddy. Do you know my daddy? Sabrina doesn't know my daddy. Establishing contact was going to be difficult. I didn't know if I should try to reason with him or simply play his game. I had no idea who this Sabrina was. Abel hadn't mentioned her in his diary that I found in town. Was she a pet, maybe? We'll find Sabrina, don't worry. Really? Yes, I'm a detective. It's my job. Oh, thank you. Thanks a lot, Mr. Detective. Where did you see Sabrina for the last time? In my house, I think. In this building. Yes, in my house. I told you. You want us to go and look for Sabrina together? Yes, I'd like that, but there's all those people. Or stay here while you look for Sabrina. Sabrina, she's brave. She won't be scared of strange people. Not like Abel. Okay, don't move, Abel. I'll go and see if I can find your friend. Nothing left for me to do but to find Sabrina. Maybe one of the patients could help me? I was finally hope for Oscar's help, and I didn't think Liz knew Abel. Magnus, maybe? After all, he'd had Abel's notebook, and he knew who he was. Alright. I guess. Got more. Let's try Terry. Terry Graham was in the entry hall, close to the stairs that led to the basement building. Hey, Ricky! Pedro and Magnus are downstairs. They're trying to get the emergency generator going. Still looking good? They've got a way to go yet, but I think they'll get there, yes. With all this business about the foreman maybe resurfacing, I'm trying to keep an eye on them, but I'd like to find another way to help, a way up too, in case the generator won't start. Protecting them is the priority. Of course, Magnus and Pedro's safety is still the priority. Yes, that's why I'm trying not to get out of their range, and I'm checking up on them plenty. Sounds wise to me. Foreman's identity is really in the records. There's a strong possibility he'll try to stop us getting to them. Sabotaging the generator seems a good way to achieve that. That's exactly what I'm thinking. I'll be on my guard. You never know. Thanks, Terry. I think nothing more to say to Terry at that moment. I was about to turn away when he called to me. Oh, and Ricky? Yes? Some Morrison prowling around the building. I don't know what he's up to, but I can't watch everyone at the same time. Alright, I'll talk to him. Thanks. And that adds him onto our list of people to talk to. But let's talk with Pedro and Magnus. The basement stairs led down to a poorly lit little room. Against one of the walls there was a huge emergency generator. Pedro, Farah, and Magnus Lindgren were bustling around the machine. Magnus, seeing me arrive, put down his tools and came over to greet me. Ah, Detective Farah and I are trying to get the generator going. That will allow us to explore the basement. Think it will open up a way to the upper floors. I think it's our best option, yes. Pedro tried this. Hola, Senor Fox. Magnus is right. If we can get the power back, we can probably deactivate the building's security systems. And anyway, the stairs to the floors accessible from the first floor have either collapsed or are blocked by security doors. Our only hope is to find a way up from the basement or to activate the door release command. I do not seem able to formulate complete sentences without any difficulty. Was this connected to the fact he'd stopped his treatment? Anyway, tell us what we can do to help you so we can get back to work, por favor. Yes, Fox, the faster we get the power on, the better it'll be, especially when we know that the foreman is hidden amongst us. What do you hope to find in the basement? What exactly do you hope to find in the basement? Two things. A way to release the security doors and a way up to the upper levels. But we can only do that if we've got the power on. The basements are completely windowless, so there's no way of finding our way without electricity. Anyway, our only hope that the records might have survived the fire is that the security doors were properly activated. And we'll need to open them again to access the upper floors. The basement part of the Viracocha project. No, Viracocha was only one of the many projects being developed on the site. I see. So what's the basement used for? I don't know. I was working on the electronics project on the third floor. Each unit was isolated from the others. The only person with access to everything was Pilkitz. I worked in the basement. We developed weapon projects from the Department of Defense. The basement is potentially dangerous. No, I don't think so. I'd imagine that the zone was made safe after the incident. I don't know, Pedro. Considering the way the Bureau dealt with our redeployment, I wouldn't take any bets on the innocuity of this building. Magnus' logic was convincing and not at all reassuring. All I could hope for was to quickly discover the identity of Arthur's killer before they could blow up the building. And us with it. Pedro, you seem completely different. Why? You seem completely different from the last time I saw you. What's happened? It's hard to explain, Senior Fox. As a side effect of stopping our treatment, we've all had psychiatric problems since the incident, or even before it, for some of us. Treatment stabilizes me, but it also stifles my dominant personality, though one talking to you now. Now the effects of the treatment have worn off, I've been able to retake control. Isn't it dangerous to stop your treatment? Yes, of course. Look what I did to poor Raymond. And to Abel. For the time being, it's okay. We're all compensating for it more or less correctly, but we'll have to start taking the treatment again at some point. In any case, since Lloyd, we've all known it's not a good idea to stop for too long. Lloyd. The 10th survivor of the Viracocha Project, Stephen Lloyd. Shortly after the incident, he stopped his treatment. He went completely off the rails before he vanished without a trace. It was maybe a year before Abel disappeared as well. What do you mean vanished without a trace? One day to the next, we never saw him again. I always thought the Bureau had intervened before he caused too much of a stir. And no, Sam, it couldn't have been like Abel. He could have decided to leave for himself, too. Anyway, it was in the time of Gareth Walter, the former sheriff. We'll probably never know for sure. Hang on, if I'm understanding this right, when you stopped your treatment, first there's an improvement, then you become unstable. Is that right? Precisamente. Should I be concerned? Not in the immediate future, Detective. We've still got time before it becomes a problem. Yes, I think you'll have left town well before. That didn't reassure me, but it did explain how the foreman had resurfaced potentially. Dormant personality had woken up and taken over. Fortunately, that revelation gave me no clues to his identity. Abel doesn't want to talk to me. Not surprised. You've read his diary, haven't you? Been living like a hermit for years. Still, if I'm to believe what I found out during my investigation, Arthur managed to establish contact with him. Sorry, I can't help you, Fox. He mentioned Sabrina. Does that mean anything to you? No, nothing at all. When I was looking for the general, I think I went through the place where he's been living, Senior Fox. Not far from the stairs that lead here, you have to take the corridor on the right. Maybe you'll find something there. That's a great idea, Pedro. Thanks. Okay, Where's the staff break room? Yeah. The room seems to have been some kind of staff break room when the building was operational. As Ernest Bullitt pointed out, it had mostly been spared by the fire that put an end to the Viracocha project. I don't think I find anything useful, but it was worth checking. Folder? File lay on the chair. This is often looked inside. It was an activity program for the employees' children. The activities in the question weren't exactly coloring pages or walks in the woods. In one place it was written Batteries of Test 34B, Room 308, and another Training in Red Zebra Protocol. The instructor in charge of the schedule was a certain Miss Lefebvre. Adeline made a note to ask her about this. Memo was pinned to one of the walls. It reminded the staff members that they were being watched and warned them about the foreman. Funny way to inspire the troops. Didn't know the foreman really existed, or if he was just a boogeyman wielded by the director to frighten his underlings. For everything I'd seen here in Greenhearth, neither of those hypotheses seemed particularly implausible. And if it turned out that he really existed, everything seemed to indicate that this foreman, Arthur's, and Raymond Kowalski's killer were one and the same person. I took a moment to examine the document more closely. It was signed Tilkits, but also mentioned the director's secretary, Elizabeth Cole. Even if she hadn't had a senior position, Liz had been close to the higher-ups when she worked here. Maybe she'd heard a conversation, seen a document that would help us unmask the foreman? I'll have to ask her. I don't think I'll find anything else useful here. The hunt for clues have been poor, as I fear was better than nothing. So we got Liz now. We got Adeline. Let's go to Oscar. Oscar Morrison stood near the entrance to the hospital at a safe distance from the building. As usual, he feigned a detachment and a phlegmatic air of an English gentleman, but this time a hint of anxiety was leaking through the complacent veneer. Morrison was nervous. That didn't fill me with confidence. He tried to get a grip on himself when he saw me coming. Oh, Mr. Fox! I thought you might come and say hello. So what do you think of this little lark? Interesting, isn't it? What are you up to, Morrison? Look, Morrison, I don't know what you hope to accomplish by bringing everyone here, but I'd like to know exactly what you're up to. Oh, but I'm not up to anything at all, Detective. What I hope to accomplish, I'd imagine it's crystal clear, isn't it? I wish to discover the identity of Petrovsky's killer, just as you do. None of us are safe while the foreman is at large. Oscar Morrison said made sense, but I was sure he was hiding something from me. If only his goal was to discover the identity of the killer, the method he chosen seemed unnecessarily complex to me and risky. But why force everyone to come back here? There are simpler ways to find out who the killer is, surely. Simpler? I believe not. If we can reach the records, there's a strong possibility we find a document which will directly reveal their identity. If that's not the case, you're hoping you can get him to overplay his hand by gathering everyone in this hornet's nest, aren't you? That's exactly it, Detective. Morrison's playing a very dangerous game. Ready to put everyone in danger to achieve his ends. And what were those ends? I had no idea. Questioning him was a waste of time. I'd never get anything but half-truths out of him. Even if his intentions were unclear, he had a plan, and he was carrying it out with what I had to admit was a masterly hand. What was his goal? It was impossible to say. Was he seeking something other than the foreman's identity in this building? I thought of the bell, of the touch of cold metal on my chest, through the lining of my jacket and the fabric of my shirt. Oscar had made sure I found it at the bank, but to do that, he'd use more than the circuitous methods and channels. Why? I still didn't know what was the use or the origin of the thing. Especially, why didn't Oscar try to get it back now that it was within his grasp? Tell me about the bell. Tell me, Oscar, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. When you point me in the direction of the Greenhearth Bank. Please, Please, Fox, let's not speak of that. The walls have ears, if you catch my drift. Fine. Orson clearly wasn't ready to talk yet, and I had no way of forcing him. Alright, I've got other people to question. Far be it from me to lecture you, but I do believe that would be a far more productive use of your time. In the meantime, I'm counting on you too. Oh, and don't you worry, Fox. I haven't the slightest intention of bellicosity yet, believe me. Acts only for the common good and the triumph of the truth. Alright. Let's try Adeline again. Something else? Can you tell me how your work here with the children here at the time of the Viracocha? I found this document listing the schedule of the children at the time of the incident. It suggests that you were in charge of that program. Yes. Can you tell me more? What exactly do you want to hear? That you're supposedly above reproach? That you're supposedly above reproach government financed a program of experimental research on children? I feel terrible about it, but I had no choice. I'm sorry, Detective, but I had the choice. I believed in the importance of my research. I still believe in it, actually. If I had to do it again, I'd probably make the same choices. Most of the children die in the fire, but look at Gianna Walter, a magnificent example of what we were trying to accomplish with the program. Just a minute. The chef was part of your training program when she was a child? Oh, did you know? Yes, Chef Walter is the only surviving child. Suddenly I realized that Adeline Lefebvre and Gianna Walter were around the same age. Actually, could you have known her as a child? Adeline would have been far too young to participate in a research project. I understand. How could you have known Gianna when she was a child? You know considerably less than I thought, Detective. None of us has really aged since the incident. Some of us are far older than you think. Let's call it one of the advantages we had on joining the project. Explain it to me. Oh, sorry, Mr. Fox, but it would take far too long to explain. Water break. Even if we took the time, I'm not sure you're ready for that information. You can believe it or not, it's all the same to me. Conversation seemed to be over, and no way to make her tell me more. However, I would have to talk to Gianna. She conceal the fact that she had been part of the project from me. Something else? No. Let's go to Liz. Liz had kept herself separate in front of the hospital. She didn't look well. Her expression wavered between a blank gaze and brief moments of dread. If she were on the brink of fleeing this place, which seemed to disturb her deeply. At my approach, she made an effort to get a grip on herself and welcomed me with a shy smile. Oh, Mr. Fox! How are you feeling, Liz? You seem upset. Won't lie to you, Mr. Fox. I'm not doing well. What's wrong? I asked what's troubling you. She did a little sigh before she opened up all at once. I was fine before Dr. Petrovsky. I knew what was expected of me. I like my work at the diner. It was simple. Everything's complicated. I'm scared, Mr. Fox. I'm scared. Do you understand? I don't like what stopping my meds has done to me. I don't want to remember. This place is cursed. She took a deep breath. But you need my help, don't you? What can I do to help you, Mr. Fox? On this flyer, it mentions the foreman. And the two people named on this paper are the director and you, Liz. You were this toolkit's secretary? Yes, that was my job here. I worked for the director. Are you sure you don't remember anything about the foreman? You were close to the director. Are you sure you didn't hear a conversation or see a document which would allow us to identify him? No, Mr. Fox, I'm sorry. Reassure her. Never mind, Liz. I know you're doing your best. You can go back to your life soon, I promise. I'm sure it's just a matter of hours before this foreman, or his murderer, is unmasked. You know, Mr. Fox, the foreman isn't the worst thing to have survived this hospital. There's something far more horrible that escaped. I'm so afraid it's coming back. It'll be a disaster if it comes back. Who are you talking about, Liz? The director? She gazed at me for a long time as if frozen. Something had happened. Something had damaged her deeply, and the memories of her trauma had returned to haunt her once again. I'm thinking of the echoes of the bell. They mustn't find it. Ever! Do you understand? Not ever! I understand, Liz. What are you trying to tell me? I don't know, Mr. Fox. It's all mixed up. Everything's so complicated. Can we try again later? I need to be alone, please. Alright, Liz. I'm sorry. Oh, truly sorry. I didn't know what else to say, so I left her. Instinctively, I touched the strange bell hidden inside my pocket. Hidden in my inside jacket pocket to check it was still there. I still didn't know what the strange object was, nor just how dangerous it could be. It probably wasn't wise to keep it on me, but I didn't really have any other choice. Luckily, only Gianna knew that it was in my possession. Speaking of Gianna, the where I always see you search the hideout. Ellen told me you were part of the project as a child. Yes, I was. Why didn't you tell me? This information's not relevant. I was a child when the incident happened, and the few memories I have are very hazy. Still, you're one of the only survivors. Considering I can't remember how I escaped the fire, I don't see how it helps this fox. I'd hope that coming back here might stir some memories, but unfortunately, that's not the case. We'll just have to hope that Farah and Lingdra manage to get the power back on. Alright. Right, you know what you have to do, Fox. As for me, I'm gonna try and find a way to the upper floors. Come and find me when you've got something new. Good luck. Same to you, Sheriff. Alright, let's search the hideout. I had no difficulty finding the room Pedro had told me about. The old mattress on the floor and the salvaged furniture certainly suggested it was lived in. I'll find this Sabrina and maybe some other clues which would help me get a better feel for Abel Smith. Here? An old doll lay next to the bed. I wonder, could this be Sabrina? At this point, all bets were off. Here? Drawing in colored pencils was stuck to the wall. You could have thought it was done by a child, although I suspected this was Abel's work. But more disturbing was what was represented. What did it mean, the strange insects that seemed to be snacking on a man in the suit's brain? Who was the two-headed person? Why was one of the heads wearing a crown? Especially, it was a little girl who looked horrified by the scene. Is she supposed to represent Abel himself? Magazine about scientific news. Subjects were pretty advanced, at least they were for a cop like me. wasn't very old. Was Abel interested in science? And how had he gotten hold of it? Has this been a gift from Arthur when he came to visit the recluse? I made a note to ask Abel about his relationship with Petrovsky. Maybe he'd be able to tell me a bit more about my friend's final days. I figured I collected enough information. With the threat of the foreman who could strike at any moment, it wasn't a good idea to hang around. I hoped it would be enough to understand Abel Smith better. Alright. And Mr. Detective is back! I found Sabrina. Oh, thank you, Mr. Policeman. I knew you'd find Sabrina. She's safe and sound thanks to you. You saved her. I'm so relieved. You can't even know. I think Sabrina would like me to answer your questions. She says that maybe I know some things that can help your investigation. Do you know how to get to the upper floors? You lived here for years. Do you know how to get to the upper floors? No. I don't like the upstairs. That's where the mean doctors used to hurt people. I don't want to go back there. And anyway, the stairs to go up have fallen down. I see. Thank you, Abel. You're welcome, Mr. Detective. I'm happy to help you with your investigation. I doubt it would lead to anything, but it's still worth asking. Done this drawing. The nice doctor asked me to do it. He said they could help me. Tell me what it means. I don't like talking about it. Sorry. It makes me think of bad times. Still, you must have explained to Dr. Petrovsky, didn't you? The policeman is clever. You can ask me one question about the drawing, that's all, okay? Alright. Who's the person with two heads? That's a bad person. A bad person who watches us. The foreman. Yes, the foreman! The wicked foreman. He said himself as someone else so we wouldn't know who he is. You. Do you know who the foreman is? Yes, he's a bad person. He's hiding in the people who went to my house. They tell me exactly who it is. No, I don't know what's this guy's, but I'm scared he's come back. Thank you, Abel. I know it's hard for you. I'm happy to help, Mr. Policeman. Abel had been traumatized by his foreman too, but he couldn't tell me any more about his identity, unfortunately. Getting into those records was still our best hope of unmasking him. I just had to hope he wouldn't do away with any more of our companions in the meantime. My relationship with Arthur. The nice doctor. He came to see me lots of times at the start. I was scared because all the doctors I knew before him were mean and cruel. The nice doctor, he was kind to me. He wanted me to go with him to have appropriate care, but because he said that I was all alone in my house. I told him I couldn't leave because I had to watch the bell, and I couldn't leave Sabrina all alone either, you see. So the nice doctor, he said he watched the bell for me. That he put it somewhere safe. I could concentrate on getting better without worrying about the bell. To start with, I wasn't sure I wanted to because the other doctors, they were tricky and they used me every time I agreed to do what they said. I thought he would be like the other doctors and that he was going to hurt me with the bell, but he was very kind. I finally said, okay, here's a bell, Mr. Nice Doctor. So he took the bell and made me feel much better and not have to think about it anymore. After the nice doctor came a few times, and he stopped coming, and I was all alone with Sabrina again. And this morning, lots of people went to my house. I thought maybe it was the nice doctor's fault, so I got a little angry with him. And then I told myself, no, nice doctor was too nice to all these people who come to my house. And I realized I probably wouldn't see a nice doctor again. It's the bell. It hurt the nice doctor, didn't it? I should never have given the bell to the nice doctor. Not your fault, Abel. So you're sad because the nice doctor won't come and see you anymore? Yes, Arthur was my friend too. We're silent for a minute. Abel seemed truly distressed by Petrovsky's death. Senor Fox, come! It's terrible! Magnus, there's been an accident. What's going on? What happened? The generator! Follow me! First thing I noticed as I realized the power was back on. Second I noticed was the lifeless corpse of Magnus Lindgren slumped against the generator. Had it really been an accident, or was this the work of the foreman? With the limited means at my disposal, it was impossible for me to determine if this had been murder. A regular investigation, I immediately sealed the room and called in the forensics team. During the rather exceptional circumstances, my only option was to keep on exploring the building. But before that, it seemed like a good idea to check in with the sheriff. I asked Pedro to wait for me in the lobby before joining Gianna and Ernest on the first floor and taking them quietly aside in a break room. Did you want to talk to us, Detective? Yes. Magnus Lindgren just died switching a generator on in the basement. It was Pedro Ferreira who discovered the body. Now that's unfortunate. Have you been able to determine if it was a criminal act? No, it's impossible to say. It could have been an accident. Ricky, correct me if I'm wrong, but we've already got one murder made to look like suicide and a death by shooting. I think we can rule out the suggestion of an accident. Yeah, I agree. A new murder does seem like the most plausible explanation. If you want my advice, you should exercise caution, Fox. Generating a wave of panic in a group of people who are not only potentially dangerous, but also emotionally unstable seems counterproductive to me. Sure, but you shouldn't take these allegations about the return of the foreman lightly either. What do you suggest? Well, the basement has lighting. We can explore down there and try to find a way to the upper levels. That seems like it should be our priority. I can do that. Good idea. And while you do that, I'll get the patients together in the lobby. If I'm keeping an eye on them, our potential murderer's window of opportunity will be limited. I don't think the foreman will decide to strike in front of everyone. He's done all he can to keep his identity secret up till now. Problem is that we don't know what his goal is. What drives him to kill. Does he really want to kill all the survivors of the Viracocha project? If he does, then why? I don't know, Fox. If he says to act anyway, it's right for everyone's safety that I'm ready to stop him. Pedro Ferreira told me he worked in the basement before the incident. Maybe he could help me? Mr. Ferreira was the last person seen Lindgren alive and the first person who found this body? You think Pedro could be the foreman? It's possible, don't you think? He's a patient of Petrovsky. He knew where Raymond's hideout was, and we already know that his treatment helped him manage his multiple personalities. Doesn't seem likely if Pedro's the foreman to me. Pedro, the foreman, I find it hard to believe. Yet, if we stick to the facts... Look, Fox, let's not take any risks. I suggest you explore the basement on your own to start with. You can always ask for Ferreira's help if it becomes necessary. Alright. Good. All that's left for us to do is get everyone together in the lobby and explain to them what's happening next. Hope it all goes without too many hitches. Want to take care of that, Fox? Okay, I'll take care of it. Don't forget, Fox, the patients are potentially unstable and the foreman might be hidden among them. Be carefully about what you're going to say to avoid a panic. Yes, none of them taken separately should cause much of a problem to me, but if we have to contain them all at the same time, I got myself into, nothing about this was encouraging. Because after having, not without some difficulty, gathered up all of Petrovsky's patients, particularly Morrison, who had still been prowling around the outside of the building, I took a deep breath and began to speak. Power has been restored in the basement. This is excellent news, Mr. Fox, but, and I do apologize for asking, if you have got us all together here, then where's Magnus Lindgren? Magnus Lindgren is dead. 'Twas the foreman, wasn't it? He struck again! Let's not panic, please. Everything suggests it was just an accident. He was electrocuted, switching the generator back on. Oh, Senior Fox, Magnus was no fool. He would never have taken a risk of being electrocuted. As a Batman with eyes everywhere come back, is he going to hurt us? Everyone calm down. If we've asked you all to all gather here, it's so we can make sure you stay safe. We've already established with the foreman, and I say again, if such a person exists, we should keep his identity secret. As long as we are all together, you are safe. I'll be ready to take action. What are we gonna do now? We can't just all stay here doing nothing. Yes, Miss Cole, that's exactly what we're going to do. All except Detective Fox, who's going to explore the basement to look for a way to the upper floors. By some muttering, the patients appear to accept our plan. Nodded to Gianna and headed for the basement. The basement building was maze-like, a jumble of badly lit corridors. After several minutes of aimless wandering, I finally came to an intersection that seemed worth investigating. To the left was a closed security door. On the other side, a complicated network of pipes ran along the wall. Pedro had mentioned working in the basement on weapons projects. He could certainly tell me more about this system. Concerning the circumstances of Magnus's death and the suspicions that had been expressed about him, it seemed wiser to exhaust all other possibilities or involving him. There's nothing. A map? Emergency evacuation plan was pinned to the wall. It clearly showed the security door in front of me. The plan showed that behind it there was a stairway to the upper floors. The door must have been activated during the fire that brought down the Viracocha project to an end, which explained why the basement was relatively undamaged by the flames. That revived the hope that the security system had also functioned to protect the records. The question was how to disarm the system, which had remained active since the incident, and which had not deactivated with the restoration of the power in the building. Terry Graham had mentioned that he had been head of security at the time of the Viracocha project. Perhaps he could help me? Nothing's coming to light on the right that I can find. There was a register fixed next to the door. It identified the staff who had gone through the security door. So this access point must lead to the secured part of the building. This gave me access to the names of the last people to have gone through before the incident. The last person to have gone through here was Adeline Lefebvre. Just before her, the register stated, in terse capitals, foreman. I have to ask Adeline about that. Perhaps she'd seen a foreman without realizing it? Found all the clues I could glean in the basement. All I could do was face the patients with them and hope that it would help us to get deeper into the building or to unmask the foreman. I could also check in with my allies and ask for their advice on the next move. Well, let's just talk with Adeline. Fox, I hope you're happy with yourself. Another death among the patients. How many of us will have to die before you take the foreman seriously? As long as you remain together, you're not in any danger. Given his modus operandi up until now, we don't think the foreman is ready to reveal his identity. You don't think? That's pretty flimsy, Detective. I'd remind you that our lives are in your hands. I'm well aware of that, and I promise you that the sheriff and I are doing our utmost to guarantee your safety. And in fact, I've got something to ask you about the foreman. I'm listening. Found access point to the upper floors from the basement. That's good news. What are we waiting for? Fortunately, the security doors are shut. I'm trying to figure out how to get them open. Oh, of course! And I was just on the point of believing you'd finally managed to do something useful, Detective. Not what I want to talk to you about. It's a register. It lists all the employees who passed through the checkpoint. And you're the last person to have gone through before the incident, just after the foreman. Remember anything? You've seen the foreman at that moment without realizing who he was. Look, Fox, it's all pretty fuzzy for all of us. I spent years having my memory wiped by the treatment. If you think I remember what I might have seen or not seen just before the fire, I vaguely remember going through the security doors just before the alarm went off, yes, but there was no one in front of me as far as I can remember. Too bad. Sorry. You could try talking to Miss Cole. Liz, why? She was the one in charge of compiling the information and keeping the records. Maybe she knows more about the foreman's identity than she realizes. If she can remember enough of her past, she might be able to figure out who he was. Good idea. There's no harm in asking her. I'll go and talk to her. Thanks for your assistance, Miss Lefebvre. Don't thank me. I'll find the foreman and I'll be thanking you. Alright, so I got a new lead on Liz. Let's try Terry. Terry Graham was pacing around the corner of the room. Abel was sticking to him like glue. Hey, Ricky, what's the deal? Why have you asked us to all stay here? Yes, it sucks. There's nothing to do. I go back to my room. I'll be good. Promise. It's for your own safety. The sheriff and I agree that it's better for everyone to stay together for your safety. Does the sheriff really think that will stop the foreman? The bad controller strikes in the shadows like a ninja. Up to now, he's always managed to protect his identity. If he attacks, the sheriff will bang him up. Yes, Abel. That's the idea. I see. You want to ask me something? Yes, I found this evacuation plan in the basement. Let's see. Yes, I recognize the plan of the building. Did you find the checkpoint that lets you get to the upper floors? Yes, but the security doors... Oh, sorry, I bumped my mic. Security doors are shut. That must be because of the gas. There's a procedure to deactivate the security. There's a control board opposite it. Do you know how to do it? No, wasn't part of my duties, and they reroute the pipes pretty often according to the experiments. Pedro must know how to do it. Yes, but what? You think Pedro's the foreman? Oh, honestly, Ricky. I agree, it's not likely, but I haven't managed to convince the sheriff and Ernest Bull of that. They've asked me to exhaust all the other options before involving Pedro. Okay, I get it. I can go and take a look. I'm not making any promises. Yes, I'll walk in the mushroom land. Can I come with a big muscle man and a nice detective, please? Behave yourself, Abel. I'll be good as gold, promise. Can you keep an eye on him, Terry? Yes, of course, but I don't think he'll go far. He went down to the basement. Terry spent a while looking at the gas control board while Abel fired incessant questions at him before he gave up and returned to me. No, sorry, Ricky. Board's too damaged. Might mess up and do something stupid. Best thing to do is still to ask Pedro if he wants to open that door. However, I think there's at least one other way that's not marked on the evacuation plan. But I'd have to explore the basement a bit more. Yes! Stay on the outing! I don't think that's a good idea. Honestly, Ricky, do you really think Abel or I are the foreman? I'm not sure of anything, and at least with the sheriff's plan, we're sure to catch the foreman if he decides to strike again. I wanna help! I wanna help! Waiting in the lobby's boring. Scary. Ricky, I promise I'll watch Abel every step of the way. If we find anything, we'll come straight back up. Okay, but don't take your eyes off each other, and you're to be back in the lobby in 15 minutes max, understand? Yes, I understand. Sabrina says she understands too. No problemo, Ricky. We'll do a quick, wreck. And if we don't find anything, we'll give it up. I'm back up to the lobby alone, sincerely hoping that the search would pay off and I wasn't gonna regret it later. Let's try Liz. Oh, Mr. Fox, you heard what happened to poor Mr. Lingdon? Terrible. I can't believe he's dead. But I'm so stupid. You saw him. Of course. I'd like to help you, but can I help you, Mr. Fox? Yes, I need your help, Liz. Liz's face lit up at the thought of being useful. She really did need reassurance. Okay, Mr. Fox, tell me what I can do for you. I found a door to the upper levels in the basement. It's shut, but there's a register of the people who've gone through the checkpoint. Last person to go through there before the incident was Adeline Lefebvre, and it showed that the foreman was just before her. Alright. What's that got to do with me? Shouldn't you ask Miss Lefebvre? I did ask her. She said it was you who compiled this type of information for the records. Maybe you remember something? Oh, I don't know, Mr. Fox. Compiled a lot of documents for the director. I had a lot of work, you know. Which checkpoint was it? In the basement. By the security door? I was showing her the evacuation plan and I'd given it to Terry Graham. I showed you the place where I found the register, would it help refresh your memory? I don't know, maybe? The other patients gathered in the lobby and the sheriff watching them closely. I thought there wasn't much harm in trying. I walked Liz Cole down to the security door. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Fox. I don't remember. I remember this door. It does go to the upper floors. I don't remember having seen the foreman. I wish I could tell you who he is, but I can't. Sorry I can't be more help, Mr. Fox. The security door should open if we do something with the gas pipes. You know what to do. No, I was just a secretary. I don't really know much about the experiments. Pedro worked on the gas. He should be able to help you. Thanks, Liz, but we thought we'd try all the other options before we involved Pedro. Hi! Pedro could help you, I'm sure. Oh, do you think Pedro might be the foreman? No, I don't think so, but the sheriff and Mr. Bull would rather not take the risk. But Pedro's always been so kind to me. Me too, Liz. Anyway, let's get back to the lobby if you don't mind. You'll be safe there. Okay, Mr. Fox. Alright, Gianna. Fox, do you need my help? Yes, I need to talk to you. By the way, evacuation plan. Does it mean anything to you? Vaguely, though maybe Graham could help you find a way in with this plan as a former head of security. I already looked into that. Good thinking, Fox. So I suppose it didn't get you anywhere. I'm working on it. Okay, let's hope it works. On this register it mentions Adeline. Apparently she was the last person to go through the checkpoint in the basement. That's interesting. She must have gone through just before the security door is activated. A few minutes more and she wouldn't have survived. Since the foreman went before her, that means he survived too. Indeed, that backs up the theory of the reappearance of the foreman. Have you talked to her? Yes, she doesn't remember exactly what happened just before the incident. That was to be expected. However, she did suggest that I had a word with Liz Cole. And did you do that? Yes, I went down to the basement with her in case it brought back any memories. And nothing. She doesn't remember either. Yes, Liz is one of the most fragile patients. She's a boy to try, but I don't think we can ask too much of her. I don't believe she's dangerous, but she's obviously unstable. She's the only person who welcomed me kindly when I arrived in Greenhearth. I believe in her. One more reason to spare her, Fox. Right, Fox, if there's nothing else, I'll get back to the patients. I wouldn't want some calamity to happen because of my negligence. Come back when you find a way to the upper floors. Alright. Was crossing the lobby, I bumped into Terry and Abel, who were returning from the basement. I went over to them, hoping for some good news. Sorry, Ricky. Found the other door to the upper levels, but it's blocked too. It's in a collapsed part of the building. I see. Thanks for trying. I looked everywhere with a big kind man, and we didn't find anything. What? That's a pity. Luckily, I've got some other leads to chase up. Okay, if you need help again, feel free. Yeah, not worth finding me. Face facts. All my other leads had led nowhere. Pedro was our only shot at getting into the upper floors of the building. By the sheriff's misgivings, I'd have to ask for his help and hope he'd be able to unblock the security doors. Let's talk with Ernest first, even though I don't trust. He's the one I don't trust. Oh, Ricky, what can I do for you? A few things to puzzle me. I'd like to hear your thoughts. I'm listening. Evacuation plan. In the basement. Apparently it shows the only way to the upper floors is through the security doors, which were activated during the fire. That's unfortunate. Also a control panel for the gas pipes that run around the whole floor, but I didn't want to risk tampering with it. As Pedro could help us with that. He told me he was dealing with exactly that when he worked here during the Viracocha project. Have you thought about talking to Terry Graham first? He was head of security. He should know the layout of the building. That's precisely what I did. And authorized Terry to go down to the basement to check if there was another access point. You did right. Fortunately, he didn't find anything. Found this register and mentions Adeline. Here she went through the security door in the basement just before the incident. The register also mentions the foreman. That's interesting, Ricky, but I'm not sure that helps us very much. Miss Lefebvre remembered something. She would have certainly passed on the information. Register also mentions the foreman. Didn't I mention it? Yeah, you said that already. Sheriff thought it worth looking into. And you're right. It's a dead end. At least you're convinced, Ricky. Oh, actually, Ricky? Yes? We've spoken to Oscar Morrison. Not since Lindgren's death. No. I'm trying to have a word, but he keeps avoiding me. I'm sure he's hiding something. Do you think he could be the foreman? Honestly, no, I don't think so. Since we got here, he's been keeping himself at a distance. And before, I don't know. I guess his family could provide him with solid alibis for the murder of Arthur Petrovsky and Raymond Koloski. And then there's a problem with the motive. We don't know why the foreman started killing. Right, but we don't know Oscar's plan either. He was the one behind bringing everyone back to the hospital. To what end? I have no idea, Bull. I'll see if he'll talk to me, but I'm not making any promises. Up till now, my attempts at pinning him down have failed, and I don't have any way of getting him to let the cat out of the bag. I made a note to go and talk to Morrison, even though I guessed the exercise would be fruitless. Alright, well, I guess we'll go to Morrison. Oscar Morrison was in the corner of the lobby, aloof from the rest of the patients. He seemed calmer. Is he afraid of the foreman, too? Oh, detective! A fine idea of yours, gathering everyone beneath the vigilant eye of the forces of order. Is your investigation progressing as you'd wish? Do you have any leads as the foreman's identity? Or at the least, have you discovered the way to the records? We're working on it, but that's not what I wanted to talk to you about. Indeed, in that case, I'm all ears. Are you finally going to explain to me why you brought everyone here? I know you haven't told me everything yet. I thought that would be obvious. We had the same objective, Director. My goal has always been to unmask the foreman. As the foreman is probably the person who murdered your friend. What about the bell? What is it for? Hush! Not another word! But... Vane, listen to you. I already told you. For everyone's safety, especially your own, I beg, don't say any more. I didn't understand what frightened Oscar Morrison so much, but what was for sure was that I wouldn't get any disclosures by pushing him. I see you still won't talk to me. I hope you'll change your mind then. Until then, I'll be watching you, Morrison. Oh, but I'm counting on it, Mr. Fox. I'm counting on it. Alright, Pedro. Oh, Senor Fox. I've been waiting for you to come and see me. Sorry, Pedro. I had other leads to chase up before coming to talk to you. Oh, still, now that the basement is accessible, I thought I'd be able to help you. Unless you think I'm the foreman, don't you? No, absolutely not. Then pourquoi? I told you I'd worked in the basement before the incident. I'm the best qualified person to help you. No, but I didn't manage to convince the sheriff and Ernest. They insisted I exhaust all my other leads before asking for your help, Pedro. Me duele, pero entiendo. I'm prepared to do whatever I can to get us to the records. If I was a foreman, it would surely be in my best interest to throw a wrench in the works, wouldn't it? You know how to open the doors to the upper floors? Yes, I think I can disable the security system. Can you tell me how to do it? I can try, Senor Fox, but it would be a lot simpler for me to do it myself. Okay. How long will it take you? If the system's not out of order, it'll be quick. Very well, in that case, I'll let you take care of that. I'll go and get the others. De acuerdo, Senor Fox. No matter what happens, it's best not to hang around in the basement. If there's a gas leak, it could be disastrous. Guess I'll warn everyone not to linger in the basement. Good luck, Senor Fox. And you too, Pedro. Ready to explain the plan to the group, we headed for the basement. Gianna and Bull led the way. Pedro was waiting for us at the control panel, and when we were ready to go through, he activated a series of valves and buttons. Roaring lights turned green, one after the other, and doors opened with a metallic screech. We penetrated the corridor, hidden behind the security doors, in single file. The last in line, ready to act in tandem with Gianna if the foreman decided to use the cramped corridor, we were obliged to reverse to straight. I just let Abel pass me when suddenly I heard a unmistakable hissing of a leak. The room rapidly filled with a thick smoke. Dios mío, there's a leak! An arc of electricity lashed the control board. The ancient electrical equipment was about to give up the ghost and take us all with it in a flaming inferno. Move, Fox! It's going to blow! Without hesitating, I threw myself into the corridor. John was waiting at the other end, unable to help us. I prayed that Pedro was right behind me. When I got out of the corridor, I realized he stayed behind, next to an electrical relay. He watched us sadly for a moment. His face resigned before he pressed the button to the door activation button. Adios, amigos. Last view of Pedro Ferra was about to be engulfed in a geyser flame with long haunt my nightmares. We climbed the flights of stairs that separated us from the rest of the group in silence. Gianna was silent, stony faced. For me, still in shock from what had just happened. Hold on. Pedro, he didn't deserve to die. Not like that. Arthur's patients awaited us in the kind of foyer. It was Ernest who broke the silence. Where's Pedro? I had to gather all my courage to shake my head in reply. There was a gas leak in the basement, along with an electrical malfunction. Pedro Ferris sacrificed himself, reactivating the security doors to protect us from the flames. Does it mean Mr. Ferris is dead? Yes. It's the foreman again! He's killing us all, one after the other! It might have been an accident. Let's not get carried away. It might have been an accident. This is starting to look like a whole lot of accidents, Fox. First a generator, then gas leak, even though the system had remained perfectly fine for years? Ernest looked Gianna and me aside. We were all together in the foyer, this time. Surely we'd be able to figure out the most likely suspect, wouldn't we? Let's say that's true. What do you suggest we do, Bull? Usually I suppose we put them into custody, but given our peculiar circumstances, we simply isolate them. Isolate them how? I don't know. There must be some way of keeping someone separate from the group in this building, surely. Gianna turned to me. Fox? Okay, I'll go and look for a way to isolate our suspect while you keep an eye on the patients. Thanks, Fox. A path had led me to a room which strangely resembled a classroom. Most of the floor we had reached was locked out of use. It appeared that Pedro's intervention had reactivated at least some of the security doors. Luckily, the way to the upper floor seemed clear. Before I explored further ahead, I had to find a place to isolate the foreman, or at least the most suspect person or persons in our group. There's something. Door. In the room. The door in this room led into a small door was completely empty. A storeroom? What was strange was the door was reinforced, which made it an ideal place to isolate someone. But the key was clearly not in the lock. This. Notice board confirmed that the room had been used as a classroom. Instructor had been none other than Adam Lefebvre, and Gianna Walter was mentioned in the list of students. It was worth reopening the discussion on the subject with those concerned. This memo was pinned to the wall. By methods of psychological conditioning. What was it doing in a classroom? Had Adeline put those techniques into practice? Had Abel been the subject of this kind of experiment? To explain his present mental state, even though his isolation after the incident probably hadn't helped matters. I made a note to myself to dig a little deeper. Oh, there's something around here? Trying to hear noises. Somewhere. Oh, there's a key. A key lay on one of the tables. After checking, it confirmed it allowed us to lock the small room at the end of the classroom. The glimpse around allowed me to ascertain that I had seen all of the useful clues. They now had the place to lock up the foreman. I had to hope we'd be able to continue our exploration more smoothly and without any more accidents. The first thing I did was talk over our next move with Gianna and Ernest. Well, we'll go to Gianna. I still don't trust Ernest! So, now a storeroom which locks in what looks like an old classroom? That sounds perfect to me, Fox. Ernest Bull, who was listening to the conversation, joined us. Excellent news, my dear Ricky. What do you suggest we do next? You're the detective, surely the best person to identify our suspect number 1, don't you think? In any case, somebody has to keep an eye on the patients while you question them. I suggest we get everyone together in a classroom you found, Fox. I'll be ready to act if needed. Oh, I don't believe your intervention will be necessary. It'll be stupid of the foreman. If he exists, try anything under those circumstances. But that could change if I manage to identify the right suspect. In that case, between the two of us, we should be able to contain a single, unarmed person. I have complete confidence in you, my dear friends. Nothing left to do but get to work. Good luck, Fox. Don't hesitate to share your findings with us. I won't. I'll need your help isolating our identified suspect anyway. Gianna, you're on the list of students. I found a grade sheet. You're mentioned in the list. Show me. I held out the paper to Gianna, who stared at it intently for a long while before handing it back to me. No, I'd hoped to revive some memories, but as I told you, I was too young. So it's just a blur. If I understand correctly, Adeline Lefebvre was your teacher? Yeah, she was one of the instructors in the training program. Why? Isn't he around the same age? How could she have already been an adult at the time of the incident? Ernest was silent, but he was watching our discussion carefully. Gianna glanced at him before she spoke. As you probably realize, that's classified, but I guess we're past that now. Aren't we, Mr. Bull? You can rely on my discretion, Gianna, obviously. Well then, it was one of the few successes of the Viracocha project. The objective was to find ways of prolonging human life, with the goal of allowing people with rare expertise to continue to work on their projects much longer than a normal lifespan would have permitted. Most of the survivors living in Greenhearth had benefited from the results of that research, which was promising. But why did the research stop? As you must have realized, some of the side effects couldn't be eradicated. It was because of this research that the patients have had to take the treatment which affected their memories. Exactly. The Bureau decided to bury the work done on the matter. In any case, most of the researchers who could have continued the work died in the incident. Unless it was the object being researched which disappeared or was destroyed. I imagine the Department of Defense giving up something so revolutionary despite the risks. Municipal shrewdness never ceased to amaze me. Did he suspect that at the very moment the bell was in my possession? That's all I know, Bull. As you can imagine, the strict need-to-know basis applies to me, too. In any event, thanks for your candor, Sheriff. It helps me see things more clearly. Alright, we're just going down the list, I guess. Is it the man with the eyes everywhere gone? Abel was extremely nervous. He seemed gentle as a lamb, but was I being fooled by appearances? Could he actually be the foreman? Is Sabrina safe now? Oh, is Sabrina safe now? Yes, Abel, you're safe for the time being. The nice policeman is lying because the nice policeman already lied to me. I promised Sabrina, but Mr. Broom Broom Cars ended up roasted. And maybe you want to ask me some questions to solve the case? I like solving cases. That means the strange people will leave my house. Yes, I've got some questions for you, Abel. Okay. The mental conditioning experiments. Found some documents that mention mental conditioning experiments. Does that mean anything to you, Abel? That's when the people might look in my head to look what's inside, right? I guess that's it, right? Yes. That was a long time ago, before my house was all broken. Sabrina doesn't like us talking about it. Please, Abel, it would really help me a lot if you tried to remember. It might help me know who the foreman is? That person who checks for being good? No, Sabrina hasn't seen him for years. Abel either. Anyway, we never knew who he was. He changed his face all the time to disguise himself. What do you mean? I can't explain it any better. He changed his face, see? There, that's all I can tell you, Mr. Nice Big Police Detective. I'm insisted, but my instinct told me I wouldn't get anything clearer than the clue he just given me. Although clue was probably a bit of an overstatement. Gas leak. There was a gas leak in the basement. That's what caused Pedro Ferreira's death. Yes, I knew the mushroom land was dangerous. Sabrina told me to always be careful of mushrooms. Did Terry do anything in the basement? Yes, he went on a trip with me. We looked at the colors of the electrical lights, it was like the movies. Did you touch the electric lights? No, I would have liked to, but the big muscle man didn't want to. We're going in circles. I decided not to pursue any further questions. I found it hard to believe that Abel was capable of deliberately sabotaging the gas in order to eliminate the patients. Nothing he told me made me certain of his innocence. Alright. Harry Graham. Harry's pacing around the corner of the room. Oh, Ricky, we're in deep shit. Magnus first, now poor Pedro. Still no lead on the culprit, huh? Exactly. I want to talk to you about that. You and Abel are among the patients who went down to the basement. You were also in the building when Magnus died. Honestly, Ricky, you don't think I'm the foreman, do you? Really, Ricky? You disappoint me. I helped you. Have you already forgotten that? It was me who tipped you off about the hospital. I even warned you that Magnus and Pedro were in danger, remember? You think it would be pretty dumb to draw your attention to it if I wanted to bump them off? Abel went down to the basement too, didn't he? Why are you accusing me and not him? I'm not accusing anyone at the moment. I'm just asking questions. Yeah, sure. Harry hasn't hesitated to pin the blame on Abel, but was that enough to draw any conclusions from? I had to try a different approach. There's something else. I saw how you were around the sheriff. Are you scared of her? What happened between the two of you? Nothing happened between us. Are you sure? Yeah, just I thought if it was the sheriff who got contents of the safe, if you follow me. Screwed up royally. You're all buddy-buddy with Walter. You think she's playing straight, huh? Oh, yeah, well, let me tell you. She's not cool, man. She's not cool at all. Harry crossed his arms and glared at me. Conversation was over. Did I trust him rather than Abel? I had to make my mind up. Alright, Adeline. Ah, there you are. I hope you've managed to prepare a sounder plan with your little friends, because it has been a big success up till now, if I may say so. We're doing our best. I can promise you that the sheriff and I are doing our best to ensure your safety. But your best is far from satisfactory, Detective. I suppose you didn't come here to talk about that. What can I do for you? I found this pamphlet about methods of psychic conditioning. Does that strike any chords? What do you want me to say? You can judge me all you want, but don't be surprised. We tried to explore the innermost depths of the human psyche with the sole intention of turning it inside out like a sock. No, I still have no regrets. Okay, but what for? Well, possibilities were endless. Extracting information from foreign nationals, preparing our armed forces for sensitive operations, debriefing our armed forces after traumatic experiences on the terrain too, of course. Industrial espionage, undercover work, it's a long list. There was a silence. Alan didn't seem to have even the slightest feeling of guilt or regret. For me, I was sickened. Found this grade sheet in the classroom. I suppose this is where you had your classes. Yes, it is. Now you mention it. With all the damage, I hadn't realized which part of the building we were in. Can you tell me a bit more about your work here? I already told you. I was doing a training program. What purpose? Yeah, there was to create the next generation of elite soldiers, able to adapt to all sorts of crisis situations. So Gianna was part of the program. Yes, but I already told you all that. I don't see how that's going to help you know who the foreman is. Yeah, re-examine your priorities, detective. But any opinion on the foreman's identity? Unestablished which of the patients is most likely to turn out to be the foreman. Do you have any thoughts? You'd be better off questioning Oscar Morrison instead of wasting your time with me. Do you have any proof? No, unfortunately, I've got no proof, but I'm sure he's hiding something. He's your man, in my view. Look, Alan, I promise you I'm not ignoring any lead, but if you don't have any proof... God damn it, detective, you're wasting your precious time to questioning me. You could already be holding the culprit. I don't plan to end up like Magnus or Pedro because of you. There's no point insisting. Adeline was too concerned about her own safety to try to help me. Alright. Itchy leg. Continuing down the list, Oscar. Oh, Detective Fox, have you come to finally offer me an apology? Excuse me? Why would you want me to offer an apology? Well, now, that appears fairly obvious, doesn't it? Despite all my efforts to cooperate since your arrival in town, you haven't ceased to threaten me and accuse me of wrongdoing. With this new accident in the basement, you will surely finally concede. I do hope my innocence. Hang on. If you're not responsible for the explosion in the basement, which could, by the way, just be an accident, what about the rest? Several eyewitnesses, with yourself the first among them, could confirm that I hadn't set foot in the building before the death of poor Mr. Lindgren. Oscar was right. I had no reason to keep him on my list of potential suspects. Alright. And so, Oscar had wrong-footed me, and I was getting a kick out of bringing it to my attention. I apologize. I admit I was wrong to suspect you. You see, that wasn't so hard. I accept your apology, and thank you for your honesty, Mr. Fox. I observed your little confabulation with Walter and Bull earlier. You're racking your brains to know which of us could be the foreman, aren't you? Suppose you've got an opinion on that. Oh, unlike yourself, Mr. Fox, I'm no detective. Do you truly wish me to draw what would probably be hasty conclusions? Give it a shot. Well, it's quite simple. You have two options. Either you consider that the accident that took the life of our dear mechanic was an act of sabotage, which would certainly allow you to proceed by elimination, or you try to follow the thread of investigation, not taking all the other elements into consideration, from Petrovsky's death to that Magnus by way of Raymond, which may be a little too ambitious for your intellect, I'm afraid, and of which, in any case, will not bring you to any conclusion that you haven't already made. What do you mean? You're going to swiftly realize that, with the exception of yourself, the Sheriff Bull, and of course myself, any of the patients still alive may be a foreman. I see. Under the circumstances, it would be indelicate of me to keep you any longer. I wish you bon courage, and most especially, good luck, Mr. Fox. Don't forget our lives are in your hands. Morrison was irritated, but unfortunately he wasn't wrong. Liz seemed more and more lost and nervous. She was completely unequipped to deal with a series of violent deaths which had punctuated our progress through the building. Still, she'd gone down to the basement with me, which made her a potential suspect. Oh, Mr. Fox, will this be over? Can I go back to the diner soon? Just a little bit longer, Liz. It'll soon be over. What happened to Mr. Farah was horrible. He was so kind. Talking of that, you went down to the basement with me. Oh, you suspect me? But how could I have done that? I'm just following procedure. It's nothing personal, Liz. Oh, I understand, Mr. Fox. But Mr. Graham and Mr. Smith went down there too, didn't they? Yes, I've already questioned them. Oh, okay. I don't know what to tell you, Mr. Fox. You didn't lose sight of me the whole time we were down there. Liz was right. I can't see how she could have sabotaged a pipe while I was watching her. Fortunately, I couldn't say the same with Terry and Abel. For all we know, it was just an accident, right? Poor Mr. Farah and poor Mr. Lindgren. They were regulars at the diner. I could never wish any harm on them, and I'm really going to miss them, you know? I believe you, Liz. Oh, thank you, Mr. Fox. Thank you so much. I'd have been so upset if you suspected me. You're the only person who's been kind to me, to listen to me. To the others, I was just a secretary. Just a waitress. Doesn't bother me now. All I want is to bring people a little happiness. Liz clearly didn't have an ounce of malice in her. I couldn't even imagine that she could be any kind of murderer at all, let alone the foreman. But my suspicions would fall on Abel Smith and Terry Graham. For all out of the other patients, they were the only ones to have had access to the basement. Alright. Anything new, Fox? I questioned Terry. Okay, I guess that was hard work. True, Terry's pretty edgy, but to be honest, I don't know what to think. On the one hand, Terry warned me about the risk that Pedro and Magnus were taking. On the other, because of me, he and Abel had access to the basement, and one of them clearly could have had the opportunity to set off a gas leak. Should have never left them alone. Don't sweat it, Ricky. You've done the best you could in a difficult situation. Thanks, Ernest. Right. If you want my opinion, Fox, Terry's probably dangerous. Whether or not he turns out to be the foreman, he could become violent if he feels he's in danger or if he panics. Personally, that seems like a good enough reason to keep him separated from the others, especially if you don't have any more conclusive leads. Thanks for the advice, Gianna. Well, think it over. Abel. I have a question to Abel Smith. At least, let's just say question, just putting it strongly. And what conclusions did you draw? It's impossible to come to a verdict without any confidence, unfortunately. Fact is, he insisted on going down to the basement, so he obviously could have sabotaged the gas piping. That's my fault completely. I shouldn't have dropped my guard. True, it must be admitted you certainly showed a lack of judgment there, Fox. However, what makes me wonder is that he doesn't have the profile of a criminal able to coolly plan several cold-blooded murders. He could very well be playing his cards close to his vest, Ricky. Remember, he's got no alibis for the murders of Raymond or Dr. Petrovsky. That's true. Everything suggests that he hasn't left this building for years. Except if, once again, he's playing close to his vest, and wasn't the former reputed to be a master of subterfuge. And I have to admit, Bull's right, Fox. It's possible to say that Abel Smith's not our man. Unless there's something else I noticed. Abel told me he knew that Mushroom Land was dangerous. The Mushroom Land? That's what he called the basement. Do you mean that he knew there was no need to sabotage the gas because he already knew the system was faulty? Just a hypothesis, but in any case, why insist on going with Terry Graham? It's hard to say, Hawks, but whatever you decide, I'll support you. I questioned Adeline. I had a word with Adeline. Oh, that's pointless in my opinion, Ricky. We're already sure that Adeline's not the foreman. Are we? What makes you say that? It's simple, Ricky. Remember the person in charge of the checkpoint had noted that the foreman had just before her on that register you found in the basement? Yes, you're right. That clears her completely. I should have thought of that. Don't apologize, my friend. You're under a lot of pressure, but that's why I'm here, to help you. I questioned Oscar. I had a word with Oscar. And it made out to me quite rightly that he hadn't set foot in the basement until we went through the checkpoint. The facts are clear. Oscar can't be the foreman. Oscar might not be the foreman, but I'm sure he's hiding something. You're right. There's always something suspicious about how he behaves. Still, Fox, his actions are in line with his declared goal of wanting to protect his former colleagues. After all, it's true. He wouldn't be the first patient to demonstrate some, let's say, surprising behavior. At first sight, anyway. Saying that, I agree with you. It's best we keep our guard up. Questioned Liz. Good. What did you conclude? I had to cross her off our suspect list. And yet, she did go down to the basement with you, Ricky. Yes, and that does give her a window of opportunity, but unlike Terry and Abel, who also went down to the basement, I didn't take my eyes off of her. That seemed like a good enough reason to clear her completely. Honestly, Gianna, you know Liz, she wouldn't hurt a fly. I'm with Ricky on this one. I don't believe she could be the killer at all. It's true we still don't know the foreman's motives, but Liv seems to only want one thing, that we let her just get on with her quiet little life. Still, she was close to the head of the center before the incident. One more reason to keep her with us. She's the best place to help us find the records, isn't she? Alright, you talk me around. Forced to acknowledge that Liz closed foreman doesn't make much sense, no matter what angle you look at it from. I have no desire to make the same mistake with Pedro Ferra. Same mistake I made with Pedro Ferra. We should never have suspected him. Arnstein contented herself with nodding in agreement. Pedro's death could have been avoided, and we knew that all too well. Well, three of us. Made my decision. I'm listening. Unlock them both up. I'll check something out real quick. Yeah. You know what? We're gonna go with both of them. I think we should lock up Terry Graham and Abel Smith. Both of them? Yes, there are two main suspects, and I can't decide between them. Fox, just imagine that Terry or Abel does turn out to be the foreman. You realize you're condemning the other to certain death if it should turn out that his cellmate is on the list of those to be killed? I hadn't thought of that. Sheriff's right, Ricky. You have to make a choice. Alright, in that case... No! We're going with Terry. It's Terry we should lock up. That would be a wise decision, Fox. Terry Graham appears to be extremely on edge. If he suddenly turns violent, as he has done in the past, we can find ourselves in a very delicate situation. His unpredictable behavior might become a problem, whether he turns out to be the foreman or not. Right. Now we just need to put our plan into effect. Harry loudly expressed his disagreement with my decision, but finally allowed himself to be escorted away by the sheriff. The door closed on him. I pray that we made the right decision. At least we'd isolate a member of the group who might be volatile, but we were also cutting off an asset who might have protected us at the foreman's truck again. Then we'd all climb the stairs up to the landing on the top floor, which had offices on one side, and nice timing on the achievement and the research laboratory on the other? Yes. You know what, though? Because we all went in to the director's office. Do you know where to find the records, Liz? Yes, they're in that cabinet. There. It looks like the cabinet's locked, Ricky. There's a keypad for the code. Do you remember the code, Liz? Yes, I think so. It stayed the same for years. I should definitely manage to remember it, Mr. Fox. But how do we open the candy machine if there's... How do we open the candy machine if there's no light? Messing up the voices already. It's fine. Mr. Smith's right. The power hasn't come back on this floor. A mild research laboratory is on the other side of the corridor. If nothing's been touched, we should find a little emergency generator in there. Fox, can you go with Oscar? In the meantime, we'll get the circuits ready to plug in. I should be able to deal with that. Are you sure? Well, there's no choice, Fox. We can't let Oscar go off alone. I think it's best that we don't spread out over the floor. But where's Mr. Angry Stare Teacher gone? I suddenly realized that Adeline wasn't with us. Another reason not to waste any time, Fox. Well, let's go, Oscar. Lead the way. Oscar guided me to one of the laboratories. A layer of dust covered the research material, but everything seemed to be intact. I believe I have a canister of gas put away in one of the closets. Could you get the generator from the storeroom, please, Detective? Wait. Oh, don't worry, Mr. Fox. We've already established I'm not the foreman, haven't we? Several devices have been stored in the storeroom, but which one of them was the generator? Okay. Noises. Strange machine doesn't look like anything I'd seen before. Why had Oscar been working at the time of the Viracocha project? Time was of the essence. I decided not to dwell on the question. After checking over, this machine seemed to be the right one. I tucked it under my arm and swiftly returned to the main room. Alan was holding Oscar at gunpoint with a strange weapon which looked a bit like a big syringe. To be reasonable, Miss Lefebvre, I assure you there's been some mistake. Talk to Adeline. Adeline, calm down. Lower your weapon. No, I won't lower my weapon. You're all blind, every single one of you. You see, Morrison's making a fool of you. Even before the incident, I had my doubts about him. But if you won't take things in hand... Adeline, Oscar can't be the foreman. He wasn't in the building during the deaths of Magnus and Pedro. I don't believe you. You're letting him dupe you. The situation was volatile, to put it mildly. I had to find a way to de-escalate things before another tragedy occurred. Really some way to play for time. Oscar, did you find the gas for the generator? Yes, it's there on my desk. Oscar jerked his chin at a 3/4 full jerry can. Here's what we're going to do, Adeline. We're about to open the records. If I show you a document which confirms your foreman's identity, will you accept that Oscar Morrison is innocent? I know I'm right. He's tricking you from the start. If that's the case, I'll be if it turns out that Mr. Morrison has indeed tricked me from the start, I'll be delighted to help you stop him. All you ask is that you wait until we've opened the records. Since I have confirmation, or not, of your suspicions, I'll be straight back. Until then, I'm counting on you to keep Mr. Morrison in your sights. Hey! Oscar, don't do anything stupid, okay? What Mr. Fox proposes seems like a reasonable request. What do you say, Miss Lefebvre? Alright, but I'm warning you. Wrong move. I will eliminate you. Noted, my dear. Noted. Jerrycan under one arm and the generator under the other. I hurried to the director's office. Well, it's okay. I've got the generator. Quickly explained the situation while Ernest plugged in the power. Abel was waiting and immediately entered the access code. Oh! Well, I, the undersigned John Whiteman, found the body of mine, blah, blah, blah. Wait, released the federal government of all responsibility? And accepted my own free will to fuse in procedure with Miss Elizabeth? I'm sorry, Liz. I did all I could to hold him back. I just wanted a life. He has to be stopped. Her eyes, Liz changed into a gray-haired man. We're all stunned, trying to understand what had just happened. But before we could do anything to stop him, the foreman had launched himself at Abel's throat and had shoved him into one of the shelves. A crash of broken wood and shattered bone filled the room. Gianna, who'd got a grip of herself, threw a hard kick at the man's ribs, momentarily cutting off his breath. But with a leap, the foreman attempted to flee as Gianna drew her service weapon. Caught between the elevator shaft and the sheriff, the man turned, defiant. Hands up! You won't get another warning! There's this moment of suspense as the foreman weighed up his options. The creature, Tiltex, it's awake. He'll know what to do. As for me, I've failed. Without hesitation, the man threw himself into the void. Gunn and I rushed to catch him. But it was too late. The man who was transforming back into Liz smashed into the remains of the elevator 4 stories below. After that, everything happened very fast. We went back to the laboratory to realize the person we were supposed to save wasn't who we thought. The decapitated body of Adeline Lefebvre lay against one of the benches. As for Oscar, Oscar was gone. Finally giving into uncharacteristic panic, Gianna hurried me out of the building and accompanied me to my car. Made me promise to leave town immediately to never come back. I wish I could have kept that promise. I had something with me. Something that would force me to return. Told you we were right at the end. I should have just held out for another 7 minutes, but it's fine. We'll just keep going. It's fine. We can't always perfectly predict the chapter ends, right? It's terrible noises from the other room, make it hard to concentrate. What is it behind the door that I don't want to remember? I have to keep on writing. I keep on remembering. Jody, I have to do it for you, my love. Episode 4. Jody. Can you make up a bottle? I've been back from Greenhearth for a few months. My son had just been born. We had everything to make us happy. If it wasn't for the terrible dreams that haunted my nights. Terrible things had happened in those few days I spent in that accursed town. The worst thing had been the death of the patients. All Arthur's former patients who had perished at the foreman's hand. Innocent sacrifice at the altar of the negligence and hubris of the authorities. Most of them were simply collateral victims of forbidden experimentation which should have never taken place. The man behind the code named Tiltix had played with fire. He wasn't the one who had been burned. Excuse me. What a waste. Ricky? Yes, of course. Right away, honey. Thanks. I know things haven't been easy since Arthur's death. You know I'm here for you, don't you? You can talk to me, you know? I know. I've already told you everything I can. The rest would put you in danger. Yes, but how can I help you if I don't know what happened? I just smiled. I still had the strange bell that Arthur had concealed in the safe deposit box in Greenhearth Bank. I kept it with me all the time for want of a better option. I was sure the thing was dangerous, but I had no idea where it came from or what it was for. Even if it put a target on my back, I figured it would be totally irresponsible to get rid of it on the sly. It had to be destroyed, but how? And how long would it be before someone realized it was me who had it? It wasn't all. The foreman's last words continued to echo in my mind like a warning. The creature. It's awake. What was he talking about? What kind of threat was this creature that even a man like the foreman should have been afraid? Jody watched me, patient and concerned. There was no point worrying her. Our apartment was in the usual state of disarray for young, working parents. We just celebrated Halloween. The decorations hadn't been taken down yet. Luckily, Jackie, Jody's aunt, who lived nearby and was happy to take care of Chris at a moment's notice. I don't know how he would have managed without her. Where could that bottle be? I glanced at today's headlines. The dread of seeing what had happened in Greenhearth coming to light had faded a little with time. I guess the Bureau had managed to cover everything up thoroughly. I often thought of Gianna Walter. Hope she was okay. I agreed that it would be unwise to contact each other. The phone would probably be tapped for a good long time. Was she still the sheriff, or had she even made some scapegoat for the fiasco at the hospital? At the moment, I thought I'd probably never know. I know the phone thing is ringing there. I'm probably supposed to examine it. First, nothing over here. Phone rang, I remember picking up. It was my partner, James Giordano. Box. Hello, James. We've got a new case. There's no need to stop by the station. I'll meet you at the scene. Hey, where do I have to go? Have you got the address of the college campus? The state college? No, but it shouldn't be too hard to find. We agreed on a meeting point, traded a few remarks, and then I hung up. And the bottle. The bottle lay on the couch. I just had to wash it and warm the milk. Riley was waiting for me to give Chris this bottle. I didn't hang around. Okay. Okay, there it goes. I'm like, I know I pressed X. Here you go. Here's the bottle. Thanks. You just called. I have to go. Hey, I'll finish getting ready and I'll drop Chris off with Jackie. Can you pick him up this evening if you're not too late? Of course. Thanks, that would really help me out today. Have a good day. Kiss my wife, snatch on the keys, and set off. At finding the college reception and losing myself in the maze of corridors, I finally found James. He was waiting for me in front of a dorm room. Police tape had been strung up and my colleagues were bustling around. I joined my partner. Ah, Ricky. James. We're starting the day with some nasty business. Homicide. Has the victim been identified? Yes, one Martin Maloney, one of the students who shared this room. What happened? Bullet to the back of the head. Victim was found on his bed, still dressed. Probably never saw it coming. Day after Halloween, student parties had the reputation of being pretty wild. Hitson must have come back from a party and fallen asleep immediately. Probably drunk. Drunk for sure, but maybe not just drunk. We'll know more when we get the tox report. Forensics had done what they needed to. I was able to get the body moved immediately. Still early. Most of the students aren't up yet. Thought I'd get it done fast before we start to draw a crowd. Good thinking. Neighbors didn't hear anything? Just finished questioning everyone, and no witnesses. Murderer shot through a cushion to muffle the noise, but with Halloween, I guess there must have been music all over the building. Pity. That's not gonna make our job any easier. Have we got a suspect? No, not yet. We've got his roommate one, Garrett Stern. Was he the one who called it in? Yes, at least. He reported the crime to the caretaker's lodge. It was them who called it in. Have you questioned them? Just quickly. I wanted to talk to the neighbors first. Giordana had made the right choice. In this type of case, sensationalist rumors start flying around pretty fast. It's better to speak to the witnesses early before you have to record so-and-so heard such and such, and everyone says that all through the deposition. Suppose he's got an alibi? He claims he was at the campus film society's Halloween party and the crime had already taken place when he got back. I see. I'll go and talk to him. Any clues? We've got the murder weapon. I got that under seal right away. That's good. That should help us. Well, I break it. Yes, but I didn't find anything suspect in the lodgings. Okay, I'll take a look. Investigate. There's the crime scene. I mean, we're already here. Crime scene was a standard campus dorm room, that kind you could find anywhere in the country. Pulled on some gloves to avoid contaminating any possible evidence and got straight to work. An obviously new laptop computer was charging on the bedroom floor. Screen was on and awaiting the password of Martin Maloney. So this was the victim's computer. And the other drawers indicated the room had been searched. The murderer had been looking for valuables to steal? Why would he expect to find valuables in a student's dorm room? Didn't make sense, combined with a laptop computer which hadn't been stolen. Especially considering the crime looked more like an execution than the reaction of a robber caught in the act. If that had been the case, the victim would have taken the bullet from the front, not from the back of the head while he slept or lay unconscious on his bed. Nothing up here. Oh, these photos. Stack of Polaroids. Shots on the top of the pile looked like they'd been taken the night before, looking at the costumes of the people in the photos. I had to put them aside to study them more carefully. I had a good look around the crime scene. I just needed to have a chat with the roommate about what I found. Pile of photos? Stack of Polaroids is made up of local shots of classic student life. The most recent looked like they'd been taken the night before at a Halloween party. One of them caught my attention. The campus clock was clearly visible in the background. Did they plan to use this photo as an alibi? I decided to examine the photo more closely. Garrison had a tan mark where his watch should be. I hadn't questioned him yet, but I made a note to look out for that detail. I don't think we have anything left with James. Oh, I found some contradictory clues. I was down the crime scene, there are some clues that don't add up. Meaning, on the one hand, the room seems to have been turned over, but on the other, the victim's computer wasn't taken. Think it's a murder disguised as a burglary? I'd rather keep an open mind at this point. I don't know, Fox. There's something shady about this business. Alright. Garrett's turn. First thing I noticed about Garrett's turn was his attitude. Didn't like it at all. Still wearing his Halloween costume when I interviewed him. Ugh. Still wearing his Halloween costume when I interviewed him, which is understandable, but under the circumstances. But what really got under my skin was his self-satisfied attitude. The arrogance of old money oozed from every pore. A type born with a silver spoon in his mouth, lucky enough not to have a huge debt to pay off when he reached the job market, but incapable of recognizing his own good fortune. Your Frankie kind of reminded me of a certain Oscar Morrison. As I suspected, he wasn't wearing a watch, and no tan mark either. He didn't know it yet, but I was a whisker away from slipping the cuffs on him. All I needed was a motive. Introduced myself with a wave of my badge. Detective Fox, I've got a few questions for you. Yes, of course, officer. I promise you have my full cooperation. This is bad business. What was your relationship with the victim? He was my best friend. What happened to him is a real tragedy. Garrett's turn didn't ring true. If Maloney was really his best friend, he should have been far more affected by his death. And even without that, the violent death of his roommate should have rattled him. The fact that this wasn't the case was almost like a confession, but it wouldn't hold up in a court of law. I needed more to bust him once and for all. I keep double tapping my controller. Where were you last night? At the campus film society party. I already told your colleague that. I'm going to repeat everything I already told him. Once again, his reaction didn't add up. And when you got back, you discovered Mr. Maloney's body, is that right? Yes, that's exactly right. I'm gonna make some notes in my notebook, which seems to exasperate him further. And do you have witnesses to confirm you were at this party? Of course! There are even photos. I see. From my gut feeling, he was hoping the Polaroids would back up his alibi. Was there something else, officer? Did Martin Maloney have any enemies? Not that I know of. You said he was your best friend. If he had enemies, you'd know about it, wouldn't you? Yes. But Martin was a brilliant student. Everyone liked him. Brilliant student. What was he working on? He was majoring in information science. Like you. Yes. Like me. So you were working together? Yes, you could say that. I'm gonna miss him a lot, you know. I feel there was something worth looking into here. I decided to keep at it. What exactly were you working on? A mobile app. I can't tell you more than that without making you sign an NDA. Anyway, what's it got to do with your investigation? Let me remind you, my best friend is dead. Alright. Application? There's money at stake. That was a plausible motive. With that false alibi, I definitely had enough to get him to spill his guts. Did you check if anything had been stolen from your room? Do you think Martin was killed for that? To rob us? I mean, with Halloween, there were plenty of townies on the campus. This economy, that's so sad. My friend should lose his life over a few dollars. He leaped at the bone I'd thrown him very fast. Too fast. Once again, his behavior didn't gel with the gravity of the crime that had taken place. So what? Did you check if anything had been stolen or not? No, you know, with what happened to poor Martin. I see. You got proof of your guilt. Of my guilt? You don't mean what you think. The application you were working on with Martin Maloney. Something tells me it was on the point of being bought out. Am I right? And he didn't want to share the profits. That's not true. We were robbed, and I've got an alibi. I was at the Halloween party. Let me guess, the so-called Halloween party where you took the photos that you so kindly left for us to see? That's right. Look at the photos. You can't prove anything. Another photo with a clock in the background. Think of this photo in particular, the one where we can see you with your friends at the time of Martin Maloney's death? Yes. You see? A great shot, but it looks like you had more of a tan last year. Point at the tan mark. This time, he's got no comeback. I read him his rights and we took him down to the station. Chris is crying. Can you go and get him while you finish preparing the bottle? Months had passed. It was almost Christmas. My son's first Christmas. I tried to be there to enjoy those moments. I was having a hard time forgetting Greenhearth. And that murder case kept going through my mind. How could a young student from a wealthy family be capable of murdering his friend for the chance of a few extra dollars? We're expecting the verdict any day. Ricky. Yes? Your son? Yes, I'm going. Sorry. Leah was amazingly patient with me. I did what I could to conceal it, to be there for her, but she was no fool. She could see something was wrong. Maybe I should have talked to her more. Would that have changed anything? Impossible to say. There's nothing interesting in the paper. Mostly usual seasonal features. Still nothing about Greenhearth. It was now almost 6 months since Arthur had died. I was finally starting to breathe easy, to tell myself I was well out of the business, and that the terrible things I'd seen in that damn town wouldn't come back to haunt me. A flyer lay on the table. Odd, I'd never seen it before. Talking about a hospital for children. A fundraiser? I had notes to talk to Jody about it. Anything else to examine before I examine the kid? Ah! It's David! David! I'm sorry, it's very creepy. It's very creepy! My son, I miss him so much. As I took him out of his stroller, he stopped crying. I don't want to remember what happened next. But I have to. For you, Jody. Jody had finished preparing the bottle. I handed over Chris, who immediately began to drink greedily. I have to go. Today's verdict of that case with the student, isn't it? Depends on the jury, but in theory, yes. She'll be fine. Considering the circumstances, they won't take an age to decide. Until the verdict's been passed, we can't be sure of anything. Will you tell me about it tonight? Of course, honey. Do you want me to drop Chris off with Jackie? Yes, if you don't mind. I should finish early tonight. I'll pick him up when I get off. I remember going to the precinct. It was a quiet day. I did some filing. Around 4 o'clock, James came to my office. The verdict for the Maloney vs. Stern case was out. Good news, Ricky. The verdict's out? Yes, Stern got 20 years. Doesn't make up for what he did. Brilliant young man lost his life because of the greed of his so-called best friend. Come on, Fox, it's a win! It's not often we can congratulate ourselves on the job well done. The only thing you'll get from brooding like that is an ulcer. I wasn't wrong, but since Greenhearth, I could only ever see the glass half empty. Still, that evening, I left the office a bit more cheerful for the first time in months. What I didn't know was that the day was just about to come apart at the seams. Since I stepped into the apartment, I could feel something was wrong. The living room was plunged in darkness. Chris was crying in his room. I went to get him, changed his diaper, tried my best to soothe him. But my anxiety was palpable, and he must have felt it. There was no trace of Jody in the apartment. I was thankful to see that there was no sign of a struggle either. What there was, however, clearly placed on the table was a handwritten note. I snatched it up with my trembling hand. My dear Detective Fox, I don't believe I'm mistaken in suggesting you have in your possession an object that belongs to me. It would have been good of you to have left it in Greenhearth before your hasty departure. As you can imagine, I have had a great difficulty in coming to find it. In your absence, I've taken the liberty of borrowing your dear wife, who is, incidentally, quite ravishing. If you wish to see her again in one piece, you know where to find me. Do accept, my dear friend, with my most sincere best wishes, signed Oscar Morrison, Esquire. Yes, come alone. A moment, it was as if my world was falling apart. The demons of Greenhearth had come to claim my soul. I had known this case would come back to haunt me sooner or later, and I had chosen to ignore it. I put Chris's things in one suitcase, a clean suit, and my shaving bag in another, and I got in the car. It was obviously out of the question for me to take my son to Greenhearth. I had no choice but to leave Chris with Jody's aunt. She hounded me with questions, but what could I tell her? Her niece had been kidnapped. Did anything I told her would put her in danger? Leaving my son broke my heart. I planted a kiss on his forehead, praying it wouldn't be the last time I ever saw him. And I hit the road. I had no choice of catching up with Morrison, but I drove until I was exhausted and allowed myself just a few short hours of sleep on gas station parking lots. If he wanted to exchange the bell for my wife, then the quicker he got it, the quicker Jody would be safe. I had no idea what to expect when I got there. The winter sun was just rising when I finally reached the Greenhearth Dam. The forest and the town were covered by a thick blanket of snow. I headed across the great concrete structure as fast as I could. The police roadblock awaited me at the other end. If I'd hoped to arrive unremarked, I'd failed. However, we had arrived and occupied the area. No mistake. The streets teemed with federal agents and military. Gom was a small town in the middle of nowhere I'd left a few months earlier. To introduce myself, a convoy accompanied me to the police station. Gianna Walter was in the parking lot, talking to a guy in a black suit. He turned out to be the head of operations, Special Agent William Curtis. As I got closer, I realized that they were deciding what to do with me. Fortunately, diplomacy was never the sheriff's strong suit. I suggest you give him a proper welcome, understood? Walter, do I have to remind you once again who is in charge of operations here? Real quick. Alright. Until proven apparently that never actually happened in the game. Oops. Until proven otherwise, you're in my jurisdiction, one tiny blunder, and I can promise you a pretty scathing report. Chris appeared to be furious. He nodded at me to come with him. Followed him as he muttered curses about Gianna. I didn't expect to be welcomed with garlands and flowers, but I certainly hadn't thought the town would be in such a state of crisis. Chris had requisitioned the sheriff's office. Detective Fox. When I was assigned to this case, I had half a mind to bring you back here, but Sheriff Walter assured me, quite apathetically, we'd never hear from you again. What are you doing here? My wife has been kidnapped by Oscar Morrison. Kidnapped? What are we doing in the area? And with your wife? Oh, what's more? Your file says you live at the other end of the country. You don't understand. Oscar came and kidnapped my wife from our apartment about 48 hours ago. That's impossible. I've been tracking Morrison for months. This zone's locked down. A mouse couldn't get through the perimeter without me knowing about it. And yet, my wife is gone. Well, why the hell do you think Morrison could be behind your wife's disappearance? Why would he be? It doesn't make any sense. Now that I think about the cold metal of the bell in my jacket pocket, could I trust Curtis? It's too soon to say. Anyway, it'd be extremely unwise to let him know I was in possession of the object. The trouble was, Morrison's letter mentioned the bell, so I couldn't show it to him. I'd have to find another way to convince him to help me. Well, Fox, concerning the seriousness of your allegations, you'd better have some proof. You're an investigator, aren't you? Don't you ever just get a feeling in your gut? No, I'm not an investigator or a profiler. I'm head of operations for the Federal Bureau. My decisions are based on facts and evidence, not feelings in my gut. Curtis took a deep breath. As my leg cramped up. Ah! Right, I promise you this. If it turns out that your wife has indeed been kidnapped by Morrison, as you claim, do everything in my power to get her back to you safe and sound. If I were to offer you some advice, it would be this. Pack up your stuff and go back to where you came from. Because believe me, if you try anything foolish, I'll have you behind bars. Your involvement in the events during Arthur Petrovsky's death has still not been completely clarified. I won't take the risk of you sabotaging my operation. And don't imagine Sheriff Walter can do anything to stop me. Chris was a cautious, rational guy. I couldn't hold that against him. If I wanted the Bureau's support, I had no choice. I'd have to convince him that Jody was here, being held by Oscar. But how? I'm calling some old friends. Gianna Walter. Found Gianna in the police station kitchen area. It was strange seeing her driven out of her own office. Her misgivings had turned out to be correct. She found herself at the mercy of the feds with little scope and having to account for everything that had happened here 6 months ago. And for all that time, Oscar Morrison had been on the loose. Fox, just what the hell are you doing in Greenhearth? You don't know how much trouble I've had keeping you out of all this. Jody's been kidnapped. Jody? Your wife? Yes. It was Morrison, right? Yes, it was. Why would Morrison want you to come back? There's no point sugarcoating it. And anyway, I already told Gianna about the bell. The bell. Oscar wants it to exchange it for my wife. You're talking about that thing Arthur hid at Greenhearth Bank, aren't you? Yes, I took it with me when I left Greenhearth. I thought I made the right choice. I didn't know what it's for. After everything I've seen here, fairly certain it was the subject being researched by the Viracocha project. And here's a note Oscar left for me. Held out the letter to Gianna. Yes, it's pretty clear. Have you shown this note to Curtis? No, I didn't know if I could trust him. You're quite right. Curtis is a pencil pusher, and that doesn't mean he's not dangerous. So this bell, have you got it with you? Yes. I hesitated as I was about to take it out of my pocket to show her, to give it to her, to get rid of it at last. I was reconsidered as I recalled that we were in the break room and anyone could walk in at any moment. Gianna noticed my hesitation. You don't need to be afraid to talk. There's no chance we'll be disturbed at this time of day. To tell the truth, I keep it with me all the time. I'm sure that it's dangerous. I don't know how to destroy it or how to get rid of it without taking any risks. At least we got a bargaining chip to get your wife back. Are you gonna help me? Of course! Considering the risks you took to shed light on what happened to Arthur, it seems like the least I can do. We're gonna find your wife, Fox. I promise. Thank you. Have you got a plan? First thing to do is convince Curtis to help me. Didn't he believe you? No, he's convinced Oscar is trapped in Greenhearth. Problem is that now Oscar left me mention the bell, so I can't show it to him. I see. Have you seen Ernest Bull? Not yet, but I was gonna head to Golden Sky next. Good. Maybe he'll have some ideas. Anyway, I guess no one's really brought you up to speed, but if you've got any questions, don't hesitate to ask me. Otherwise, come back and see me when you've got something new. What's the status of the inquiry into Arthur's death? Javier has confirmed the suicide theory, and their file's been classified. At least we know the truth. And we'll have to make do with that. They've just chosen a scapegoat. In this case, the victim himself, and they classified the case immediately, exactly like they did the first time. Arthur was prepared to do anything for the good of his patients. He didn't know he'd wake the foreman by trying to help Liz Cole. The strange bell he hid at the bank would drive him insane. You think that's what happened at the end of the day? The man I knew would never have taken his own life. As far as I'm concerned, his death is inextricably tied to that thing. I think that's the most believable explanation, too. Progress on the foreman. Well, what I'm about to tell you is obviously has been made public, but the feds have confirmed that most of the patients were killed by one John Whiteman, one of the members of the Viracocha project, who was reported missing after the incident. What does that mean, most of? Well, right, some of the grammar's been going a little wobbly. Well, as you know, Eleanor Febb was killed by Morrison during the events that took place in the old hospital, but that's not all. No? What else? Rio's gone over the crime scene to the fine-tooth comb with a far greater means than we had available during our investigation, particularly the side of Raymond Kowalski's death. They didn't find any fingerprints belonging to John Whiteman or to Liz Cole, but they did leave some belonging to Oscar Morrison and some belonging to one Ettore Marjorana. Ettore Marjorana? The name struck a chord. I was sure I'd already heard it mentioned during the investigation. Yes, that name means something to you, doesn't it? Do you remember the fingerprints we found in the morgue after the fire? Everything had happened since. I had to admit I'd completely forgotten that trail, which had gone nowhere. The name of the Italian scientist who was supposed to have been dead for decades had surfaced again. Something told me we'd soon have the whole story on that. Does it mean Oscar has an accomplice? I don't know, Fox. If that is the case, it seems very unlikely that we'll have never seen them up till now. Most plausible theory, I'm surprised to hear myself say this, is that Oscar Morrison and Ettore Marjorana are sharing the same body. Like Liz and the foreman. Exactly. New development raised a bunch of new questions. I thought up till now that Liz's case was unique, but have there been other patients? I recall Pedro Fair and his dual personality. Had he two been joined with another person during the Viracocha project? Can that explain the incredible longevity of the patients? Was that what the strange bell was for? And that would, at least partly, explain Oscar Morrison's strange behavior. You really been trying to help me, as he claimed since the beginning? What happened to Abel and Terry? They're at Greenhearth Hospital under heavy guard. Abel Smith recovered quickly from his wounds from the foreman's attack, but since both of them refuse to take their medication while Morrison's on the loose, they're unstable. Is that it? I don't know exactly, Fox. I haven't seen him since the hospital. As you can imagine, my security clearance has been significantly downgraded due to the events. It's going to be no mean feat to get access authorization if you feel like paying a visit. Alright, Ernest Bull. Ernest was back at his post behind the reception desk at the Golden Sky Hotel. Oh my goodness, my throat. Ernest was back at his post behind the reception desk at the Golden Sky Hotel. I sparkled as he watched me come into the lobby. He must be the only person in town who's happy to see me here. Oh, my dear Ricky, what a pleasure to see you again. I heard you were back. I took the liberty of preparing your usual room. But do tell me what brings you here. Surprised you don't already know. Well, of course I know. Oscar Morrison has kidnapped your wife, if I'm not mistaken. Obviously, you can count on me. What can I do to help you? Quickly told him of the events that brought me back to Greenhearth. I see. So Mr. Curtis doesn't believe you, but to convince him you need to show him a letter from Oscar, but for some reason that escapes me. But for some reason it escapes me. You're unable to do that. Try. And can you show this letter to me? I don't remember. Did we ever tell him about the bell? I don't think we did. I'd rather not. Ricky, if you want my help, you're going to have to trust me. I'm much use to you if I don't have all the information you can give me. Of course, I hadn't told him about the bell, but I realized if I wanted to have any chance of finding Jody, I had no choice but to reveal everything. Absolutely everything to Ernest Bell. Bull. I handed him the letter. I see. I suppose that this object that Oscar talks about is what was in Arthur Petrovsky's safe deposit box at Greenhearth Bank, is it? Yes. I suppose this is all connected to the experiments carried out to Rivera Project. But tell me, this object, do you still have it? Yes. Can you show it to me? Explain. I took the time to explain to him in detail everything I knew about the strange bell, but not to show it to him. I suppose it explains our friend Arthur's obsession with the bells just before he died. This goes without saying, but it's crucial that Oscar Morrison never gets his hands on this thing. Oh, trust me, I've got no wish to further Oscar Morrison's plans, whatever they might be. I really hoped I wouldn't find myself in a situation where I'd have to choose between Jody and the spell. Ernest Bull just nodded. In any case, I appreciate your candor, my friend. It does help me get a clearer picture of things. First thing to do will be to convince the Bureau of the validity of your claims. I can see only one way to do that. Oh, right. What? We'll have to go over Mr. Curtis's head. I thought Curtis was head of operations. William Curtis is just the operations manager. There's another federal agent who's been put on the case as a special consultant who can bypass the chain of command. His name is Lewis Parker. You'll find him at the diner. From what I've heard, he spends most of his day there. Thanks for your help, Ernest. I'll go and talk to him. My pleasure, my dear friend. And if you want some more information, don't hesitate to ask. Oh my goodness, I was thinking this was going to be a shorter one, but apparently not. What do you know about Oscar? I'm afraid I don't know much more than you, Ricky. He's been on the run since the tragedy at the hospital. Beth has spoken to his wife several times, but she's been refusing to cooperate. Apart from that, their searches have been fruitless. There's something I don't understand. Why did Morrison come back to Greenhearth if he managed to get outside the security perimeter? For one thing, we don't know exactly when Oscar left town. Maybe he managed to escape not long after the hospital and it took him 6 months to track you down. That's possible, yes, but in that case, why has the Bureau restricted the search to the Greenhearth area? Ah, well, that's simple, and it squares with your other question, too. Bureau thinks he's got a reason to stay here. Exactly. It all suggests that the Bureau knows about that curious bell of yours. Well, maybe not Curtis, and certainly not his underlings, but I don't think they'd have adequate clearance. But Parker, on the other hand... Yes, that's got to be why Parker was rushed out as a special consultant. In the event of failure, Curtis will take the blame. In the event of success, I'll be ready to secure the item on behalf of the Bureau. That's it. It still doesn't tell me why Morrison came back. If you want my opinion, it's just a guess. Oscar needs both the belt and to be here in Greenhearth. Bill's right. I had to prevent Morrison getting his hands on the bell, no matter what. I didn't know it yet, but the trap was closing around me. What have you found out about the foreman since I left? It may surprise you, but absolutely nothing interesting, I'm afraid. The Bureau decided to let Oscar Morrison take the rap, including for the murders committed by the foreman. Officially, the man died years ago in the fire at the hospital. I see. Anyway, that's the version I heard. Maybe Sheriff Walter could tell you more. She could. She told me about an internal memo, which confronts the foreman killed most of the patients. Obviously, the feds will do all they can to reveal as little as possible. I think we'll have to make do with what we already know, Ricky. What do you know about Agent Parker? Not much, I'm afraid. I've never encountered him in person. After my involvement in the events at the hospital, I was placed under house arrest. From what I've heard, he's efficient and capable, but he's long past retirement age. Do you think he could be linked to the Viracocha project? Considering the fiasco that turned out to be, I'd be surprised if the Bureau had kept hold of anyone who'd been involved in it in any way. And those who could be fired were buried here in Greenhearth. The ashes of the project, as you know only too well. What's Dr. Gianna? We got nothing. Alright, Lewis Parker, I guess. I gotta admit, pushing open the door of the little family diner gave me a strange feeling. What's even stranger was the wildlife that had invaded the setting. It was swarming with men in dark suits. I have Liz, who had loved this place so much. In the end, she'd been another collateral victim of the Viracocha project. I was just regretting not having asked for a more detailed description of Parker when a tall, thin man, his craggy face creased with deep lines, approached me. Detective Fox, I presume. That's me. I'm glad to finally meet you, Detective. As you can tell, your reputation precedes you. I believe I've heard that you're here in search of your wife. What can I do to help you? I have to convince Curtis that my wife is here. I see. Curtis is a man of reason, as you must have realized when you met him. He won't move unless you bring him proof of what you claim. Fortunately, I don't have any formal evidence. I understand your dilemma, Detective. Here's what I suggest. Mr. Morrison's wife, a delightful woman, by the way, refuses to help us. Obviously, she's been under high surveillance since her husband disappeared, but I could arrange a pass for you, if you see what I'm getting at. Why do you think that might help me? The psychological profile I've drawn upon Oscar Morrison strongly suggests that his family is still his main motivating factor. You think his wife's still in contact with him? I think it's a possibility. Just let me warn you. I don't think Rose Morrison's confession will be enough to get Curtis moving. You'll have to find something more substantial to offer him. Draw an address on the paper napkin. Thanks. There's something I don't understand. Why are you helping me? Parker studied me with his sharp stare, his face inscrutable for a long moment before he answered. There's something about him that made me feel deeply uncomfortable, but I couldn't define exactly what it was. Whoa, but that's obvious, Detective, as you've realized. Curtis's efforts to ground to a halt months ago. The Bureau is to ever get their hands on Oscar Morrison. The only solution is to shake up the status quo. And if I'm to believe the incredible results from the last time you came to Greenhearth, everything suggests that you're just the man for that job. My best friend had been murdered. And you moved heaven and earth to find out what happened. I look forward to seeing what you'll do to find your wife. Parker saw me as some sort of agent of chaos. He was hoping my presence and my actions would drive Oscar into making a mistake. What can you tell me about Rose Morrison? She's an unremarkable council worker who moved to Greenhearth about 15 years ago. There's nothing significant about her life except that she married to a survivor of the Viracocha project. She's got no police record. Until you arrived, they led a quiet life with their son Nathan in a little house near the forest. According to our investigations, the Morrisons are a solid couple. Mrs. Morrison's cooperation with Curse's team has been minimal. Mainly it's consisted of her telling us that she's got no idea where her husband is, or what his plans are. At least she holds the bureau responsible for Oscar being on the run, and she's convinced. We all know exactly what he's told her about his past, but we're led to believe she doesn't know anything about the Viracocha project. As you know, the survivor's memories of the incident only began to resurface with Arthur Petrovsky's death, and according to his psychological profile, Morrison probably chose to keep it a secret. Mr. Parker was a professional. In just a few words, he gave me a precise, detailed portrait of Rose Morrison and her relationship with Oscar. You think she talked to me? Oh, that's what I'm hoping. Thanks for the information. Alright, let's go to Rose Morrison. Lots of talking. The Morrison's home was as mundane as they come. The kind of house that lined the sidewalks for miles in residential areas all over the country. What was less mundane, however, was the police presence put there to keep watch on the surroundings. They'd been waiting months for Oscar to make a mistake that had never happened. I nodded to the car station in front of the house. The two federal agents inside it nodded back, confirming that I could approach. Parker's orders had gone through them. A woman watched my approach from the doorway. She had a child through one of the first floor windows. Just as I was about to enter the garden, she came to meet me. What do you want? I'd guess I'd have to say she was about 50, but her features were so pulled by worry and fatigue that I could easily be wrong. I already told you, I don't know where my husband is. Mrs. Morrison, I'm not with the feds. I'm a friend of Dr. Petrovsky's. What do you want me to do about it? Don't talk to me about that man. It was fine until he came to town. He was trying to help Oscar. He was trying to help all his patients. I was frantically trying to figure out how to redirect the conversation. Rose seemed to realize who I was. Wait, no, you're Ricky Fox, aren't you? Yes. I'm sorry, I thought. Let's not stay here. Follow me. Waved at me to come with her. Once we were inside the house, the child of around 10 came and nestled against her, staring at me with a strange insistence as he did so. Our son, Nathan. I attempted a hello, young man, but there was no reaction from the child. Look, Mr. Fox, Oscar told me I could trust you. That's the only reason I've let you into our home. Oscar told you that? Really? Yes, it might seem odd to you, considering what happened later. But ever since you came to town 6 months ago, my husband took a liking to you. Told me he wanted to help you, and he hoped you'd help him too. That seems difficult to believe. You know, Oscar's always been an artist, an eccentric. It's a side of him that I've always found refreshing, even though it can be a little wearing on a daily basis. At the time, I didn't pay much attention. You're saying makes no sense. How do you explain to your husband... Wait, not in front of my son, please! We leaned down to talk softly to the child, and after a few minutes, Nathan finally nodded and went into the living room. Rose waited until he was absorbed in his coloring pages before she continued. He's autistic. Oscar took such care of him. Since he's been gone, it's been hard. He's made so much progress. But you're not here about that, are you? I had my hesitation. I was like, oh no, are they going to do this badly? Okay. Routine is good. And his routine has been upheaved. So, okay. Yes, I heard your wife had been kidnapped and that you think it was my husband. I understand why the police are trying to blame him for everything that happened in Greenhearth. Oscar wouldn't do any of that. And now you want me to help you catch him for crimes he didn't commit? He left me a note claiming responsibility for his actions. I showed her the letter Oscar had left. It's strange. I recognize his writing in parts, but certain words were written by someone else. I'm really worried, Mr. Fox. Mrs. Morrison, I know your husband wasn't responsible for Arthur Petrovsky's death. He's not responsible for most of the murders committed here 6 months ago. All I want is to stop him from doing something unthinkable. Help me, please. She let out a sigh. This has gone on for 6 months. It's never ending. I know you're worried about your wife, but my son needs his father too. If you can find my husband, can you remind him that he has a family who loves him and who wants him back? I'll tell him. I promise. Thank you. Ask me whatever you want. I'll answer. When did you last see Oscar? 6 months ago, a few days after what happened at the old hospital. Here I was some radio equipment. He was very upset. Radio equipment? Had he collected from his little lab before he fled? I made a note to ask Rose about that later, but I decided not to interrupt her. He told me he had to hide, that everyone was after him. I was very worried. For weeks I watched his mental state deteriorating, but I didn't know what to do to help him. He moved into the bunker, and a few days later he disappeared. I haven't seen him since. That's what I told the federal agents, and it's the truth. He hasn't tried to contact you. No, I haven't heard from him in 6 months. You say he came back from the hospital with radio equipment? Yes, I'm no specialist, but that's what it looked like. It was pretty old equipment, but it looked like it still worked. Did Oscar tell you what he wanted to do? Did you ask him? As I told you, he was very upset that night. He muttered something about triangulating a signal. He said it was important to Ettore. Ettore? One of his former colleagues, apparently. From before the accident at the hospital, he'd often mentioned him. In fact, since Dr. Petrovsky arrived, he began to remember his past. You know he lost his memory after the fire at the old hospital? I nodded. It's truly remembering all that seemed to be painful for him, but I thought it was a good thing. All he needed, that it was just a rough patch and he'd be better after. When you saw that he was so upset, didn't you contact anyone? I wasn't supposed to contact the only doctor in town that just died and hadn't been replaced yet. Anyway, it was getting late. Nathan was already in bed. When he said he had to hide in the bunker, I let him. I figured I could wait till tomorrow, and then I heard about what happened at the old hospital. Poor Liz, poor Pedro, killed by my husband? It was impossible for me to believe. There'd been some mistake. And when the federal agents arrived, he'd gone. He said you've got a bunker. Yes, it's an old fallout shelter from the 1950s. It was already here when we moved in. Oscar hid down there for the first few days after he escaped. Yes, he stayed there a few days. I took him his meals. When the federal agents arrived, he just vanished without even saying goodbye. Guess he wanted to leave before they locked down the town. Haven't seen him since. This bunker, could I see it? Yes, if you want, but I don't think it'll help you. Several agents have been in and searched it, and they haven't found anything. Entrance is down at the end of the garden. Thank you. Did Oscar tell you what his plans were? Absolutely not, unfortunately. I tried asking him, but he didn't want to tell me anything. He was really agitated toward the end, even though he tried not to show it. I caught him talking to himself a few times. Do you remember what he said those times? Just fragments. He stopped as soon as he heard me. I heard him say your name several times. Last I saw him, it was as if he was the Oscar I knew again. That was when he told me I should trust you if something happened to him. Of course that worried me, but he told me everything would be fine. I believed him. Next day, he was gone. Thanks for telling me all this. It can't be easy thinking about it at all. Rose Morrison nodded sadly. She seemed resigned. What was Oscar like before Petrovsky arrived? He was a wonderful man. He was funny, kind, considerate. I met him not long after I arrived in town. We hit it off right away. He lived on a generous allowance from the government as compensation for the accident at the hospital. Gave him time to pursue his painting. I knew he had a chronic psychiatric illness, but over the years it had stabilized. After 2 years, we got married, and a year after, Nathan arrived. What else can I tell you? Oscar turned out to be an amazing father. He would have done anything for his son. After Nathan was diagnosed with ASD, he never gave up, quite the reverse. I don't know how I would have coped without him. And Arthur Petrovsky came. Yes, with him, everything just fell apart. I'm sorry. It's not your fault. Search the bunker. I had no difficulty finding a door to the bunker. We got through it inside through a trapdoor at the end of the garden, as Rose Morrison had told me. The interior is typical of these constructions, which had been built all over the country during the Cold War. A bunk bed, a table, a few cans of food on the shelves, and a sliding door which led to a Spartan washroom. I wouldn't have been surprised if all the homes in Greenhearth had one at the time when the town became the bedroom town for the employees attached to the Viracocha project. What was surprising, however, was the signs of recent occupation. Had Oscar come back to stay here when he returned to Greenhearth without letting his wife know? Examine on the shelf. Oh my gosh, this talkie is doing my throat in. My notebook. It was impossible that the feds had left this behind when they searched the bunker, so it seemed to confirm that Oscar had been back here recently. Pages and pages were covered with complex mathematical calculations which seemed to involve geographic coordinates. In any case, they seemed to be connected to the radio equipment stolen from the hospital. On the last page, the result of the equation had been circled several times with bold sweeps of pen. Oh, it was incapable of deciphering all this and more. I had no idea who could help me understand it. The feds? This wasn't in the skill set of your regular PO agent. They hadn't already posted specialists out here. They'd have to find one double quick. Perhaps Terry or Abel would have some idea what the equipment stolen from the hospital was for. I still needed to find a way to go and see them. Here. A cell phone was left on the table. Ellery was dead, but the phone seemed up to date enough to have a GPS system. This was Oscar's phone, and he had it with him while he was on the run. Maybe I had proof that he was near my home when Jody had disappeared. If that was the case, would that information be enough to convince Curtis to help me? Though I still needed help from the feds, or rather from Parker, to unlock it to get access to the location history. On everything Oscar had left behind after his recent occupation of the bunker. If there were older pieces of evidence, they had already been filed by the feds, but I suspect that they hadn't found anything very conclusive. When I talked with Rose and the clues left in this room, I was beginning to get a clearer picture of Morrison. Everything had led me to believe that he'd been possessed, for want of a better word, by this Ettore Margerana. Like with Liz and the foreman, maybe it had actually been Ettore who killed Adeline and stole the radio equipment at the hospital. Maybe Morrison really was trying to help me, despite the interference from the other personality, as he claimed from the start. Once again, I left the place with more questions than answers, but at least the clues I found would help me form a plan of action. To close the trapdoor, I thought that Jody had Oscar kept her here. There was nothing to affirm or deny the thought. All I could do was hold on to the hope that it wasn't too late, that I would find her. Some more questioning. Let's head to Gianna. Nothing. That's a Rose. Nothing. Curtis? There we go. I'd like to go see Abel Smith and Terry Graham. Access to the last survivors of the Viracocha project is very restricted, as you must realize. Of course, I could make an exception for you, but you'll have to explain why. There's no point in stonewalling him. The only way he'd agreed to my request was to lay my cards on the table. So give him a rundown of my meeting with Rose Morrison, the clues found in the bunker, and the mysterious notebook left by Morrison. Then notebook to the forensics team, maybe they can get something off it. Alright. And Abel and Terry? Well, let security know they should allow you to visit. As you might guess, they haven't been exactly been cooperative with the Bureau. I guess they don't trust us, and I really can't blame them after the organization fiasco following to Dr. Petrovsky's death. Maybe you're a better place to get something out of them. Alright. Go pay them a visit. Greenhearth's new hospital was a modern concrete block, which had probably been hastily built after the fire at the old building. After I introduced myself at the reception, they took me down some corridors to a small visiting room. A few minutes later, Abel Smith and Terry Graham came in. Ricky, this is a surprise. Has the nice detective come back to save us? If Abel didn't seem much different from the last time I'd seen him, Terry seemed lessened somehow. Every moment seemed to cause him pain as he hobbled in, leaning heavily on a cane. Seeing my concern, he said at once, "If you were wondering what happens when we stop taking your meds for too long, here's the result." I'm sorry. Oh, I know I was letting myself in for by stopping. We wanted to be helpful for the nice detective's investigation. want to forget our past again, at least not while Oscar's on the loose. The feds have put us under observation here. But you didn't come here to listen to us moaning. We heard about your wife. What can we do to help you? Apparently, Oscar took some radio equipment during the events at the hospital. Does that mean anything to you? I don't know, Rookie. It was just the head of security and everything was classified. The department called Applied Radio Astronomy on the top floor, but I have absolutely no idea what they were doing here. Maybe the man in the hat was trying to call the Star People. Harry and I turned to look at Abel. The Star People? Yes, the Star People love some things. The bad man and his friend with the eyes everywhere found them, and they used them on us to try to understand them. And now we hear the echoes of the stars. The man in the hat hears them. I hear them too, very loud, because the bad man used a strange bell I gave to the doctor a lot on me. And so we can see ourselves on the equipment and know where we are. Abel was even more baffling than usual. Took a minute to try and comprehend the information before saying. So Oscar's trying to locate, Oscar's trying to send the signal to the stars? Maybe, because the Star People want to know if the dinner is served, and the person hiding the man in the hat wants to tell them yes. That's why they had to stop the experiment. I'm sorry, Mr. Nice Detective. I don't know how to explain it better. I'm sorry, but he looked as confused as I was. Sorry, buddy. Lost me too. Abel looked hurt. He was clearly trying his best, but his best was still pretty vague. I give it Oscar's calculation notes to the feds. Maybe they'd manage to do something. Maybe they'd manage to do something with them. Let's hope so, because if there was one thing I was sure of, it was that whatever Oscar was up to was nothing good. Unfortunately, my visit hadn't helped me one bit. Questions were stacking up one after another, but I was still no closer to finding Jody. What did Abel mean by the Star People? Was he trying to tell me that Arthur's bell came from outer space? That seemed crazy, but everything I've seen here in Greenhearth was just as crazy. Didn't hang around after that, but I could tell they were glad to see a familiar face to escape for just a short while from their dreary routine. I didn't know then that that was the last time I'd see them. Let's try Gianna now. No. Ernest. No. Curtis. No. Probably Rose, isn't it? Any developments? Yes, I'll need to scan the contents of this phone. Got the equipment to do that, but it'll take a little time, Detective. Can I ask what you're hoping to find? I think this is the phone Morrison's been using while he's been on the run. With a little look, the GPS history will confirm his presence near my home when my wife disappeared. In this case, that should certainly be enough to convince Curtis to help you. Come back in a while. I should have the result. I'll wait if that's okay with you. As you wish. I hardly had time for a cup of coffee at the bar before Agent Parker was back. Detective, here we are. I've got the results of the phone analysis. And it is Oscar Morrison's phone. We've matched some fingerprints from the phone. And as for GPS coordinates, we've been able to recover his itinerary. Indeed, go to your home in the time window we've got for your wife's disappearance. What has he been doing during his 6 months on the run? Appears he was getting closer to you, but very carefully avoiding the major highways and mostly getting around on foot. Morrison knew he was wanted, that the slightest mistake would lead to his imprisonment. Once his plan was accomplished, he probably stole a vehicle so he came straight back here to Greenhearth. Do you know how he managed to come back to the town without getting caught? No, that's something we don't know for now. There's another gray area. Morrison seems obsessed with you. His only goal, while he's been a fugitive, has been to ensure that you return to Greenhearth. Do you have any idea what he wants? Exactly what he wanted? No, he'd left me, had made that perfectly clear. He wanted the bell. Rather, Ettore Marjorana wanted the bell, and Oscar was under his control. I couldn't tell the feds that without also revealing to them the existence of the bell. My bargaining chip to get my wife back. Simply replied, no, I don't know what he wants, and I'd like to find that out too. Parker watched me silently with his keen gaze. I always suspected something was waiting for me to confess. Well, let's hope we get to the bottom of this mystery. Curtis already knows, but I think it would be wise for you to pay him a little bit to figure out what to do next. Alright, well thanks for the tip on where to go. When I returned to the police station with the proof that Jody had really been kidnapped by Oscar Morrison, Curtis, who had first greeted me, had exchanged much of his self-confident arrogance for an air of downtrodden remorse. Detective Fox. My team has sent over their conclusions about Morrison's phone. Half of the federal agency, I want to extend my deepest apologies. I should never have doubted your honesty. You made me lose precious time. You must be aware that the first 48 hours of a kidnapping are crucial, and I had to spend most of those convincing you to get involved. Yes, and from now on, you'll have the Bureau's complete support. We're gonna do everything in our power to get your wife back to you, safe and sound. And I'd like to officially invite you to join the team and help us apprehend Oscar Morrison. It's clear to me now that your unique perspective on this case could really be a great aid in helping us reach a successful outcome for you and us both. Do I want to do it? Alright, I accept your invitation. What's our next move? Notebook you found Morrison's bunker's promising, but we'll need a bit more time to analyze it. Suggest we meet up tomorrow morning when I'll have the first results. I'm back to the hotel for the night. I didn't know how much Oscar was responsible for the kidnapping and how much this Ettore Majorana was, but my determination to make them pay hadn't wavered in the face of this path full of obstacles that kept me from finding my wife. I didn't know what their plans were either. I thought of the bell, of the star people that Abel had spoken of, and of his creature, the creature the foreman had mentioned before he died. It's all connected. I knew that now. And especially, I hope that wherever she was, Jody was okay. Finally sank into a dreamless sleep late in the night. Next day, I was woken by a call from the sheriff. Greenhearth Hospital had been set on fire. It was still too soon to establish a death toll, but there was still hope for Terry Graham and Abel Smith, who were there for the time being among the missing. Bureau had once again failed to protect 2 of the last survivors of the Viracocha project. Went to the police station. I hope there might finally be some good news. Chris was waiting for me in the precinct break room. Gianna and Bull seemed to have been called in too, and were already there. Wow, they've really kind of just like reversed the coloring, haven't they, for this part? Map of the town was pinned to the wall, and several zones have been highlighted. Good, we can start. The notebook belonging to Oscar Morrison that you found, Mr. Fox, has been analyzed by our scientific team. Apparently, it's possible to triangulate the position of the survivors of the Viracocha project using radio equipment. Radio equipment which corresponds to that stolen by Morrison during the event, which took place in the former Viracocha Project Research Center 6 months ago, I suppose. Just a minute. How come the survivors are visible with radio waves? It's connected to the experiments that were carried out during the Viracocha project. As you know, the survivors were treated for medical and psychiatric problems. I can't go into details because it's classified, but Morrison's calculations allowed him to establish that the survivors gave off a detectable radio signal with radar waves. How would Morrison want to find the last survivors? Especially since we know where they are. Morrison didn't necessarily know about Abel Smith and Terry Graham's presence in Greenhearth Hospital. But he was pretty quick to burn it as soon as he had the information. Hang on, are we sure it was Morrison who set fire to the hospital? It does correspond with his usual modus operandi. It does indeed, Mr. Bull. We've been able to determine that Oscar Morrison was behind the fire at the morgue, and everything suggests, with the new evidence, it was also him who set fire to the research center in the old hospital. It sounds like he wanted to finish the job the foreman started and eliminate all the other survivors. That's the hypothesis of the Bureau, too. Yes, Petrovsky's former patients must represent a threat to his plans. Plans we don't know anything about at the moment. Oscar, or rather, Ettore, must be trying to find the bell. Why was he so intent on Arthur's former patients when he knew it was in my possession? Did he decide to eliminate the other potential threats before redoubling his efforts to get a hold of the bell? Well, I was here. I wasn't going anywhere until I found my wife, and he must believe that Gianna, Ernest, and I wouldn't represent a danger once the other survivors had been eliminated? Alright, would you please now take a look at the map of the town? Several zones have been circled on the map of Greenhearth. First appeared to be expecting us to ask them about them. We'll go with the weak signal first. Why not the zone on the map which said weak signal? Probably a detection artifact, there's no point considering it. The signal was very weak compared to the other two. Radio specialist was just being thorough, so they put it on the map. Strange. It matches the position of Arthur's cabin. He heard me. Curtis didn't react to the remark. Signal B. I suppose this zone is the hospital? Exactly. We started the readings during the night before the fire. We're sure this corresponds to the position of Abel Smith and Telegram, maybe even to that of Oscar Morrison, who must have been near the hospital at the time. And signal A. Circle zone show the building at some distance from the town in the middle of the forest. What's there at that spot on the map? There's been a Catholic mission there for centuries. The monks who take care of the place are almost completely self-sufficient. They don't usually get mixed up in town business. Okay, so why has the signal been detected there? Stephen Lloyd. Arnold was talking about the last known survivor of the Viracocha project, reported missing years ago. He'd been the first the Bureau lost trace of before Abel went back to the hospital and long before Arthur took up his post in Greenhearth. Yes, Mr. Bull, that's what we think too. Mr. Lloyd has indeed found refuge in the monastery, and everything suggests that he's Oscar Morrison's next target. Right, I suppose you can guess what comes next. Detective Fox, the Bureau would like you to go to the monastery so you can help us find Stephen Lloyd before he's eliminated by Oscar Morrison. To assist you in that task, you'll be supported by Sheriff Walter, who you've already worked with, as well as Mr. Bull here. Does it mean you're going to take off this electronic tag I've been dragging around on my ankle for months? No, Mr. Bull, it means you're going to enjoy a temporary waiver of your home detention if, of course, you agree to help us. Bring me Stephen Lloyd safe and sound, and we'll reevaluate your case. Agent Parker is already in place with a team. They're ready to step in if Morrison tries anything. Jimmy, I'm going to supervise the operations around the hospital until you get back. For the time being, the bodies of Abel Smith and Telegram haven't been found, so if it turns out they survived the fire, we'll have to organize their extraction to a secure health facility. Fiona, Ernest, and I left the police station and climbed into the sheriff's car. After a lively 10-minute drive along the hairpin bends to climb the mountainside, we came into view of the old Franciscan mission. This, slight move is, messing with my eyes as I'm trying to read. The neo-Gothic architecture style was reminiscent of the East Coast. Gargoyles, bas-relief angel, and other oddities. Basically spooky. Fiona told me that the monument was too close to Greenhearth to become a tourist attraction. The monks who lived there had been left in peace, and references to the building had been removed from maps of the region. Fiona approached the man in the homespun habit, who was waiting for us at the entrance. She exchanged a few words with him, and he allowed us to enter. We went to the building, but I don't remember if I began my investigation straight away or if I spoke with my companions before I started the search. We're gonna question. Because I want to get out of that screen. Fox. Gianna looked delighted to be out on the ground again after the long months confined to the office by the Federal Bureau. I found a way into the cellar. You should take a look. There's some interesting things. She pointed out a staircase and a vaulted passageway. Don't you want to come with me? I think your investigating skills are better honed than mine. I'd rather be here, ready to take action if Morrison or this Etor shows their face. Alright. If there's anything else, you know where to find me. Alright, so we got the cellar unlocked now. Ernest Bull. Aw, Ricky, come over here. I've got something to say to you. Ernest and I moved away. I have heard from some of my contacts. Apparently there's insurrection brewing among the Feds. Insurrection? Yes. I've been informed that a secret faction within the Feds posted to Greenhearth are cooking up something. You think Parker? Probably. I can't see credits turning against the hierarchy. I figure they're ready to leap into action as soon as they've traced you know what. Bull was referring to the bell, of course. I shouldn't have been surprised if Parker knew of its existence and wanted to get hold of it. I'd have to stay on my toes and be ready to pull the wool over his eyes. Anyway, could you drop a quiet word in the sheriff's ear, please? As for me, I'm going to keep an eye on the comings and goings. Come and find me when you found Stephen Lloyd, if you don't mind. Hey, let's do that. Watch yourself, Ricky. Everything might look under control with the Bureau, but the situation could get messy pretty fast. Back to the sheriff. Well, asked me to let you know he thinks there's going to be an uprising among the Feds. Oh, I've got to admit, I've been afraid of that ever since Parker turned up. An uprising? Really? I think we can believe Ernest. He seems pretty sure of how reliable his information is. I'll have to be doubly careful, Fox. Curtis is behaving like a Boy Scout, and Parker, I don't know. Something shady about him, but I can't put my finger on what it is. Still, he did help me. Without him, I never could have convinced Curtis. Did he really help you, or did your actions merely serve his interests? Anyway, we'll just have to be on our guard. I'm gonna keep an eye on the comings and goings here. As for you, as soon as you get your hands on Lloyd, I suggest you come and get me, and then all three of us, you, Bull, and me, will be his escort. I think that's our best chance of keeping him safe while we get him out of here. Right, I'll be back when I've got something. Alright, start with the cloister, I guess. Found ourselves in the Abbey cloister. Several monks were going about their business. I remember speaking to them to try and glean some information. Oop. One of the monks was dressed differently from the others. I figured he must be of a higher rank. I went over to him. Father? What is this intrusion into the house of the Lord? We had an agreement with Greenhearth. Some of my brothers have made a vow of silence and isolation. This situation is unacceptable. Somebody dangerous has infiltrated your abbey. Listen, my son, what you say makes no sense. We have been self-sufficient here for years. We have nothing to hide. Why would somebody dangerous, as you say, come after us? We know that Stephen Lloyd is hiding here. Someone is after him, someone who wishes to take his life. I'm sorry, my son, but Stephen Lloyd is no longer here. I have to ask you to leave the premises immediately. Father Diego wasn't going to be easy to convince, but he had to hand over Stephen Lloyd before it was too late. No point insisting at the moment without more proof of the gravity of the situation. One of the monks noticed me as he crossed the cloister. I approached him. He looked mildly irritated by the intrusion of the town people into his daily life. What do you want now? What do you mean now? What are you trying to say? I don't know if I should talk to you, but I think Father Diego has lost his mind. Moved closer to me and added in a confidential murmur. First, we welcomed that woman a while back. She was injured, certainly, but we are a serious monastic order. We can't just take people in at the drop of a hat. Now all these town people have come and invaded our space. It's very upsetting. Then he seemed to pull himself together and was about to turn away. Wait, this woman, can you? I mean, my son, I've already said too much. Shouldn't have unburdened myself, so if you'll excuse me. But, sorry, I have a lot to do. I have chores in the vegetable garden today. To clean the glass house before sex. You see? The monk turned and strode across the cloister, clearly in a hurry to get away. What are you even talking about? Did it have anything to do with my investigation or Jodie's disappearance? Hard to say, but as soon as everything seemed to be centered around the Viracocha project in this town, I guess information might be useful sooner or later. As soon as he noticed my presence, his, one of the monks turned and hurried away down the corridor. Didn't cop long enough for my reflex to immediately be on the alert. I tried to follow him, but before I could catch up with him, he seemed to have vanished. Had it been Ettore who could have borrowed the habit to go unnoticed? The corridor he'd taken led to the monk's cells. One was guarded by a rather imposing monk. Is this where I find Stephen Lloyd? I went nearer. Good morning, brother. The monk was silent. Good morning, brother? And stared at me stolidly, but seemed intractable. I decided to leave it for the moment and go back to the cloister. I don't recall finding anything else in the Abbey cloister. Abbey cellar. Abbey cellar was a gloomy, vaulted cavern, badly lit. Agent Parker, who was already there, seemed to take note of each tiny detail of the room with his hawkish gaze. He came to join me. What's with the guy with, like, the hospital-looking wheelie thingy? Ah, Detective Fox, I see that you, too, have sniffed out the place where some promising clues may be hidden. Fortunately, I'm afraid my investigating days are behind me. I have to stand ready to order my team as soon as Morrison shows his face. Incidentally, we found some radio equipment which seems to correspond to that stolen from the old hospital. I believe we may reasonably conclude that Morrison is here. I'd suggest you be careful, Detective, and don't hesitate to come to me. I'll be happy to give you my advice. Without waiting for any reply, he left me to my investigation. It was a suspicious scroll. A hastily drawn sketch lay on the floor. I was no expert, but I thought I recognized Oscar Morrison's hand, but the lines were far more disorganized and hesitant than usual. I wonder if Parker could tell me more. A monk was... Oh, it was a broom. A monk was sweeping up, muttering quietly. I went over to him. Is everything all right, brother? Yes, sorry. Look at the image I'm presenting of our monster. I shouldn't complain like that when there are strangers in our midst. You don't like sweeping? No, it's not that. But Brother Jeremiah should be doing it this weekend. Once again, he's unavailable. Brother Jeremiah? Don't tell the abbot I was complaining, but I do understand why he gets so much preferential treatment. This time it's supposed to be because of the police. What's gonna be next time? Now tell me this. I'm sorry, please excuse me, I shouldn't be moaning to you. If you just allow me to concentrate on my work. Monk turns back on me and returns to his sweeping with extra vigor, continuing to grumble under his breath. Brother Jeremiah was probably in the guarded cell near the cloister. Was Stephen Lloyd hiding behind the alias? Strange symbol had been drawn in blood on the pillar. Does this have anything to do with Stephen? Or with Itor? Abe Park could tell me more. Still more. Here? Yeah. There was blood on one of the pillars. It was still congealing, so it was recent, and the patterns of the stain suggested a physical altercation. When the monks had been attacked, it was possible that Ator had taken his habit to get around the abbey unnoticed. That corroborated with my theory of the identity of the suspicious monk who had encountered in the cloister. Fortunately, I hadn't found the victim's body, but I could hope that this clue would be enough to convince the abbot to let me meet Stephen Lloyd. As far as I remember, there were no other clues hidden in the cellar. Lewis Parker. Insect the Fox, how can I help you? Tell me about Stephen Lloyd. He's one of the 10 survivors of the incident which put an end to the Viracocha project. Stephen Lloyd was high up in the hierarchy. He was one of the masterminds and, let's say, one of the founding fathers of the project. Wait a minute, are you saying Stephen Lloyd is a person hidden behind the alias Tilkits? No, he was directly under Tilkits in the organization, if you see what I mean. So Lloyd could tell us plenty about the project if we manage to question him. It's hard to say, Detective. Lloyd's been missing for years. I'm afraid we're going to be a variance. I'm afraid we're going to find a very unstable and confused man. I see. Someone drew a symbol in blood. Does that mean anything to you? On one of these pillars. Show me. Mark and I went over to the pillar in question. Yes, the symbol is connected to a former member of the Viracocha project. Officially, he's supposed to be among the victims of the incident. Ettore Majorana. Parker surveyed me quietly before he said in a cold, guarded voice. I see you're better informed than I supposed. Since you're already in on the secret, there's no point equivocating. Ettore Majorana and Oscar Morrison are two faces of the same entity, but Ettore Majorana was put to sleep after the Viracocha project debacle. As you may have realized, the individuals who participated in the experience at the hospital developed a kind of personal tick. Tick allowed them to establish their personality and keep control against the other implanted personalities. It appears that Ettore drew this symbol to avoid Oscar Morrison retaking command. See. What do you think of this drawing of Oscar's? It looks like Oscar's work. If I recall the work in the file right, the style corresponds to Oscar Morrison's, but it's as if he was interrupted suddenly. Wait a minute. If I've got this right, we conclude that Oscar Morrison tried to retake control over Ettore by doing the sketch. Ettore managed to keep control by painting the symbol in blood that I found. Is that right? That's exactly right. Unfortunately, that's not good news for us. Majorana is dangerous and psychologically unstable. I'll tell my team to be ready to catch him. Right. Investigate. Father Diego. You sheltered the wounded woman a few months ago? One of your brothers told me. I don't see what else got to do with you, but yes, we didn't agree to grant asylum to a guest for a while. Could you describe her to me physically? She was a young woman, slim, about 30, maybe. Drive covered in bruises with at least one broken rib. Vision didn't require major medical attention, so I treated her here and let her use an empty cell while she healed enough to consider what to do next, physically and especially spiritually. Did she tell you why she was there? I didn't ask any questions, and she didn't wish to come to confession, but if you want to know what I think, bruises, broken rib, looked a lot like domestic violence. It's unusual, but fortunately it's not the first time we receive women in that situation, and it won't be the last. When she was back on her feet, she left. I gave her the address of the Convent of the Sisters of Mercy, which is a short day's walk from here by the Forest Pass, recommending that she should say that I sent her. Heard nothing since. Would the convent have let you know if she turned up here? Probably not. We don't have a telephone. The Mother Superior would have no reason to turn her away. I see. Thank you for answering my questions. I have nothing to hide, my son. Do not forget that in the end it is our Lord Jesus Christ who will judge us all. Hearing the tale of the injured woman, I immediately thought of Liz, but I couldn't believe that she could have survived that fall. If she had, she wouldn't have come out with nothing but a broken rib and a few bruises. Must it have been Ines Belkader? Adeline had been convinced that she was still alive. Since the abbot convinced the abbot to allow a meeting. Look, Father, Oh, hey. I got an achievement here about a possible survivor. Look, Father, I completely understand that you want to protect the members of your order, but I really need to talk to Stephen Lloyd. Let the agents do their jobs. They're better able than you are to protect him. My son, I've already told you. Stephen Lloyd is no longer. Brother Jeremiah, if you prefer. Where did you hear that name? Doesn't matter where I heard it. However, I do know where his cell is. It's the one guarded by one of the brothers beside the cloisters, isn't it? Look. Sorry to insist, but you don't realize how much danger you're in. I'm certain now that the person we're looking for, Ettore Margarona, has infiltrated your circle. This man is extremely dangerous. I found traces of blood in the cellar. I believe one of the monks has been attacked with the goal of stealing his habit. You suggest it's very serious, my son. See for yourself. Right. If I let you meet Brother Jeremiah, do you guarantee that you and the rest of the agents will leave the monastery immediately after? To the authority, they promised that, but if I wanted to finally talk to the Lord, I didn't have much choice. I guarantee it. Very well, I'll tell Brother Robert to let you pass. Thank you very much, Father. Don't thank me. Do what you gotta do and leave. As for me, if I do indeed have a wounded monk, I must organize a search for him. The abbot turned away. Finally had free rein to meet Stephen Lloyd. Alright. When I went back to the cell, the monk guardian nodded and stepped back. A few months later, the door opened and a hooded monk crossed the threshold. By his hood, I could see that the left side of his face was disfigured. It looked like old burn scars. Brother Jeremiah? Good day, my son. Yes, I am Brother Jeremiah, and I greet you in Christ's peace. Brother, I wish to speak with Stephen Lloyd? Sorry, but it's been a long time since Stephen Lloyd has inhabited this fleshly body. Whether you're Stephen Lloyd or Brother Jeremiah, you're in danger. Ettore Margarona is looking for you. He wants to eliminate all survivors of the Viracocha project. You say it's no meaning for me, my son. I'm at peace. I'm ready to die. If our Lord Jesus Christ has decided to call me to him, whom I oppose his divine will. Wish to talk to Stephen, you will have to retrieve him. For that, you must sing the music of sinners and sunrise. The music of sinners and sunrise? Yes. Go, my son. Come back when you have found it. About the discussion with Parker earlier, Stephen Lloyd would have to do something for his personality to take control of Brother Jeremiah. Something, but what? I had to find what Brother Jeremiah called the music of sinners and sunrise. Don't move. I'll be right back. By the cloister again? There's a thingy on the ground here. She had parchment on which the psalm number 23 had been copied with some care. Are the psalms where the music of sinners that Brother Jeremiah had meant? I don't recall finding anything else in the Abbot Cloister. By the cellar again. There's two things here, actually. Old harmonica had been left here. Let's play music of sinners and sunrise for Brother Jeremiah. And another note. A sheet of paper lay on the floor. A sequence of numbers had been written on it. Clearly marked and highlighted was number 42 at the bottom of the page. I didn't see what a number could have to do with the music of sinners and sunrise, but finding it here was odd, so I pocketed the paper, planning to show it to Brother Jeremiah. But remember, there were no other clues hidden in the cellar. Recite the psalm. We're bound to recite psalm number 23. Brother Jeremiah listens to the end with a gentle smile. That is my favorite psalm, but why are you reciting it, my son? It's not the music of sinners and sunrise? No, my son, I'm afraid that's not the music that will awaken Stephen Lloyd from this fathomless torpor. Show the page with the numbers. I found this. Does it mean anything to you? 42. 42. Hand me the paperback. There's a personality who would respond to the call to number 42, but is not one that answers to the name of Stephen Lloyd. I see. Also, I realized I had the other spelling for Stephen that line there. Try something else. Play the harmonica. Took out the harmonica and tried my best to play a few notes. Give me that, you don't know how to play. Brother Jeremiah took the instrument from me, lowered his head, and began to play House of the Rising Sun. Stephen Lloyd? Yes, who are you, and why have you woken me? Detective Ricky Fox. I'm investigating the Viracocha project. The Viracocha project? I don't want to talk about that. Why do you think I took the habit and buried my personality so deeply beneath Jeremiah as hasn't emerged for years? You're in danger. Play cackle with desperate, demented laughter. I've been in danger ever since I took the disastrous decision to take part in that accursed project. What's changed that you decide now to wake me? Tor Marjarana has kidnapped my wife and is killing all the survivors of the Viracocha project. There's only you left. Tor Marjarana? That paper pusher? Certainly not, but... He had dread in his eyes before he got a grip of himself and added, the creature. It was hiding in Marjarana. Second person to mention the existence of a creature after the foreman. Hold on. What's this stuff about a creature? Will he give a nervous giggle? You don't even know. We all thought it had died in the fire. If it turns out to survive, assuring my safety is the least of your worries. If it gets its hands on the object, we're all screwed. All screwed, you hear me? Lloyd began screaming, glaring at me wildly. Calm down, Mr. Lloyd, and explain it to me, please. It seemed like a boundless effort. He finally managed to get a hold of himself. I'm sorry, I got carried away. Hey, you need to know the risk you're running. Ask me anything you want. I'll try to throw some light on all this. You know who's hiding behind the Tilkit's alias? Yes, it was the operation director of the Viracocha project. In theory, the operation was overseen by the Secret Services, but the Federal Bureau insisted on having their piece of the action. The center was jointly directed by Tilkits, an ambitious high flyer for the feds, and by myself as a representative of the intelligence service. The research was led by Dr. Alexander Korsakov, a Soviet defector who died during the incident. Alright, but that doesn't tell me the real name of Tilkits. I can give it to you, but I don't know if it'll help you much. I guess he retired a while back. Lewis Parker. Wait, Lewis Parker is Tilkits? Of course it crossed my mind. Had it? It does seem too far-fetched to give any credence. Do you know him? He's here as a special consultant for the Bureau. Like, give another nervous laugh. If Tilkits is here, I don't give much for your chances. I'll definitely want to get the object back. Yes, I gather it's you who's got it. No, I don't want anything to do with that damn thing that destroyed my life. But if you value your own life, you better be doubly careful. I wish you the best of luck, my friend. The only possibility of the uprising that Ernest had spoken of became a far graver threat. Tell me about this creature. It's an entity that was asleep in the object. When we began our research, we woke it. Breathe it. Of course, we didn't realize at the time. By the time we tried to act, it was too late. You know where this entity comes from? Oh, exactly. The two main hypotheses are that either it's of extraterrestrial origin or it comes from, how should I put it, from another dimension. See my skepticism, Lloyd added. Oh, don't look at me like that. Well aware of how implausible it sounds. I imagine you've seen enough strange occurrences in Greenhearth to be able to appreciate the gravity of what I'm saying. Anyway, strictly speaking, we never managed to establish contact, but it quickly became apparent that this entity was not pacifist. The fire at the hospital. We hoped it had perished, but there was a chance it managed to change hosts. You know what its plans are? Not exactly, but in my opinion, its main objective is the same as every other living species: to survive. Bearing in mind that it seems to have no way of reproducing, my hypothesis is that it will try to make contact with its own kind. Considering the menace that just one of these creatures represents, I dread to think what would become become of us if it succeeds? You know how it would go about contacting its own kind? A radio signal. It would have to find the right place and the right time to set the signal, and I suppose it might need the object. Explains why Morrison had taken the radio equipment at the old hospital. What do you call the object? The bell. What does it do? We found it during the work on the dam. The excavations unearthed a strange archaeological site. The work was stopped and the research team, overseen by the Federal Bureau and the Secret Services, was sent in. The archaeologists did their job, then we continued our research in a research center which was set up nearby and which must have been powered by electricity from the Greenhearth Dam. The old hospital. Exactly. Listing the site as a medical center was just a front, obviously. Our research quickly focused on this object that looked like a bell. We realized that this object allowed the fusion of living beings, considerably slowing their aging, increasing their physical strength and their resistance to disease. The path was that the dominant personality had to remain permanently in control of the fused entity or cooperate to share the control. Like Oscar and Ettore. Yes, Oscar Morrison and Ettore Margerano were working together during the Veracruz project. Morrison was working on the radio waves and Margerano on the particle physics. It was Morrison who took over when Veracruz was disbanded, and after the incident, the other personalities were put into a chemical sleep. What could have happened for Morrison and Margerano to find themselves in conflict? I can only see one possibility. In reality, the entity Morrison Margerano was the host that allowed the creature to survive the incident at the hospital. When Morrison stopped his treatment, the creature awoke too. Hold on. Do you mean to say that this creature has actually been controlling Morrison from the start? Control's a strong word for it. According to our research, it can take over any time, but it can't completely control the host except for a limited period. That explains Morrison's odd behavior. He was constantly forced to use subterfuge so that his actions didn't awaken the suspicions of this creature that spied on his movements from the shadows. I see. Well, it gave me a moment to digest all this information. You know why the creature is going after the survivors? I don't know why exactly, but I suppose we must constitute a threat to its plans. You know how to stop it, once and for all? Fortunately, I don't. We thought it perished in the fire of the hospital. Look at the result. Leave. Time to go. My associates are ready, if you would. Lloyd interrupted me. You go! Me, I have no intention of moving from here. Alright. Thank you for all your precious help, Mr. Lloyd. He nodded and pulled his hood back up. Go in Christ's peace, my son. I hurried to meet Gianna and Ernest in the cloister. It was Bull who I saw first. I approached him and felt a hooded shadow brush against me. The shadow grabbed Ernest by the collar, and beneath the hood I could make out Morrison's face, but his gaze was cold and distant, as though he were a passenger in his own body. You were lucky at the hospital, but that's over. I grasped at him, pulled on his shoulder to make him release Ernest. But he swept me aside with the back of his hand, effortlessly. His hood had slipped, but now the features had changed. It was no longer Oscar, but Ettore Margerano who had control. He held the bell in his hand. You gave me more of a run for my money than I expected, but the path ends here and now. Spoke in a strange, almost metallic voice, which sent an uncontrollable shudder of terror through me. Was the creature speaking through Margerano's mouth? Will it communicate? Ettore, or perhaps I should say, the thing, turned, causing Bull to stumble and throwing him onto me as if he were nothing but a wisp of straw. And with its other hand, it raised the cursed bell above its head, making it ring. Then the air seemed to harmonize in a strange frequency, and the unspeakable happened. Ernest's face seemed to melt into my arms, forming a misshapen clump of flesh beneath my stupefied gaze. There was pain, but adrenaline, for sure there's something E missing, and shock held us as I watched the unthinkable. We fell screaming to the ground, Ernest, me, not knowing where one began and the other ended. The federal agents arrived at a run in small groups, alerted by our cries. Discovering the grotesque monster that Ernest and I had become, one of them took aim. I'd opened fire. We were done for. Everything that happened next happened very fast. Gianna appeared behind the agent who was preparing the fire as if she'd come from nowhere. In one short, precise moment, movement, she disarmed him, snatching his weapon away and neutralizing it with the butt of the gun before drawing her own service weapon. The other feds didn't have time to react to this new threat. They collapsed one after another as the sheriff's lethal bullets rapid and precise took them out. In a few moments, most of the agents had been wiped out, and those who had been spared had chosen to flee, as had Marjorana, who had used the general chaos to slip away quietly. Bull, Fox, can you walk as far as the car? Cried. So was Ernest. Painfully nodded her head and dragged herself to the vehicle. Gianna was silently evaluating our options as we went down the hairpin bends that separated the Abbey from the town when my telephone began to ring. Without taking her eyes off the road, she grabbed it, answered, and put it on speaker. Ah, detective! I wasn't sure you'd answer in the circumstances. This is the sheriff. Fox can hear you, but he's not able to speak to you. What do you want? It's simple. My radio equipment disappeared during a little meeting at the Abbey. I'm prepared to free Fox's wife if you bring it to me. Yeah, you have 24 hours before hanging up. During that Parker hadn't joined the altercation, we had some idea who the thief might be. Gianna turned off toward the police station, which was the place where we had the best chance of finding Parker and the equipment. Nothing had prepared us for what we would find at the police station. A violent brawl had clearly broken out between Parker's group and those loyal to Curtis. The parking lot was littered with bodies in dark suits. But there was more important things. It was crucial that Ernest and I took complete control of our shared body. I need to be able to think clearly, but these sensations in my body distorting as soon as I relaxed my attention. All Bull's inevitable presence in my mind heavily limited my cognitive abilities. There's no hope finding Jody in these conditions. Ricky, we can't keep going like this. You have to take control. Hey, but how? You have to find something to stabilize yourself. Arthur's patients all developed a tick to take control. You have to find yours. Easier said than done. You'll figure it out, I'm sure. Anyway, we've got no choice. Fox? Are you coming? Fiona was watching me with concern. Realized I was standing in the middle of the parking lot talking to myself. Yes, I'm coming. Precinct break room was covered with the scars of the recent armed struggle between the feds and Parker's turncoats. I tried to ignore the lifeless bodies strewn across the room. All that would have to wait. Gianna signaled to me that she was going to further into the building, probably to check that the zone was secured. I responded with a silent thumbs up. As for me, my problem was very different. I needed to find a way to get complete control over my body. What would help me do that? No idea. I remember how I groped around to find it. One of the victims wasn't wearing the dark suits of a federal agent, but was dressed in fatigues instead. Did that mean Parker was under orders from a paramilitary division? If that was the case, our enemies would have a large numerical superiority to us. We need to be even more careful. William Curtis remained where he'd been surprised and killed by Parker's men, lifeless. Had he seen the betrayal of his special consultant coming? Probably not. I was furious and I could feel that Bull was too. This wasn't going to help me get control. Out there. Map. The map of Greenhearth. I'm going to draw a question mark on its own. Position was near the dam, a little out of town. This is where the creature had chosen to live since its return to Greenhearth? It's possible to say, but it was still a clue and we really needed those. The cat's here, and we got this. Photo of Jody. What's that doing here? It must have fallen out of the file the feds had made on me and my family, and that was the only possible explanation. I concentrated on the picture, trying to remember what was at stake with my mission. Here. Now. In the work, after a few minutes, I felt more in control. And the cat. Arthur's cat. I remember that I had promised myself that I would take it home with me, but it had been impossible to find it when I had hurriedly left town after the hospital. Jody, she loved that animal. I loved her back. It would spend all his time on her lap when we visit Arthur. At least that was before he left for Greenhearth. Now Arthur was pushing up daisies, and Jody... Oh, I can't think about what might have happened to Jody. I have to save her. I've got no choice. I remained for a minute, the cat purring vigorously on my knees and the photo of Jody in my hand. Bit by bit, I felt Ernest's presence sink back into my mind. He was still present, but as if he were asleep. Just as I was about to go and find Gianna, she entered the room. Fox, you look a lot better. Well done. Are you feeling alright? I adjusted it. Yes, I was okay. Great, because I found the survivor. You want to talk to him? Yes, let's go. A rookie vet had taken refuge in Gianna's office. He's obviously overwhelmed by what had happened. Detective Ricky Fox, I've got a few questions for you. I know who you are, Mr. Fox. Special Agent Frank Busby, or are you gonna get me out of this, Detective? Tell me what you know first. Okay, what do you want to know? What happened here? Can you tell me about the attack? It all happened very fast. Just finished my coffee and... Busby, cut to the chase, please. Sorry, well, it just got new results from the science team. Remember the map that was pinned up in the break room? The red circle area corresponded to the new coordinates. Mr. Chris asked us all to come into the meeting room for an update, but I was late. Tell me why you're late. Suddenly, there were noises and shooting, and I hid. I waited until there were no more noises, then I went to the sheriff's office. Sorry, I went to your office, ma'am. Fiona waved her hand to show him she wasn't offended. Then you came. You didn't see anything of the altercation? Well, no. Pity. I'd hoped you'd have a few crumbs of information to share about the mercenaries Parker had recruited. Alright. Yes? I'm not gonna get fired because I hid, am I? You're just lucky to be alive. You know where I can find Parker? I know, I've got no idea. Sorry. I haven't seen him since he left for the Abbey. And I don't really see how Busby could know. Anyway, if I find Morrison, I guarantee that Parker won't be far. Yana wasn't wrong, I just asked the wrong question. You know the location of Oscar Morrison? Well, I know if I'd been at the meeting. There was his own circle on the map of the town in the break room. Do you think that could be information we're looking for? Oh yes, probably. I'll go and get it for you if you like. I think I know where Curtis's notes are. A few minutes later, the three of us were bent over the map that Frank Busby had unrolled on the sheriff's desk. Gianna, do you know what's there? Yes, it's an old building lot. The work was stopped after the incident at the hospital. Morrison's home is on that side of town. I can't see how he wouldn't know about this place. And what did Curtis's notes say? It says in his report that this is in all probability where Oscar Morrison is hiding. From what I understand, they track the location of the different signals sent back by the radio frequency detection algorithm at regular intervals, and this would be the present location of one of the electromagnetic anomalies. This anomaly went from Greenhearth's health center to the Abbey before returning and stopping the miracle zone on the map. Which corresponds precisely with what we know of Morrison's route. Fox, I think we've got him. I guess that was the information Parker was waiting for to start his insurrection. Yes, and I suspect he's already out there. Check with Gianna and leave. Alright, I think we've got all we need. Do you know how to get to this building lot, Gianna? Yes, we'll take one of the service cars. What about me? What do I do? I saw the corner of my eye that Gianna was ready to draw her weapon. I gestured to her to calm down, and she reconsidered. If I were you, I'd get my stuff and get out of Dodge. Okay. Long pause before Busby understood. Uttered some tangled apologies and finally left the room. I'm not convinced it's a good idea leaving a witness, but okay. In any case, we didn't really have the leisure to dwell on the question. Creature asked us to contact it if we found its radio equipment. Yes, but since we already know its location, we don't need to tip it off unnecessarily. Hey, I just hope Parker has been smart enough not to take the equipment with him. Things go wrong, the creature will be holding all the cards to put its plan into action. I wouldn't count on it. Parker probably believes that the equipment will be as safe as wherever he and his men are around to protect it. Well, Fox, how's it going with Bull? Still there. It's as if he's asleep. I'm the one in control, for now at least. Good, because I'm gonna need you to have my back. Give a small sigh and added with determination. Great, there's no point hanging around here. Let's go. Arthur's cat had come into the room and began to rub itself up against the sheriff's legs, purring and meowing plaintively. He took it in her arms before grabbing a set of car keys. We headed off at top speed towards the creature's lair. on the hunt for Parker, and we found them. But he's preparing to launch his attack. What's gonna happen? Find out. He and his men had taken shelter in a garage. 4 people in total, him and 3 mercenaries in fatigues. They didn't seem to notice our arrival. Their attention was focused on a derelict house about 30 yards from their shelter. I didn't know exactly what I expected. Something worse? The situation actually looked fairly manageable for the sheriff and I. She signaled me to get out quietly. When I opened the car door, Arthur's cat slipped out and disappeared into a bush. Then, without a moment of hesitation, she drove full speed at Parker. The bullets sprayed in her direction, but there wasn't much they could do against an armored police car hurtling towards them. At the last moment, Gianna threw herself from the vehicle. Letting the car finish its journey, knocking down one of our opponents. The 2 others had no time to react while she's doing like this whole like Matrix thing or whatever. The 2 others had no time to react. Each of them took a volley of bullets. The threat was reduced to nothing in moments. As for Parker, he had once again vanished. Too bad. Once this was happening, I approached the derelict house and entered the room on the first floor. Jody. She was near her, I was sure. Morrison was there. He used the situation to get his radio equipment back. Oscar, I know you can hear me. Fight! Don't let this thing control you. Detective Fox, you see, in the end, I didn't need you to get the equipment. Oscar, or the creature controlling him, had no time to finish their sentence before Gianna came in and threw herself into them. But she was repelled with a backhand and heavily landed on the ground. I used the distraction to push open the door to the other room, where I found Jody. My Jody, gagged and bound to a chair. She looked terrified, but unharmed. Behind me, Gianna and the creature were entwined in a violent struggle. Just as the sheriff was about to overcome Morrison, he began to change into something inhuman. And when I realized that the creature had taken out the bell and was about to ring it, I tried to intervene, but it was too late. I don't want to remember what happened next. Refusing Gianna, Oscar, Ernest, Ettore, the creature, and me. So one of our limbs reached towards Jody. The creature was holding the bell. I understood what it wanted to do, but I was unable to stop it. Suddenly, Ettore and the creature detached from us and threw themselves into Jody, still tied up. Someone, Gianna maybe, detached the bell from the thing's hand. It was too late. Jody, I saw her face distort with the bell's effect. It was unbearable. I slammed the door. We had to stabilize. One of us had to take control. I sat at the desk and began to write. Did I do it again? Did I stop like right at the end of the chapter? And I won. I have control. I am Ernest Blow, and I will stop that creature. I stopped right at the end of the chapter. Again. Okay. Oh well, we finished up episode 4. I don't know how I managed it, but apparently it was me who won the internal struggle that Ricky launched against the 3 of us for the control of this body. Frankly, it's not ideal. Someone more athletic like Ricky or the sheriff would probably be more useful for what we're facing, but we'll just have to make do. To tell the truth, I am almost tempted to pack up my stuff and get the hell out of here, but I guess if that creature manages to put its plan into action, there soon won't be anywhere left to run. Fortunately, the noises in the next room stopped a while back. I guess that thing has managed to get free. It has to be stopped, and we mustn't hang about because it's got everything it needs to put its plan into action. Radio equipment, and a bell. My companion's help would be invaluable for that. I'm gonna need Fox's detection skills and the sheriff's determination. Even Oscar Morrison would be useful. Living so long with the creature, that must be information that he alone can give me. Maybe I can find a way to bring them to the surface without losing control. I just have to convince them to join forces with me. I'll start by exploring this house. Episode 5. The Dam. Alright, let's consult Ricky Fox. Jody. What Ricky needs to wake him up is pretty obvious. I have to find something that reminds him of his wife. Anna Walter. Arthur. Dave. Greenhearth. Find a way to wake the sheriff. We brought a cat with us when we left the precinct. I guess that animal must mean a lot to her. I'll get a hold of it. Maybe that would be enough to bring her out. Oscar Morrison. My son. Nathan. My son. President Morrison's thinking of his family. I already know what can help wake him a drawing. I hope if I show him one of his own, if he actually left one in this house, that will be enough. Alright, I'll search the house. This is the place where we lost several hours in our mental battle. Ricky Fox's notes are on the table. I'll leave them there. Maybe they'll help someone understand what happened in Greenhearth. I may not have Fox's detection skills, but there must be things to find here. Like, the cat? The cat the sheriff brought here from the precinct is lounging on the table. I don't understand why she decided to bring the animal with us, but something tells me she must be fond of it. Perhaps it will help me wake her. Oscar's drawing. Would that be enough to bring him out of his torpor? Then to the other room, I saw the creatures indeed escaped while we were fighting. The room is empty except for the chair that Jody had been kept in. I'm gonna take the rope, use to bind her. Perhaps to get a reaction from Ricky Fox's mind. Blood? The bloodstain. It looks like it comes from the creature. Gianna must have managed to injure it while she was trying to restrain it. Let's hope that slowed it down at least a bit. Really something else? Oh, the crowbar. I'll keep it with me. It might be useful. Nothing else to find in this room, for now at least. Garage. Garage where Parker and his henchmen launched their attack on the house where the creature had taken refuge. Of course, Parker managed to make it out once again, but he must have had to abandon his equipment as he ran away. There are probably some interesting things to be found inside. The service car used as a ram to eliminate the mercenaries had finished his journey in a metal cabinet. It was in surprisingly good shape considering the circumstances, but it wouldn't start. And the trouble is, I'm useless with car mechanics. Maybe the sheriff would know what to do to get it going again, though. There are loose papers on the floor. It looks like research notes with operating instructions. I just have to find the rest of them. Like this. Another sheet of instructions. I'm still missing a piece, but from what I understand of the partial information I've got, proper instructions for the system to detect people affected by the bill. One of Parker's men. I can't believe he managed to get away again. A file with my name on it. Leafing through it, I confirmed it is the proof I've been looking for all these years. It clearly demonstrates the Federal Bureau's guilt in the serious offense that led to my brother's death, which had ended in my being placed in Greenhearth with the Witness Protection Program. Fortunately, it's a bit too late, but maybe I can find a way to send all this. Send all this to my contacts. I am seeing things, apparently. There's a missing page of the operating instructions for assisting to detect the people affected by the bill. I guess Oscar might be able to figure it out. I still have to find the equipment to go with these instructions. Police radio. This is how Parker communicated with his men. I do wish that the cursor remembered where it was. A locked briefcase. I wonder what's inside. Maybe the system located the people affected by the bill. I wasn't at the precinct, which means that Parker probably stole it during the attack. That'll explain why it's here. I'm able to force the lock without much difficulty thanks to the crowbar I found in the abandoned house, and I'm able to check that it is indeed the positioning system developed by the Bureau's science team. Well, that's good news. That means we can locate the creature. I think I've seen everything in Garage for now. Alright, Ricky Fox. Jody? Fox is fixated on his wife. Poor guy. I feel kind of bad dragging him back to consciousness with us, but considering the way he's punishing himself, I guess it can't get any worse. Show him the ropes that were used to bind Jody. Ricky? For Ricky, I need your help. Creature, it's got away. We have to stop it. Creature, Jody. We have to save Jody. We'll do our best, but stopping the creature is still a priority, I'm afraid. If we can save your wife in the process, we will do, but it's imperative that we stop that thing from calling us fellas. You understand? You have to think of your son, too. My son? Chris. Yes, I have to think of him. But how did you win, Ernest? You let me have control. Look, I don't know what happened. I do know that I'm not the one in the best shape physically to tackle what's coming, but let's do our best with what we've got, okay? And anyway, very mean and Oscar, don't you think? Yes. In any case, I'm gonna need your brains if we're gonna get out of this mess. Can I count on you? Yes, I'll do all I can to help you stop that creature, I swear. Good. Thanks. Yana. Save Greenhearth. Seeing the sheriff reduced to a shadow in the corner of my mind is a very strange sight. Despite that, her thoughts seemed to waver between Arthur Petrovsky and her duty to the townspeople. The cat that the sheriff wanted to bring with us had curled up on my knees and began to purring loudly. Arthur's cat. I promised myself I would take care of it after he died. But I lost it. I lost everything. I can take care of Greenhearth if I can't even take care of a stupid cat. All is not lost yet. At least, not yet. And we still have a chance of stopping that creature. I'm gonna need you to do that. Yes, you're right. We still got a chance of stopping that creature. I won't lie to you. I'd rather be in control, but never mind. I'll do all I can to help you. Thanks. Need help getting the car started. The squad car? I should be able to handle that. We went to look at how badly the vehicle was damaged. I'm about to give up on his accent because I'm like, I've got to do more of it. Yes, the radiator's taking a bang, but I should be able to patch it up. I need tools. Okay, I'll see what I can do. I guess I have a toolbox in the abandoned house. Oscar. Rose, I know you're thinking of your wife, but look at this drawing I found. Can you concentrate on it, please? Little by little, I feel Oscar's mind becoming incoherent. Thank you for calling me back, but we absolutely must stop that creature before it can call its kind. And as you may imagine, time is of the essence. You must have some information for... you shared your mind with that creature. You must have some information for us, don't you? Yes, but the priority is still to find a way to get back to the town. Counting on you to find a solution, I suggest we check back before we leave. Son, don't hesitate to call me if you need it. Okay. Now this case with electronic equipment. It looks like a lot like the system you took from the hospital. Yes, it does indeed resemble my equipment. I suppose it must be a system the Bureau developed to locate the people affected by the bell. That's what the instructions manual suggests. Parker must have brought it with him when he left the station. Will you be able to use it? With the manual he found, yes. I think I'll manage. Oscar gave me step-by-step instructions to follow. Ah, there we go. Do you see the dot on the screen? That's us. And the other dot? That's the creature. It's heading for the dam. What? The dam? Yes, I believe the creature is going to try to use the reservoir to amplify the signal. That's how it plans to call its fellows. So we know where it's going. Yes, and I have a plan to stop it. Okay, it's good news? Listening? Well, I'm not certain you'll see it as good news, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'd rather we check back with the other two before we leave, if you don't mind. Alright. Search the house. The toolbox. I'll have to ask Gianna if it's got what we need to repair the car. I think that's fine for now. Gianna. Now the toolbox. Does it have what you need to fix the car? Yes, it's not perfect, but I should be able to cobble something together. 15 minutes later, thanks to the sheriff's instructions, the car was ready to go. Right, we wouldn't make it far across the country, but it should be good enough to get us back to Greenhearth. That's one less thing to worry about. Check back and leave. Right, we got ourselves transported out of here, and we know where to find the creature. I'm gonna check in and make a plan with my cohabitants. Right, we've got a way to get around, and we know where the creature is going, the dam. I don't know if we can manage to beat it, but I already defeated all of us. I promise you I'll do my best. But all I ask is to find a way to send those documents of Parker's to my contacts. Noble! Stopping that thing has to be our priority. Well, I may have a solution to allow us to kill two birds with one stone. Really, I'm listening, Mr. Morrison. You're aware that the creature forced me to kill Raymond Kowalski, but do you know why? As far as I know, that was just the first in a series of murders targeting Petrovsky's patients, wasn't it? No, killing the survivors of the Veracosha project was the foreman's plan, or to kill the creature's host and be rid of the threat. Creature only began wanting to strike down those of people affected by the bell when its existence was discovered. Actually, Raymond possessed large quantities of explosives and was preparing to blow up the dam. What? Why is this information only coming to light now? Because or at least the creature, stopped him in time. And you want to use those explosives to do what exactly? As some form of leverage against the creature? Exactly. But I must warn you, the chance of our having to blow up the dam is far from non-existent. But what about my documents? Doubtless find some way of contacting your friends at Greenhearth Bank, Mr. Bohm. Greenhearth Bank? Yes, that's where I hid the explosives. Sheriff is wary. Just what were you thinking, Morrison? It was the safest place. As you know, you can lease a safe deposit box in the strictest confidence, and the bank itself doesn't know what's inside. First the bank, then the dam. Works for me. Me too. Considering the stakes, I'm ready to sacrifice myself if that's our only option. What about Jody? My son? We'll do our best to save her, Ricky. I'm afraid our best won't be enough to save your wife, Detective. Yes. Yes, I understand. Detective, usually so tough, seems to have given up completely. Can't really blame him for that. As we said, the situation isn't exactly easy. Right, let's not hang around, Bull. If that creature puts its plan into action, you're right. Let's go. When I climb to the car, Arthur's old cat slips in beside me. I let it. I start the car, and with the motor sputtering, I head for Greenhearth Bank. Like the rest of the town, Greenhearth Bank is completely empty. Had Parker sent in the evacuation order? Also had been at Agent Frank Busby's request. That means that at least if we're forced to blow up the dam, we're only placing our own lives in danger and that of the creature. Bank reception has a fairly new computer. Maybe I could use this in Parker's file? Let me figure out the password. Family photo. Probably a personal belonging of the staff member on the reception desk. I turn around and notice a series of numbers jotted on the back. I the code to unlock the computer, and it works. I just have to find a way to scan Ernest's file. A lighter. Might be useful. Well, there's clearly something else, but feels like it's there. A smoke detector. With a bit of luck, it might control the door locks. When I move the lighter flame closer to the smoke detector, the door to the safe deposit boxes makes an unmistakable click. I find the way to the vault without any trouble. What surprises me as I go inside, apart from the fact that the building is completely empty, is the relative disorder of the room. Looks as though some of the boxes have been hastily emptied, which seems to confirm the theory of a strategic retreat after a call from the authorities. If the explosives are still there. There's a flash drive lying on the table. Exactly what I need to send the information in the file Parker had. Using a digital copier and the computer at the reception to send the files, it only takes me a few minutes to copy the most important pages. At least if by some bad luck it don't make it out of the dam alive, my contacts will have what's needed to finish what I've started. Phone. Telephone. Morrison's mind stirs at the side of the phone. Rose, you have to call her. I need to be sure she and my son have evacuated. Alright. Pick up the phone and dial the number. Yes? Mrs. Morrison, this is Federal Bureau. You must leave town immediately. But you called me a few hours ago to tell me to stay home, and now you're asking me to evacuate? I suppose you still don't have any news of my husband. Sorry, ma'am. The plans have changed. It's imperative for your safety that you evacuate the town within the hour. But you'll be given more details later, so I'm sorry if I have to hang up. Wait! I feel Officer's mind relieved as I hang up the phone. The author's instructions, I find the right box without any difficulty. I'm no expert in demolition, but I guess there's more than enough to destroy the dam. As I'm about to leave the room, I feel the sheriff's mind take hold of me. Wait, I've got a favor to ask you too. Arthur's cat. I ask that you make sure it survives. There's a tunnel leading out of the town on the road to the dam. Could you just let it go there? Giving in to Oscar's request, I couldn't exactly refuse the sheriff this little favor. Okay. Thanks. I stop at the entrance to the tunnel the sheriff had shown me, and I released Petrovska's cat as she'd asked. Animal rubs itself against my legs one last time and gazes at me sadly, as though it feels its mistress's presence and was telling her goodbye before it sets off into the tunnel. When the cat finally disappears into the gloom, the sheriff's mind filled with a kind of gentle resignation. On the device, I abandoned the car at the foot of the dam to take the maintenance shaft. Trouble is, I'll have to climb all that way on foot. I found myself climbing ladder after ladder with far more ease than I'd expected. It's probably one of the advantages of sharing your body with several cohabitants. After entering the interior, I began to set up the explosives. Oscar tries to guide me, but I'm perfectly able to manage a man. This isn't my first rodeo. Just as I place the final charge, I hear strange noises and the thing emerges from the shadow. It's still Rin that features the fox's wife, which, let's be honest, is extremely disturbing. Mr. Bull, I'd never have thought it would be you who won. Never mind who won, we're all here to stop you. Stop me! You're scarcely able to manage an empty hotel! Do you really believe you've got the courage to stop me? Anyway, it's too late. Rural rumbling resonates through the structure of the dam. Come, my brothers, come! Dinner is served! The creature draws closer to me, looking menacing. I only have a few seconds left. I know what I had to do, so my contacts received those documents. 48 hours had passed since the explosion of the dam, which submerged the town of Greenhearth beneath the waters. Thanks to the evacuation order from the authorities, human losses have been minimal. We don't know what exactly brought about the destruction of the dam, but an inquiry is underway. Note that Sheriff Gianna Walters is still AWOL and probably lost her life trying to stop the explosion. An official funeral has been scheduled. Good news is that the object has been located and the experiments can finally recommence. You'll remember the note that in the report that the terrorist threat was overborne, thanks to the efforts of my team. Oh, won't you? What a shame that none of them survived. I do hope the next Curtis will be as malleable as the last one. Right, come on, Liz. There's nothing left for us to do here. Oh. Just like that? Just like that? It's done? Oh, game over. I guess that was a bad ending, but it's the ending we're gonna go with. So that was Echoes. I assume I'm gonna check the achievements real quick. Yeah, because I did not get complete episode 5. Let's save. No. I guess that was it. I don't feel like going back through, but yeah. I assume there's supposed to be a good ending where we stop the creature and they don't restart the experiments or something. But yeah, like I said, I didn't actually finish episode 5, and as far as I can tell, I have to redo the whole thing to get back there, and I don't feel like doing that. So we're gonna call it good there for Echoes. Thank you for watching. Let me know what you thought of that ending. Yeah. So, yeah. Thank you for watching, and thank you for watching the series. Again, I did receive a free code for doing this. If you enjoyed the video and the series, feel liking, commenting, and subscribing. Be sure to check out the description below for some links and all that. And until next time, this is rinimt signing out. Bye!